What a series we are about to reach. We're at the third round now of your IVRA Endurance Series, and the field is pretty much settling into the rhythm that it needs. But when you head to a circuit which some may say is a little bit bigger than others, as everything tends to be in your Texas 200, it's a case where the circuit of the Americas is a little bit different to what other drivers potentially like to get themselves involved in, and this is going to be an interesting little bit of racing that we're going to keep our eyes on. I'm Jake Sperry, David Haynes is along with me for the ride here to take things sorted here for what we've got. GT3 Pro qualifying has just got itself underway, and we're talking about a series right now here which has had a little bit of up and down and all around. So we find ourselves nearing the mid part of the season, a 7-round championship that goes all the way to the 17th of May in the 8 hours at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But David, here at round 3, 200 laps here of the Circuit of the Americas. This is going to be one which tests the drivers, because some like this track and some absolutely despise it.
Yeah, been a bit of a Christmas, New Year's break as well from the opening 2 rounds of the championship to get us here to round number 3. You're exactly right. It's a brand new circuit, but it's a brand new Tilke circuit. So it has its fans, its facilities, but also some people not entirely in love with the character of it. One of the key challenges of this racetrack is the massive, massive orange cones that demark the apexes around these places. A few really wide entry but tightening hairpins around here as well, where it becomes so tough to spot your apex as well.
Well, you say new, I say it's 13 years old out there at the moment. So this is your IVRA Endurance Series format here. So qualifying will be 3 bouts of 15 minutes of qualifying, with a couple of minutes in between to make sure all the lap times get themselves sorted out. So GT3 Pro will go first, followed by LMP2, and then your GTPs will look for pole position overall of the field. We'll then have ourselves about 10 minutes to warm the cars up to get themselves into position ready for gridding, and then at about 3:15 UTC we're going to be seeing the drop of the green flag, and that will give a huge understanding to where we are. But in terms of the GT3 Pro standings walking into this one, it is a tie at the top between Simify Esports and Acertech SimSport Visceral. So they've got it all to do. 6 points back to gridandgo.com VC Esports, and Share, after their victory last time out at Sebring, vault themselves up to 4th position. I would say it is close racing, where the top 8 of the championship, going down through Bodersud, Williams Esports Academy, Apex Racing Team, and Dur Esports, I think they've all got a shot to say we're in a championship fight.
And I think a lot of them are just getting onto their first flying laps. There was a bit of a car park in the final sector as everyone tries to find themselves a little bit of space, because a little bit of space is what you need, and there is heaps of these cars out here. Heaps of different manufacturers and options as well. One of the first times I'm seeing the Acura NSX out there as well, alongside obviously your most common favourites, the Ford Mustang, this McLaren and 720S. You've got all sorts of different GT3s out there, and we don't know which one's going to be the best, and hopefully they're all very close.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing drivers looking around saying, what's the best option for us? I see a few Mercedes out there, a couple Mustangs. I'm sure I've seen the Acura there, of course. Manatee have got one out there, but Jonas Rutten here for Dur Esports is out there in the Acura, trying to get as much out of this as possible, going on board down the hill towards turn 12. Now, this is going to be the best place on the lap that we're going to be seeing overtakes when you enter this arena section, which sets up the 3rd sector of the lap, because this is switchback central that you find, and it's constant hard right into hard left, and you're always trying to position the car to give yourself the best ability to attack. In qualifying, it's a case of how much can you follow. You can see, don't follow the curbs over on the left-hand side. Try and maximize as much turning through the corner while still maintaining speed.
And soon we're going to get our first lap times in. This is that super long triple apex right-hander, and prototypes are going to want to pass GT cars through there in the race. It's going to be rather contentious. And then you've got the penultimate corner where the track limits are quite strictly enforced. Same for a lot of the places around here. In qualifying especially, you are going to have to be a little careful with those track limits. First times coming in, and it's only just a few of them as they all streak across the line. But Grid and Go VC Esports up the top right now. Kawa on board with this McLaren 720S. Went to 4th, now down to 5th, now down to 6th.
Yeah, you can see the times definitely started to whittle in. Grid and go through Dino Lombardi there. Has got the car up on pole position. Here's Acura certainly flying out there at this point. Chris Shorter we go on board with currently in the 2:15 car, hoping that his lap time is going to be one that involves improvement out there as he looks at that first lap time on the board. So he'll be eyeing up the 2:05, and it's a 2:06.1 for Scherer. So they've got a bit of work to do at this moment in time. They're down 9/10 of a second here on the pole, and they're about half a second off of second position as things stand. Niklas last then in the second position at the moment for Manatee Racing Red. Anything but last as far as the early stages of qualifying are concerned.
Yeah, at the moment, that front row is looking like from first to last. So that's where they are at the moment. This is one of my first looks at the Acura NSX GT3 Evo 2022. It's relatively new to iRacing, and I think relatively new to this championship as well. So another mid-engined turbocharged GT3. There's plenty of them, but this is a slightly Honda-shaped one.
Yeah, and you'll be trying to use as much of that power as possible. It's very lovely to see the Acura out there and being represented here. And I think seeing a lot of the medium, I would say the mid-engine there, getting a lot of downforce in behind. This is one of the tracks where I'd say you'd need it more than others. A lot of sweeping corners where you need the car to grip down to the road. And we've certainly seen that over and over again through each and every single lap time that has been put through so far. So we'll see what they go. Lombardi diving into the pits, but that will mean that he will not improve on that one lap there. So improvement there from Instinct Mechanic goes to a 2:05.5, but Manatee there with Nicholas last improved further to a 2:05.4. So they are cutting down that margin here at the front. Impulse through Norbert Leitner move up into third position. A very experienced head, Norbert Leitner, as here is Oscar Irene and in the Bodersud car looking to try and pilot through. It's the 289. They've got two cars do Bodersud out there at this point, but that will be back down into the pits there. The Turner car to 295 is yet to set a flying lap. The 289 down in 17th position at the moment.
Front-engined GT3 cars, mid-engined GT3 cars. There's still one rear-engined GT3 car, the Porsche 911. This is the 992 generation. Claudia Max in 6th right now for Instinct Mechanic Racing. And they are right at the very far end of the circuit. You work your way around that hairpin, and then you've got the long back straight. Highest speeds on the racetrack here towards a great overtaking opportunity, and then things get fiddly around the arena section for the remainder of the lap. But you've got good straight line performance, or you can pick up a good slipstream in this all-in 27 cars on track qualifying, and you can pick up some time right here.
Yeah, you certainly can do. Diving in on the brakes, and this final sector, the Porsche, certainly is a car that is tailor-made to certain circuits, and certainly is a little bit of the square peg and a round hole in others. So Claudia Mack is certainly getting the Instinct Mechanic Racing car to do what it needs to at the moment. Up in 6th position, they'll be quite happy there behind the likes of Sim RC, which has been part of racing royalty for a very long time in sim racing. The Impulse Racing team in 4th position, Manatee in 3rd, Team PGZ find themselves currently 2nd with Matteo Victorino driving for them right now. But Mack running through the penultimate corner. It's so easy to see many drivers pull it off wide and attack there as Claudia Mack dives into the pits, looking at the next run to go forward, because it is worth talking about these track conditions. I was just keeping an eye on it before they jumped themselves into qualifying. The track is dry, classified at the moment, but it was called mostly dry through the majority of the practice, so they're only finding their feet as they go, as there goes the Mustang of Victorino into the pits to get what we can only presume is a brand new set of tyres and another attempt out there. Lovely to see the 203 car out there as well as they pull into the pits.
Based off this, you're only going to get a limited number of attempts at a flying lap if the peak of the tyres comes relatively early, and then you've got all of the time involved in an in-lap, the pit stop, and out-lap. So it might really only be 2 or 3 magic laps that you get to do to really, really perfect through the conditions. So interesting, what seems like a lot of time for qualifying can actually only be maybe 2 runs, and then see if that places you well in what is the most numerous class. There's 16 cars for GTP, 12 for LMP2, 27 in this GT3 Pro category, it's going to be a busy one right here on track in qualifying, but also when we get into the race. A bad qualifying, I think, is more painful in this class than it is in the others.
Stephen McDonald then piloting the Hydro Race Geodesic car out there at the moment. They've had a lot more success this season so far when it's come to the GTP effort than they have done in GT3 Pro. But for Stephen McDonald and his team that he's been looking to put together, it's just him at the moment. So I'm sure that the driver from Club Mid-South will have a few other drivers helping him over the course of the stint, but not wanting to jump in immediately right now. Early morning start for Stephen, so he'll be out there getting the morning done, setting up the car basically for the afternoon for his teammates.
Yeah, only one driver in the car in the qualifying right now. There's one thing I kept note of in previous rounds is who qualifies the car isn't necessarily who starts the race. So there are a few notable times that's flipped around, but it's still a good chance that after this qualifying, Stephen McDonald will be the one to start the race. Of course, GT3 Pro have their qualifying now, then LMP2, then GTP. So from the end of this GT3 Pro qualifying to when the race actually starts, those GT3 cars are all going to be in the garage for 40 minutes or so. So maybe you do have time there to wrangle the rest of your team together and work out what your strategy is going to be as far as who drives when in this race.
It's worth noting they've got to get to 40 minutes here in qualifying, and that will be when the ticker goes over and they say no more new laps please. Ross McFarlane finding himself out there in the WSR Esports butt kicker car. He's been fantastic in everything he's plied his trade at. He was quick in touring cars. He's very quick here in GT3, and he comes over the line and goes second fastest with a 2:05.342. But Dino Lombardi has found an extra half a second on top of that at the moment, and he is blitzing the timing screen out there at this moment. There's not much that anyone can do about it. On board with Nicholas Last again here for Manatee Racing Red, because everyone's now finding improvement with the track rubbering in a little bit. Dura Esports have found themselves the move up into P5, for example. So there is certainly a look around here that everyone is starting to make some progress, but Manatee here are looking at maybe half a tenth, a little bit more, and that puts them on the front row in GT3 Pro, and that's what they're aiming for at the moment.
So the far hairpin all the way down into first gear for Nicholas Last as he's currently fourth in this qualifying. Super competitive around him, and the drivers one position and one ahead and one position behind, but still a half a second to the pole sitter is going to be a lot of time to find here. So down the back straight, the car runs up through all of the gears to sixth, and then we're probably breaking down a second or even first gear again. So yeah, really using all of the gearbox in this Acura NSX. It does have a good racing gearbox. Not every GT3 does.
No, they really don't. So when you're looking around at trying to get through the gears, the advantage you're going to have here at a circuit where you're going to be constantly up and down the gears, looking for opportunities, is where you can find that fine-tuned advantage. And if you can get on the power slightly quicker through the different gearing ratios that you have in the car, your acceleration slightly better because of it, that's where you look at the gearbox and say, that's where we've got a bit of an advantage. Powering through the penultimate corner, running slightly wide. I know that the track limits around here are very, very tight around this circuit of the Americas, so they are going to have to be a little bit switched on and careful to how these lap times go. That one won't count because of the off track at the penultimate corner, so that has to stay as is. Just 35 seconds remaining. Alex Gal way down the order. Not often that we get to see him down in P14 in the Apex Racing Team car, running in the green, more Academy style colours, out there making that run over towards the line. And Alex Gal, the Frenchman here, over towards the line, 205.6. It does improve, and that will jump the car up to 11th place, there with that one. So they're a little bit down the order here with work to do, and Borisud have just jumped them up into 11th, and there are your co-championship leading cars there. The Lamborghini of Lucas Perez in the Simplify Esports car. He is certainly hoping that he can launch a way forward. Now, it doesn't matter how you qualify, it matters how you finish. So in terms of how you finish, Lucas Perez, they've had back-to-back podiums through the first two rounds. They're looking at this going, we've got some good pace, we want to continue on this run, and I think they make progress, good progress through the race, just 2/10 off of that podium position that they'll be acquiring again.
Yeah, insane qualifying right now. 0.54 of a second from first to second place. Another 0.54 of a second from second place takes you to 19th. So what covers first to second would then cover second to 19th right now. Everyone is so close, except for Dino Lombardi and Grid and Go Esports, who just somehow have a half a second that no one else can quite find. Everyone else seems really optimized right up against their best because they're all so tightly stacked together, so competitive. For almost everyone else, finding a tenth of a second will find you multiple positions on this grid.
Check the flag out then in qualifying for your GT3 Pro. They can only finish the lap times that they have started at 39 minutes remaining in session. They called that as they drive around. Has Lucas Perez found himself the improvement that he wants over the line? 2:05.5 to try and beat, and he doesn't. He's short by 14 thousandths for any form of improvement, so stays where he is. Nicholas Last goes second for Manatee, as there is the Sim RC Mustang of Daniel Sommer making his way over towards the line, and the 276 car hoping to jump up a couple more places. 2:05.252. It's got him the front row for the moment, and that'll be a big smile. Team PGZ can't find an improvement out there. Carl Modoff there, hoping in 14th position at the moment for the Delta Sport SimShot car, that they've got a little bit more in the back pocket. Scherer's behind them, so too German simracing.de. A lot of German teams here in this series. They look to try and battle in GT3. No dice there for Modoff, but Scherer Esports jump up. They go to 12th position, and Alexander Pischinger isn't going to improve. They stay 23rd at the moment at German Sim Racing. So a lot to deal with in the GT3 Pros, but crucially, the Dino Lombardi show rolls into town. Grid and Go were grid and gone in qualifying.
Yep, so it got shaved down a little bit at the end as a few other teams managed to improve, but Dino Lombardi and gridandgo.com VC Esports, 0.447 of a second, got them on pole position in GT3 Pro. Sim RC coming into second place there to get on the front row. The next row, Maniti Racing improved into third place, ahead of Ross McFarlane and WSR Esports butt kicker there. Next row, Instinct Mechanic Racing and PGZ. Next row, McLaren Door Esports and Impulse Racing, and Simify Esports and WSR Esports butt kicker. Scari Rinner put BS Competition into 11th there, sharing the row with Scherer Esport. Then Apex Racing, XBD Racing, Delta Sport, Trago Racing, Aztec Sim Sports, Visceral, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim, and Maniti Racing, the top 20, just a second away from the pole position. And then 26 cars set times. So Volta Sim Racing, BS Turner, German Sim Racing, Team Hoisingfeld, Aztec Sim Sports and Visceral's 297, and Williams Esports Academy takes us to 26th position. Who's the 27th that didn't qualify? It was Absolute Motorsport Absolute's 266, no qualifying time.
Yep, so they'll be right down at the back. Here is your LMP2 standings just before qualifying. Fiercely Forward find themselves in control just by 7 over Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage. Then it's the Tatum Vesta team who find themselves in 3rd, and Nix Esports in 4th position. It's very close 5th on back with Composite Effect, SRNTFR Alliance, and the Hydro Geodesic team there in 8th position. Then you've got Nürburgring Esports in 9th, and Hyperion Racing there rounding out the top 10 overall as we now find ourselves in LMP2 qualifying. It is the smallest category out there, and that we do expect with, of course, the wonderful work that is done in GTP, that being the absolute fastest class, the slowest class, and I would say the most tactical class is GT3 Pro. So when LMP2 comes into play, I think you've got to be a bit of an LMP2 specialist and love the LMP2 at heart to go and battle in this category, and that's what we're seeing here. Probably the most dedicated teams out there in the course of the IVRA Endurance Series are in LMP2.
Yeah, I love this car. Drove it a lot when it was new on iRacing. It's still technically a current LMP2 and will be for quite a while. It'll be a while before Global LMP2 gets a replacement to this current formula, maybe 2027 or 2028. The Orica is the most popular normally around the world. Stellara had its time, and while it wasn't massively successful as an LMP2 car, it was very successful as the basis to the Cadillac DPI.
definitely hear warming up there. Jason Gerard in the SRN TFR Alliance right now, running the Talk Freak colours of the blue and the orange, and the white there often found in SRN, as they look to try and run around on their outlaps, get the heat in the tyres that they need to go and really charge forward. This is Magnus Nilsson, who is out there at the moment, the 113 car, looking to be the first pace setter out there of the LMP2s, hoping that his lap in the fiercely forward gold car will help Alex Negre behind in the fiercely forward purple car, which is there behind them. Two fiercely forward cars to deal with here today. So up the hill, this is Big Red, which they come up to here at turn 1. You find yourself right up at the tippy top. You plateau through the middle of the apex, and you can't stamp the power down early because you're straight back down the hill like a roller coaster into turn 2. He immediately pulls over to the side, giving Alex Negre the run that he needs to go through this S's section, inspired by Maggots and Beckett's at Silverstone.
Now, you said GT3 Pro was a pretty tactical class, but in qualifying, LMP2 is looking pretty tactical amongst these teammates here. But the teammate that he's helped out might have run just a little bit wide along there. Are they going to leapfrog again on the back straight is the question to me. The other thing I notice on board here, the Dallara P2, is as we shift up through the gears, there's sort of different available gear stacks. There's kind of a short and long, and those are the two. And it's the long gear stack that's in right now for these long straights.
Well, they've both given up on each other's laps there, so I think they'll look around at each other and go, that didn't quite go the way we wanted it to. They've got Mitchell Johnson behind them for the Maradness M squad, who are sat there waiting, and then Remy Legrand for Dulatra Automotive by Majors Garage, who is there just behind. CRZ Simsport next in the queue with Demian Hugenschmidt behind the wheel, and then Aidan Matthijs for Composite Performance 142 sits in the train. On board then with Mitchell Johnson for the Maradness M squad, which is the team run by Daniel Morad, who absolutely loves this new era of sim racing that we found ourselves into. But the M squad have been knocking on the door here and knocking on the door there, hoping that they will have themselves an answer. But if they can get the right times in on the board, I think they're one of those teams that you look at, they're an any given Saturday team. Any given Saturday, they can find an opportunity for a victory, and crossing the short run to the line, a 56.6 is a benchmark.
That benchmark moves pretty quickly as Hyperion Racing go ahead of CRZ Simsport, who went ahead of Maradness, and now Effect Simulations go to the top. I think there's quite a strong slipstreaming effect that's happened on this first flying lap. You saw them all together on the back straight, and so as they've gone across the line one after the other, each successive car has almost gone faster. So Mitchell Johnson, he's dropped down to 4th already, and it's Effect Simulations who are up top. But CRZ Simsport have been fastest through the first sector on this second flying lap. We're seeing if the tyres underneath the LMP2 can push on for a second or third competitive lap. Mitchell Johnson's found a good sector there. I've seen 4 on my most precise mini splits of live timing, suggesting that everyone's going even quicker on this lap.
Yeah, gearing themselves up. They've got the weather conditions for it. It does have to be said, track temperature is only 24 degrees Celsius out there at the moment, and an in-sim time of coming up to 25 past 1, so at the hottest stages. It is very blustery here today in Austin, Texas. It's running at about 30 kilometers an hour almost here from the southwest as it currently stands. So we're not expecting rain, but at the moment I'd say it's very gusty around this track, so they are being buffeted about a bit, and these cars out there are a little bit highly strung. As third position goes Nix Esports, completely out of sync with everyone else. Anthony getting himself then up through the order in the 100 car and getting a very nice timing on the board. 9/10 off a pole at the moment, but Mitchell Johnson here is looking like he's trying to find another Mitchell Johnson's form to bring the cricket reference into play of 2013-14 Ashes, and that's good enough for third place, which moves them down to fourth because Fiercely Forward have fiercely flown.
Yeah, you can't be Mitchell Johnson and not be a pace man, apparently. He's a pace setter at the moment. Look at everyone following him along as Effect Simulations go even quicker. They're going to remain up top. Fiercely Forward have gone to that second place. You're not wrong about the weather as well. A bit of cloud cover comes across right now, but it's blustery out there. Austin gets a lot of blow-ins when the wind blows south by southwest.
Yes, it certainly does. And there is Anthony Ng, who is again looking to try and improve. So that first lap time, which was up as high as third position overall, has now seen them shuffle back down to 9th place here in qualifying, which is not what they'll be hoping for, but you can see the times they've improved. They're now almost 2 seconds behind. The one I would say not brilliant time out there at the moment is the Nürburgring Esports Schwalbenstrand team at this point, who through Marius Rommelfanger is hoping to dive on up the order and find that improvement of time. They need 3 seconds to get past the Hydro Sherdesic Racing Gold team, but through the triple right-hander, which is very much influenced by the quad left, which was found at the wonderful Istanbul City Park circuit, Anthony Ng is now hoping that through this final transfer corner of about 110 degrees of left-hand turn, that heading over towards the line this time is going to see them jump up, and it does, because that's a 55.5, which is good enough for the 3rd row of the LMP2 grid at the moment. P6, which we would say is middle of the pack at the moment.
Fiercely Forward Purple are going even quicker on this lap that they're on right now. There's a few that have really backed off though, and there's a few that are heading for the pit lane. So 2 good flying laps from everyone. A few are going to stay out for a 3rd, but quite a few are hitting the pit lane as well. Was a decent chunk of improvement, right? They go exactly level for the pole.
Well, here's the thing. Effect Simulation set it first, so they take the pole. And so Fiercely Forward are second by the fact that they can't get themselves a piece of paper's width quicker. That's how much time they need, about a piece of paper's width. That is how close it is now at the front of your LMP2. Fiercely Forward Gold in 3rd. Dulatrar Automotive by themselves in 4th. A new fresh set of tyres then on. They're able to get 2, maybe 3 laps in on them and then go and attack again. And they're looking at this going, you know what? It's not just where we are out on circuit. It's who you come out with, what car's in front of you. For example, CRC having a huge moment over the top of the crest there, a big red. Damien Hugenschmidt, who is the 12th place car out of 12 in this category. Magnus Nilsson very nearly found himself straight up the back, and the qualifying session pretty much written off at that point. That was a very concerning moment for the 113. Gets the clearance he wants, and now settle the nerves for half a lap before going for another quali go.
The stewards are already watching. The protests are already open. You can get a penalty for the upcoming race if you impede someone in qualifying or any other protestable offence. It's not like the stewards are watching TV until the green flag flies on the race. No, right now is a competitive session. And what you can't do is block your opponents, cause a crash. Now, I think it was probably just a miscommunication here. You know, a lot of drivers at their out laps looking to prepare tyres, not everyone up at full pace, and people with different preparation strategies here. You're not quite sure what everyone else is doing, even if you're both on an out lap. So, but still, what you can't be doing is causing a crash or impeding anyone right now, because you can get given a penalty that you have to serve in the race. It could be costly.
Rommelfanger then making his way over towards the penultimate couple of corners out on circuit, and now looking to gear up for another big attempt. So currently down by 1.5 seconds here in qualifying, but needs only 0.03 of a second, and does improve by just enough to jump the SRN TFR Alliance. So that was a flying lap, and it got over by 1,000th over SRN TFR. So that puts them into 8th, and of course, Talk Freak back down into 9th on the Alliance. So that won't be what they're looking for, but that was still a good chunk of improvement there to go and get it sorted. On to a flyer then we go with Magnus Nilsson, and this is where it gets really important. Gearing up for the lap. You're seeing just getting all the turn in, maximising the attack off the exit. You're always looking to try and get the car pointed as straight as possible through as many sections, and this is what you're going to see. Try and straight line through the chicane as much as you can. This big double hit right. You angle out, diamond it off slightly, and then over to the right hand side. Open up the next left as much as you can, but again, you've got to go narrow off the exit, because again, you've got to attack the next right hander up over the crest then of turn 9, and this gives you the end of the first sector. The Vista View down to 10, and a small look at turn 11, which is another place to get a move done.
missing 2 to 3 tenths on his fastest lap, so this is not tracking for an improvement. But what it does do is go in line with what we saw in the first run, which is you do your out lap, you do a flying lap that's okay. Your next flying lap, you've got more tyre temperature, you go 2 or 3 tenths quicker. So really, at this point, Magnus Nielsen is just pushing on to keep temperature in these tyres, build a little bit more for the next lap, because again, it's 4 tenths lost to that point. We're about 5 or 6 tenths down on the best lap from that car, but you've got to keep pushing on. It's not just another ponder around out lap, it's get some temperature into those tyres, and the sun's back out on the track as well. So the fastest laps earlier in this run came with a tiny bit of cloud out there. Sun's back out, track temperature rising just a little bit, wind still the same though, so that's going to bring the clouds across quickly. It's possible that the weather changes very quickly on a day like today.
It very much could do, and this is what everyone looks around and maybe worries about, that, you know, a slight bit of wind, a gust here, a gust there, changes favour as Remy Legrand for Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage. We haven't really talked much about them, but they're doing well here in qualifying. 4th position overall, and looking for a bit more out there in towards that final corner known as the Andretti to end the lap and over towards the line. We'll see if this is a bit more. It's a 56 flat, so this is just going through the motions, getting a little bit of a faster lap out there that's not necessarily going to keep the tyres going at 100%, but definitely trying to get into a window. Rommelfanger at the moment currently rushing through the first sector. We'll see what sort of times the Nürburgring Esports Schwabenschwanz team can find, and that does look good. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's matching Effect Simulation's current top of the time lap. So that first sector was very good from Nürburgring Esports 187. Next sector, 2 tenths off the current pole. But through the twistier parts of the lap, this seems like a good car. Maybe the longer straights are not doing it so well. Of course, you can do many things setup-wise on these LMP2 cars. Not just your rear wing angle, but also your ride height, your amount of rake in the car. All of that is going to affect the straight line performance of the car, but also how it rotates, how it handles slow corners, fast corners, etc. A lot of this car is aerodynamically sensitive to the front and rear ride height.
A little bit of struggle there off the exit, and I think that will be an abandonment of the lap. It was looking so good, but ultimately for Marius Rommelfanger, it's not going to be one that brings them joy over the course of it, because here come the fiercely forward drivers with 1 minute remaining. That was probably the thought process. You got 1 minute left. You can still go for another lap, but remember, Alex Negre needs to find 1/1000th of a second to go and snipe pole position away. 54.360. That's a 57, so that's gearing it up for the big lap, which is there. The car in front, the fiercely forward gold team car, have just gone and got themselves then a little bit quicker in 3rd position. CRZ have just moved up on the back through Damien Hugenschmidt into 6th position, so they've managed to improve a little bit on their times. But this is the important lap here that's going on. You've got Magnus Nielsen, the team effort of fiercely forward. They're trying to bring the way forward to say, you know what, we are going to go for this pole, and fiercely forward purple is the best car to do it.
They're really all flying on this very final lap that I think they're going to get from qualifying. So personal bests through the first sector for fiercely forward purple, outright best for Effect Simulations. Both cars are looking like they're going to improve, and you expect there's going to be some good sectors here. Oh, the car in front locks up. You're not going to get a good tow here. You're not going to get the slipstream down the back straight you were hoping for.
No, that's going to be disastrous then on this back stretch then, as Magnus Nielsen making a small mistake, and now he's going to have to dive out of the way here for Alex Negre, who now moves on through in towards turn 11. This will be the first car to set their final lap time. It will go all the way back to the Hyperion Racing 104, which will be the final car to set. So has this worked out for Negre as he now makes that look through the arena section and the very tough turn 15? Now you got the triple right, 16 16, 17 and 18 to traverse. And will this do? 46.1 in the first sector, 22.7 there in the second. This final sector needs to be perfect, and he dances over the anti-cut curb, sliding a little bit there on the exit of turn 19, diving through at the Andretti towards the line. 1,000th is all that is needed. 54.184. He's found a 10th and a half. That's perfect for what was ideal there. But you got the likes of Remy Legrand, who's trying to find improvement out there. Frigerio couldn't find the lap time, so Effect Simulation stays second. Legrand now looking to charge over towards the line. Has he got the magic formula? 54.597, stays fourth, but really improved on the lap time. So that was always going to be close. It's down to just Hyperion now, and Shane Larson to try and find that improvement, but he will dive the team, which has David Vey and Doug Sorrentino in the team, into the pit. So Hyperion stay as they are, fiercely forward. Purple find the pole with a 54.184. They're followed by Effect Simulations and fiercely forward Gold to make an Effect Simulation sandwich. You then got Remy Legrand for Dulatrar Automotive by Majors Garage in fourth. Aidan Matthias for Composite Performance in fifth. Good qualifying by them. Jason Gerard for the SRN TFR Alliance. They're sixth with Shane Larson and Hyperion Racing. It's then Damien Hugenschmidt and CRZ who are up at sixth but down to eighth. Nix Esports in ninth. The Maradmus M Squad through Mitchell Johnson could only manage 10th in the end, ahead of the Nürburgring Esports Schwabelstrand team there in 11th, and Maximilian Fritz for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold, who are back there in 12th position. GTP, story of the day, though, has been Movano. They have been absolutely wonderful in the first two rounds of the season here, David, by getting themselves 2 second places in GTP.
Yeah, so Movano from Orion Race Team, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, Williams Esports Academy, Maniti Racing, fiercely forward, USR Esports Bike Kicker, Orbit dropped their Apex Racing Team PS competition. That's the GTP standings as we head into this round. Movano Racing well and truly up top, and well and truly out on the track, ready for this qualifying session.
And this is the big one, because this will be for pole. We'll keep an eye on that car at the front of Simon Callart, who is there for Movano Rosso. Movano, as a team, have been pretty much always up there, always challenging when it has come to prototype battling at the highest echelon. They've been caught out a little bit with the likes of Williams and Redline now making heavy strides and heavy pushes in that field. But there was a time when it was them and Vendaval Sim Racing, for example, who were the big guns when it came to endurance style racing. So to see Movano out there and doing well, it always brings a little bit of a smile, because this is one of those teams with the history and the heritage that there are a lot of people out there that love to see Movano doing well.
Yeah, and they've merged, unmerged in the years across, and always kept that Italianness to them, even if it wasn't an entirely Italian driver lineup. And this jockeying for position right now on the outlap is pretty full on. I think what we've seen previous qualifying sessions is that while those LMP2 cars get 2 attacking laps per set of tyres, you don't quite get the same latitude of tyre grip, tyre holding on for a long enough time in these GTPs. That what you do need to do is just keep kind of throwing tyres at it, keep trying to take runs. You're only going to get so many opportunities. Looks like all 16 cars out on track as well.
Yeah, which is always good to see, that they're all going to be out there pushing and trying to find the best lap times that they can. And just behind Simon Cowlart, as we go on board with him, he'll be towing through the Manatee racing car of Norbert Tamash, and behind him as well, Ruben Paulino, who is there for the P1Docs.com black team. So Paulino in there too, always looking to give that push and dancing over that curb, very much having to scrabble about for any remaining grip. There was Cowlart through the opening corner, and now this is going to be where you see how good the balance of the car is, and he is just turning the car, and it's dancing to his merry tune as he goes through for it. Not a single boat of oversteer as he drives on through. The car points and it goes.
Did look a tiny bit wide at one point, but there are multiple lines that work through those S's, and of course prototypes can take quite different lines through there to GT cars as well. And now that's a bit of oversteer, but to be expected at one of the slowest corners. You're trying to get the power down, and he almost bumped a little bit of the curb as well. Moving across the track a tiny bit, but you are not breaking the toe to anyone behind just yet. And then the braking zone comes up super quickly at the end of the straight for these cars.
Oh, clattering the curb there, going through. CalArts is really trying to open this up and diving around now through the third and final sector, trying to get the Acura working here down into the first gear and really having to work on the steering wheel to get the rotation through. So there are certain elements where it was smooth as you like, other elements where the car is just yapping back a little bit at him and now needing a little bit more out of the final couple corners, down into that third gear, staring at that Cosworth steering wheel, thinking, what more can I do? Through the final corner then, and hoping that this is going to be a good benchmark for everyone else to follow. Car 1, P1, no surprises, 48.888. All the 8s which are there. Manatee with a 50.4 couldn't really find too much in terms of pace. The Movano Azzurro car went second for a moment, but Ilkka Harpala for Orion went second also for a moment, because Botterson have looked to come into play. Danny Alves Lorenco putting the car on pole at the moment by 300ths.
I think I saw a few cars sort of bail out of that first attempt, like we might see them try to lay down a hot one on the next flying lap. So keeping an eye on the sectors as we still go. Picking up Orion Race Team Ilkka Harpala, the BMW M Hybrid V8, aka Big Sniffer. Is this full attack? Doesn't look super full attack to me.
I'd definitely say that Ilkka Harpala would be looking to try and push Orion, one of those race teams that have been around for forever and a day, were a massive part of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix series back in the day, and Harpala, a former pro stripe in his own right, have transitioned as a team over to the endurance side of iRacing, and I think they've done a really nice job of it with what they push at. They haven't necessarily been at the highest level in the top split races, but as a second split team, a third split team, they've certainly been a very strong effort out there, and on any day they are formidable opposition to deal with, as Harpala runs through now towards this third sector once again and looking for that marker to dive into first gear using the full lock of steering rotation. Car settles itself down quite nicely there in the BMW, and now over through the triple right, hoping that the lap time is going to find 2 extra tenths of a second, because at the moment that is what is needed for that pole position, which is set by Daniel Alves Lorenco at the moment, as Movano go quicker. P1 Docs to the top on a 47.9. Ruben Polino gets there. Ryan quick enough, but Botterson behind continue to improve. 2 tenths of a second now. They find themselves clear. It's Botterson, Orion, P1 Docs. Movano were 4th and 5th. They're now 5th and 6th, because Pablo Espes, now driving for the Williams Academy, finds himself an improvement. And here's Dylan Scrivens, who looks to try and bring himself into play. 14th position currently is the classification right now for the fiercely forward red team car. 53.5. They're just going through the motions at the moment, trying to improve over and over and over.
Second push lap faster than the first push lap for everyone. Third push lap looking like maybe about where the grip ends. So there's a few more that are going to come around now, and I think, I don't want to say we've seen the best of these tyres, because someone might still surprise me, but not many personal best first sectors after all of that.
No, and so you're always looking around, and you're looking at the battery deployment here in your category here of GTP, and it's a case of you're looking around and saying, well, how much do we have? We've got enough to go for a full push on the first, a full push on the second, but you do need time to try and recharge the energy and get a bit more out of it. So sometimes it does look a little bit difficult to get each and every lap into the way that you want to, and sometimes you'll see a couple drivers decide to go aggressive, others don't. Daniel Civichabo looks like he's one who is hoping to get that Apex Racing Team car flying back up. They took the opening round of the championship, did the Apex team, so they'd be very happy with that car 99, but they were definitely looking for a little bit more, because they did have a problem in round 2 and dropped down the order, so they've got work to do to recover that round 1 form. But Civichabo P8 will dive into the pits. No surprises there. Oh, he almost found himself in a bit of barrier there into the attenuator. So Daniel Civichabo definitely getting that one a little bit overcooked going through, but everyone taking 2 laps diving in. The only car that hasn't has been the Solpec Precision Racing 60 car and the former Oval Pro Stripe in Blake Reynolds, who's come over the line for a 49.1 and has gone 10th.
I mean, it would have been funny if he'd done such a great lap and then got the pit entry, but not what happened in the end, just kept it safe. So new tyres go on to everyone, and then I think we're going to see same thing again. You've got this out lap, and you've got another lap to continue to try to build heat into your cold tyres, and then you're flying. So there's a few that are off cycle to that. This is 3 flying laps now on the in lap, I think, for Scrivens.
Yeah, definitely looks like it when we're
Fast Repair Motorsport and Solpec Precision Racing. Almost everyone else is on that same strategy we've seen. We're out 2 push laps in, and now they're on another out lap. There's only a few teams doing anything different to that in this qualifying session.
Well, the meta's certainly been established here in qualifying, and they'll be certainly looking to go to that because they've got right until the timer hits 0 in order to put their times in, and then they can finish any lap that they have started. So Scrivens will certainly be one eyeing up the pit lane, getting themselves back in a brand new set of tyres and back out again to really go and attack this circuit of the Americas track, which has been this very difficult track to try and understand and master. It's one of the few circuits out there where you can get maybe 2/10, 3/10 on an opponent if you're truly quick, because it's so reliant on carrying the speed through the corners. Every corner seems to affect the next one after it, and the next one after it, and the next one after it. You don't really get many places on the lap where you get a chance to just take your feet off and breathe. Maybe only the back and front straights are the only 2 that do, as we look to gear up for more flying laps. 15 of the 16 cars have set times at the moment. The only one who hasn't is Austin Young for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. Orbit Dropbed Jupiter, by the way, are currently 23rd fastest overall through Harrison Lillis, behind some of the LMP2 entries. So that's going to be them needing an improvement there, considering that they need about a second to go and beat those times. But Harpala running through the chicanes right now and looking to really attack there with the BMW, trying to dance through the corners and really open up what is a great chance then for Orion to move right up to the pointy end. And they've got probably one of the fastest numbers in all of motorsport there. They've got 46 on the side.
Yeah, the doctor. The doctor's going to prescribe more temperature for these tyres, though, because that's half a second down already on their best lap for Ilkka Happala. And it's similar for everyone else. Like BS Competition also about a second away from their best on this lap. Then looking to then build up everything to make a good run at the next lap.
Yeah, this is all about finding the optimum level to go and attack. You don't necessarily have to be aggressive on the first lap. You need the tyres to go up to temperature. You need everything working in the right window, and then you can go for the biggest lap possible. And in terms of that group, Norbert Tamash then will lead everyone out in 7th position at the moment for those who are out there looking for those laps. Then it's Harpala, Simon Cowlarts from Movano Rosso, who find themselves in 5th. Then his teammate Marcus Hamilton in Movano Azzurro colours. Ruben Paulinho behind that for P1 Docs. Harpala through the final corner for Orion. We'll see what this is as at least a sighter 150.8. So definitely gearing this one up. This will be the big attempt that we see. Here's Pablo Espes, Williams Esports Academy, one of the good academy teams out there in Williams, and everyone is now starting to look around at how they improve their sim racing teams. And the biggest way forward right now, and I think it was spearheaded by Apex Racing, is that the academy system certainly seems to be a way to get everyone in. I know that Williams have their academy system, Dur have their academy system. Everyone is moving to an academy system to keep great talent in teams.
So Orbit Drop Bear have moved off 2nd from the bottom, and one of the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing cars has just moved off the very, very bottom of the timetable. And we've got a purple sector from BS Competitions, 89, You've got personal bests from Orion Racing Team 46, and we're on board with third place, B1Docs.com Black. Ruben Paulino takes that sort of sharp, narrow, diving entry to the hairpin, but then you can get the car very square on the exit and get the power down. Blake Reynolds from Solpec Precision Racing has found the wall and a tow truck, so it's not easy sailing for everyone.
No, it really isn't, and this is not the place where you want to be finding yourself in trouble. Remember, there's no fast repairs available in the race, but in qualifying, I think you have the ability, but they might have some tow rules in play, which say that once you've towed the car off of the circuit, you can't go back out there again. So if that's just happened for Blake Reynolds, that might be day done for Solpec, and they might be looking at no better than 13th in qualifying with it all to do in the race. So that's going to be what they may be concerned with. Paulino is really hoping that this time is going to continue to launch him into where they need to. Borisud is the car in front for reference, so they've got a lovely guideline out there in terms of their times. That one won't count with an off-track penalty, so no good. And Daniel Alves Lorenco could only find a 47.8, so he wasn't able to manufacture what was needed in his lap times. Nobody's really in a position that they found much of an improvement here over their laps. Harrison Lillis has just dived in for orbit drop there, for example. So these second laps coming in, and there's just 1 minute remaining here, which is being called by race control as things stand. So now you're looking around and going, well, final laps, final opportunities. We're out there, we're on circuit. We need times, and we need times quick.
This is par right now for Happler. He gets a bit of the apex curbing there, kicks the tail out, it slides a little bit, but it rotates the car, and then he gets it straight. And this is a headwind, I think, heading southwest down the straight here. It's blowing between 25 to 30 kilometers an hour, but they're still reaching 7th gear and incredible speeds in these cars. Let's help them stop and brake pretty late though. And it's still, again, just par, but not tracking for the 2.5 tenths of improvement that Ilkka Happel is going to need to put this BMW on pole.
Well, if he wants it and he needs it, he's going to need to find a miracle in the final sector that's going to unlock those extra 0.2 of a second, because the checkered flag has just come out, which means there are no more times available. Manatee Racing will be the first team that heads its way over the line, currently in 8th position. 48.3, no dice. Harpala into the pit, no dice. Martial Hubert, we look at the Apex Racing team. They're all the way down in 12th position. They're really struggling here in qualifying. Hamilton comes over the line, stays on a 48.1. Danny Alves does not improve. He was half a tenth short of improvement, but almost everybody is diving into the pits, with the exception of Pablo Espes and the Williams Esports Academy. So has the Spaniard found a bit of time? Answers no there, because he's got nothing. Philip Schiff at Manatee, hoping he's got something. Everybody is short by a little bit out there, and so they're all hoping that there is something left. There's improvement for Absolute Motorsport Aisley, because they move up now to 12th position, but through the final corner, Martial Hubert's looked pretty simple, pretty solid in terms of this lap. Is this enough, though, to move them off of 13th? The answer is it's good enough for 11th, 48.356. The 99 car finds itself a little bit off the pace. So there you look at it, and I think it's quite telling. 4 BMWs inside the front 4, then an Acura, a Cadillac, and there's a Porsche there in 8th place. So Daniel Alves Lorenco and the Borisud Plus competition team have the pole position ahead of Orion Race Team and Ilkka Harpala, and then Ruben Paulino for P1Docs.com finding himself in 3rd. The Williams Esports Academy and Pablo Espes find themselves in 4th ahead of Simon Kaulart for Movano in the Acura. It's then Hydro Race Geodesic Racing and Austin Young who are there in 6th position ahead of Dylan Scrivens and the Fiercely Forward team in 7th. Manatee Racing and Norbert Tamash are 8th ahead of the second of the Movano cars in 9th. That's Marcus Hamilton, and then Johan Rouillère for Fast Repair Motorsport round out the top 10. Martial Hubert 11th there for the Apex Racing Team Porsche. Then Harrison Lillis in 12th for Orbit Drop Bear. You then got Andrea Casson, who put the time in for Absolute Motorsport. He's 13th ahead of Philip Schiff, with Blake Reynolds qualifying done early there in the Cadillac, and Adam State not really able to get much for the WSR Esports butt kicker team. But that's how they set things up, heading over towards 200 laps worth of racing. And a lot of endurance is a time time-based effort. You don't really know how many laps you're out there racing. A little bit different when you put it into this perspective, David, that they've got a set lap structure that they're working to. It's 200 laps or 7 hours, whichever comes first. So we're expecting the 200 lap distance to be met. But this is going to be a very tough battle out there for these drivers, who will now be breaking this one up and saying, well, how do we bring this into stints that makes it manageable for us over the course of the 200 laps available? They'll be definitely trying to work out what the right strategy is from the word go.
And you've got to be so flexible as well with it, with safety cars in this racing. So if we get one early, what do you do? If we get one, you know, halfway through your stint, what do you do? And then, of course, it's going to take a lot of safety car for us to not go to 200 laps, for us to be capped at 7 hours. But you never say never. I think this is a racetrack that will lend itself to fewer safety cars than Sebring or Motegi did, but it's not a style of racing that lends itself to 0 safety cars, because we've seen all of them in qualifying, but when we go racing, we're going to have GTPs, LMP2s, and GT3 Pros all being asked to share the racetrack.
This is one of the circuits out there that get a bad reputation, David, for being one of these concrete paradises that you look around and say, well, you've got acres of runoff area, so there shouldn't really be that much need for a safety car out there, because you've got all that time to go and gather the car back up. But you still do see it, where cars do find the barriers around this track. It's not uncommon for it to happen around the circuit of the Americas, but it will be a little bit concerning for some of these drivers out there, knowing that, you know, if they do get it wrong and a car does find itself wrong place, wrong time, a safety car can be thrown out overall.
Yeah, I think through the S's as well, you're going with so much speed there. If we get, you know, some contact between some cars as GTPs are trying to lap or anything, or you bounce across those very, very stout apex curbs, and the walls are pretty close through the S's there. In some of the big stopping zones in a straight line, the wall is so far beyond the braking zone that it's tough to find it. But racing drivers can be very, very, very creative, and you never say never.
No, I find that racing drivers are often the best rules lawyers you could possibly find out there. If you've got a rule book, just hand it over to a racing driver and they will look for each and every single loophole they can find to try and give themselves a little bit of an advantage. That's why we love motorsport so much, because everyone is pushing everything to the absolute limit. We just saw the weather conditions there on the bottom right of your screen, indicating that we are now moving towards the afternoon. And if we go through the full time length distance in terms of what we got, I do expect that this race, it might just tick over into the night, and they'll be definitely looking at this circuit a little bit differently once the sun starts setting as they look on through, because weather forecast is based on yesterday's conditions of the 31st of January. So that's what they're all looking to line up into, and that's what they're all trying to manage. Now, they will have to make that fair share. In fact, as we just switch over into the warm-up, we switch to about 8:30 in the morning here, which is the fun way of dealing with it. A light fog over the track now at the moment as they look to gear themselves up, but just looking over the weather conditions to about 12:30, it doesn't look like there is any rain forecast on the horizon. So just a little bit of a foggy start, just to give them the last little bit of adjustment that is needed. And this is what you love about getting ready here. All these cars are hoping that they've got a little bit of an extra something that gives them the run. But let's take the moment to look at the pole lap overall set by Daniel Alves Lorenco and the Borisov Plus competition team up over the top of the hill here, David. And really, this is about driving perfection.
Yeah, so just far enough behind the car in front that it really doesn't affect you too much. You're just so precise. Committed's a word overused in sort of motorsport, but it's the precision there. You're sewing with the needle through that part of the racetrack, just trying to get very, very close, but not on top of any of the apex curbs. And then after that, it's when it becomes a little bit more about, you know, your bravery and your commitment and braking late and all of that. So BS competition at the very far end. So diving in relatively tight, straightening the car up on the exit to then run up through the 7 gears from first all the way to 7th. Would have been a bit of a headwind. And again, another braking zone where you're looking to brake super late. fair bit of
See it there as well, David. Just how well you have to be alert. That little flick into third gear, for example, running through, definitely bringing a bit of engine braking into play, going into the arena section, just trying to get as much navigated there. The wheel never truly looking like it's out of control. The car always there on a fine leash there as it runs through. And then those final couple corners, it pretty much set itself up as a lap where you got to try and hunt down the car in front. The slipstream certainly helped, and you know, when you got a car in front that was out there going quick and did just challenge for that pole time, you know that if you find a 10th on the car in front, you're going to be smiling, and they found 2.
Drove it pretty narrow into a couple of those corners as we moved from the GTP pole lap to the LMP2 pole lap, which was fiercely forward. Also driving it pretty narrow into turn 1, these prototype drivers.
This was a much-needed late lap that came in for the session for the fiercely forward purple team, knowing that they were on a very short clock to try and get this lap time turned around. They were so close, of course, to the likes around of what they had to deal with of effect simulation. So the time of Benjamin Frigerio was there to beat, but fiercely forward did exactly what they needed to here, and it was a teamwork combination. This is slightly less in terms of power and downforce that's available. It can run very similar in terms of times, but you're looking at the lap time difference there. They did a 54.1 to get the pole here. We're only talking 5 seconds worth of difference. Now, 5 seconds, it will feel like an eternity for some people, but those 5 seconds, you don't instantly notice it between class category.
So this is where I thought maybe the lap was gone, when their teammate in front had the lock up and a slide and wasn't positioned perfectly to give them a tow, but they made it work. And then at that point, you'll know, okay, I've gained the 1 or 2 tenths of a second that I need on the back straight, but this final sector is so long, so challenging. Heavy braking zones, curved braking zones. It's tough to even see the apex at some of these. And then the track limits at the final 2 corners. You want to throw the car in to the penultimate corner, but if you run wide, your lap is gone. It's this one right here where you're just sort of halfway in thinking, please stick. I've gone in with so much speed. And then similar at the final corner.
Yeah, and then getting over the line and finding that improvement, which was needed by 2 tenths of a second. We then also had the GT3 Pro right at the start of this, and it was a wonderful lap by the gridandgo.com esports IVRA endurance team there. And Dino Lombardi, he used to be part of the Williams esports setup for a number of years, and certainly one of those drivers that Grid and Go would have snapped up in a heartbeat to try and see how well the performance is going to be. And this is all about finding a car that works. They've got Sven Horsa alongside with them in the car, so Grid and Go look very happy with their lineup here today. But Dino, this is just about putting a message to everyone else in that Acura. That was a wonderful qualifying time, and you can see he doesn't overextend the circuit looking to try and attack. He knows what the limitations of the Acura are. He doesn't have to go all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit because he can still carry the same amount of speed running middle of the road there coming up into turn 8.
Yeah, sure can. Quite a few of these laps taking sort of tighter lines to the apex than I would have expected. But, you know, when you're really on your game and you get the most of the car, you're not going to look like you're absolutely tossing it around. It's going to look a little underdone because you've done it perfect, not overdone it.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen, of course, with the Grid and Go team. It's very much a case of play between the lines, and smooth is fast is the way that it's driven. And often as well, you find that the best drivers in the world are also the best fuel savers. And some drivers look at that when they just begin and they just start and they go, that's completely unfair. He can outdrive me in pace and he can outfuel me as well. I've got no chance of winning. Well, what you tend to find is if you take the path of least resistance a little bit better here, David, around all of these circuits, you got the ability to save fuel a bit more because you're more economical, because you're using the track to its best limits.
The number one fuel saving is keeping your minimum speed at the apex high so that you're not, you know, putting fuel into the car to accelerate it and then needing to shave off too much of it. If you can keep your minimum speeds at the apex high, you roll more speed, you burn less fuel.
As simple as that. Some very good qualifying times there we've seen for the poles. These are your starting grids and how they look. So in GTP, it lines up with Daniel Alves Lorenco and the Borussia Plus competition car on pole position. Orion rolling back the years, putting themselves on the front row with Ilka Harpala, who has been stalwart for, we've been speculating, of course, in chat of about 15 years over at Orion. Ruben Polino for P1 Docs finds himself third, and the Williams Esports Academy in fourth position. Movano in the number one car, the championship leading car, are fifth, with Hydro-Race Geodesic Racing in sixth position through Austin Young. It's then fiercely forward in seventh with Dylan Scrivens, and Manatee Racing eighth overall, with Marcus Hamilton and Johan Royer rounding out the top 10. It's then Marshall Hubert in 11th for Apex, and Harrison Lillis 12th for Orbit Drop Bear. GTP will round out with Absolute Motorsports Acelith, just the last car on the 1 second bracket at 13, with Philip Schiff at Manatee, Blake Reynolds at Solpec Precision, and Adam State for WSR Esports Butt Kicker. A little bit of a difference though when we come here, David, to LMP2.
Yeah, so Fiercely Forward was able to break the deadlock up front and get ahead of Effect Simulations with a bit of help from their teammates in the 1-1-3, who still came out of that qualifying session with third. That'll put them on the second row alongside Remy Legrand qualifying Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage into the fourth position. Composite Performance and SRN TFR Alliance went fifth and sixth. And it's a very blue row of the grid here with Hyperion Racing and CRZ SimSport. And it's a little bit more orange with Nix Esports and Maradness M Squad in 9th and 10th. The thinnest class of the race is completed by Nürburgring Esports and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in 11th and 12th.
GT3 Pro, it was nearly 4.5 tenths in the end then, as the gaps came in at the late stage of qualifying for Dino Lombardi and the GridandGo.com VC Esports team. SimRC are there alongside them on the front row. It's then Manatee Racing in third, with WSR Esports Butt Kicker improving late on, with Instinct Mechanic in fifth, and Team PGZ, who find themselves then in that sixth position. Row 4 is housed in GT3 Pro by Dua Esports and Impulse Racing, with the Simify Esports team, the Spanish-based outfit, and WSR Esports Butt Kicker second car with Alexander Davidson rounding out the top 10. You then got the Borussia Plus Competition 289 with Oscar Irene in there in 11th, and Shara Esports in 12th with Chris Shorter putting the times in. Apex Racing team a little down the order. They're 13th with XBD Racing in 14th. Roberto Frieza behind the wheel at the moment, with Delta Sport Sim Shop there, Delta Shop 15th position, and then Drago Racing maybe out of sorts in 16th. Will have work to do over the course of this one, with Acertech Sim Sports 17th, and then Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in 18th position. It is then Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim in 19th, and then the Manatee GT3 effort of Kevin Tavares in 20th, Volta Sim Racing 21st, then the Borussia Plus Turner car there. I was really shocked to see Alexander Voss off of the pace that much. He was a driver who was one of the best in the world once upon a time, and he's down in 22nd. And then you had German simracing.de and Tim Heusenwald, two German-based teams, based there 23rd and 24th. The final three cars are Ace-Tech Simsport Visceral in Olaf Sorshuk, who is there in 25th. Shoma Shintani, surprisingly off the pace for the Williams Esports Academy. And then Riccardo Lamogli there for Absolute Motorsport Acelith in 27th position, which rounds out your field. The checkered flag has just been waved here in warm-up, so that means that we are going to be running over towards the race, and we're looking at what is a very foggy start to racing action here at 9 o'clock in sim time. So the track is only going to heat up, and that fog we're expecting is going to burn away as the racing goes on. No real signs of anything else about that to navigate and deal with, and it's the first time we really actually get to talk about foggy conditions in any sort of real strong light, because with the iRacing weather system in play, were there to have been rain scheduled on the horizon, a foggy track is a nightmare for a drying track, because when you've got foggy conditions, it means that there's a high amount of humidity and nowhere for the water to evaporate.
Yeah, and so hopefully a bit of the breeze can blow the fog away. Track temperature is 18.9 degrees Celsius, relatively cool. We know that GTPs take a lap or two to get some temperature into them. LMP2 and GT3 Pro seem to have found their feet a little quicker in qualifying conditions, at least. To get a good look at all of the lighting across all of the cars, including, for whatever reason, that BMW decided they needed to put LED strip lighting around the big sniffing nostrils of their GTP.
Yeah, they need all the lighting they can to indicate themselves out there, and they are there on the front 2 rows behind the iRacing sedan safety vehicle, which is there at the front of the field, which will be leading them off. There's a little look at some of the GT3 Pros and the Ford Mustang, which sits there with the Michelin tyres on, and of course iRacing's partnership with Michelin to continue to build better and better tyre models here in iRacing. And we're starting to definitely see that now, that the real world teams and the real world companies are looking at sim racing, and they're seeing the benefits of it and how much of a viable alternative it is starting to prove here to the likes of karting, for example, and becoming the next great place to scout the next generation of talent.
I think it's the Hyundai TCR cars. You can change the paint default layout and it changes what brand of tires the car is on. I don't think it has zero physics effect, but it's a paint layer thing. So you can have Michelin's or you can have unbranded tires on that one. We're rolling for this pace lap, and it is still super foggy. I think from the onboards it looks less so, but when you've got a TV camera that's 200 meters away zoomed in, you pick up a whole heap of that fog. And it will clear with 200 laps ahead of us and 7 hours.
They'll be receiving now the final instructions from Casper de Court over in race control, telling them that they've got to leave 3 to 5 seconds between each respective class out there when they go to the start, and there is to be no overlap with the row in front of you. You have to stay within your same row and try and do what you can. A little bit of a wider line there by Ilka Harpala as he looks to try and gear himself back up then towards Daniel Alves Lorenco, who finds himself there in that leading car. There is your LMP2 field, which sits and readies itself then for racing under the control of the fiercely forward purple team. And then as well behind that, we saw Grid & Go and Sim RC over to the front of the GT3 Pro field. But in terms of this race, we've got 200 laps ready to tick off here in the IVRA Endurance Series. This is your Texas 200 here from Austin, Texas, and we are all stoked and ready. The iRacing sedan pace car dies off left into the pits. Let's get ourselves set and situated through the final corner and waiting for that drop of the green flag to say, you know what, it's time to go. Borussen with the position that they want. The green now drops, and on the left-hand side of your screen, they go in your wonderful GTP category. LMP2 just about to set off as well. The big dive into the opening corner. No surprises there that Borussen get what they want. P1 Docs jump up into second, and Williams Academy looking to attack early as here they go.
Perhaps even a little gamesmanship in LMP2, because it looks like Fiercely Forward are trying to lock out a 1-2 through that turn number 1. 3 wide almost from the cars in that group behind. Yeah, being absolutely mugged. Effect Simulations have dropped a whole bunch of spots through that turn 1 as GT3 Pro is also underway through turn 1.
Yeah, and dancing now towards the next section of roads, over to the exit section in your GT3 Pros. They now funnel into single file. There's a massive scramble, and we've already got one around. That looks like the Talk Freak Alliance car that's gone around there, and they won't be too pleased about that. Jason Gerard pointing the wrong way going through that section. I think they might have just done it. In fact, they did, all on their own, being a little bit too aggressive. They did make contact with another car out there, and that would have been a Hyperion racing car of Shane Larson, but at the moment they're all getting themselves together. Larson, a tap on the side, no problems.
Yeah, Hyperion and then CRZ Simsport in LMP2 also losing a couple of positions. Not a whole lot changing in GT3 Pro, but Maniti Racing Red jumping up a spot and into second as LMP2 so fierce in their attack on this opening lap.
It so is, with Maximilian Fritz there making great progress then for his team, the Hydro Geodesic Racing Gold. They're already up, I think, half the places they need to on the opening lap alone. So it's been a wonderful start to this race, and they will look around and say absolutely perfect for what we were hoping for. A nice start, an easy start, but one that they were certainly going to go, you know what, we'll pick up places each and every place they arrive. So one lap starting to be put in the book to your leaders. Remember, it's 200 laps of the race leaders out there, not necessarily to category, so you can run slightly less. It will depend on the laps. Alex Gal we focus on now at the Apex Racing team in your GT3 Pro, eyeing up David Sobrero, who's got by him over the course of this opening lap and has done so well for Visceral Esports.
Pretty intimidating view right here in the middle of the mass of GT3 Pro cars. 27 of them, and I think all 27 are out on track. SRN TFR Alliance hit the pit lane with the damage that they had on their LMP2. Already, I think there's a tiny bit of fuel saving, gamesmanship, other stuff happening amongst all of this here.
Well, it's going to be an important game where we are starting to see, as everyone starts to put themselves into line, they'll look for that rhythm and that momentum and go forward with it. Dino Lombardi then for your gridango.com team, getting what they want off the start, and there is issues there for Benjamin Frigerio there in your LMP2 category, finding himself around at the top of the hill. That would have been turn 9, turn 10, or in fact that would have been coming out of 11 even, where the issues run for them. So that could have been as easy as a spin, and we'll take a look here, diving into the corner, and yeah, just locking it up slightly. Very easy to do, just over tipping the car and not having the downforce there to help.
It could have even been one of those circumstances where the downshifts don't work for you how you'd like, and they kind of, we're in America, wheel hop, or you lock up the rears a little bit through all of that. So could have been a little bit of what we saw. Effect simulations, they were a chance for the pole position, and now they're almost right at the back. This is SRN TFR. They spin, they lock it up, and then as they try to get out of it, I think, is where the contact's made with Hyperion. And that front right, if you'll pardon my Australianism, was pretty bugging.
Yeah, that wasn't great. Andrea Casson also going around for a half spin there, as it was a frantic opening lap, but only for a number of cars here and there, as the 261 we go back to at the moment now looks to eye up third position here on Sim RC. This is Ross McFarlane against Daniel Sommer for position, and Sommer at the moment I think has just got the legs at about 3/4 tenths of a second, grounding through the final corner of the Andretti and back on to start their third lap of the race. So they'll certainly be looking at this going, right, we've got to stay in range, we've got to be alert here to the start, because they've already allowed to saunter off into the distance Nicholas Last and Dino Lombardi, who will be happy with the way this race is going initially. But for McFarlane here, he'll be eyeing up what's the next position and how do I settle into my first stint. Fourth gear, looking for fifth, but we'll just dance on the rev limiter a little bit. They can see the blue indicating please shift the gears, but now dropping down to fourth and running down into third now to get more rotation.
Yeah, so you're settling into your long run now, and then also thinking, when are those nasty GTPs going to come around and try to lap me, because you keep your GT3 Pro pack pretty tight with the way the slipstream's working. Sure, first and second are breaking away a little bit right now, but that first time the GTPs come through can be very, very messy. McFarlane's just a good distance behind his fellow Mustang.
Yeah, that's going to be important to keep in mind, that when you do have the faster category cars moving through, they're going to look forward. Chris Shorter now for Shera Esports, certainly eyeing up where an overtake can be found. And you can sense here, alongside David Sobrero, that it's Sobrero who wants through in the fog and haze. On the brakes, and they start leaning on each other. Hold it, hold it, hold it. And somehow keeping that point in a straight line. It will cost 2 places for Chris Shorter, but he needed to be ragging on that steering wheel each and every way he could. We got side by side in front of that as well. You can see that in the distance there. That's Norbert Leitner and co at Impulse making the pass then on WSR butt kicker, or in fact holding their place. But they are starting to get the elbows out then. They've had a couple laps to go. Okay, we're racing. Now they're racing.
feisty stuff across all classes. What you're seeing is your pole sitter from GTP getting away, your pole sitter from GT3 Pro starting to build a little bit of an advantage. Fiercely forward in LMP2, not quite able to stretch away from their class just yet, but with both of their cars up front, they can do some really, really clever stuff in this race, I'd imagine. And I'm starting to see even just a hint of sun already now.
Well, Sun is going to be fun, and there goes the dive back through then. Alexander Davidson gets his pass in the 216 WSR Esports butt kicker car past Impulse Racing, and that will move them up overall in this race to 33rd, and it will move them just outside the top 5 in terms of that pass. So they'll look at that and go, that's good, we didn't lose that much time in order to make that. And we'll take a look from 9th position, and Jonas Rutten, who is there for Dur Esports, and hoping to try and move on up and take advantage of maybe a little bit of a tame Norbert Leitner at this moment. So there's certainly avenues where they can attack as far as this race goes. 2 cars in the pits already, Hydro Rocher, Desic Racing Black, and the SRN TFI Alliance. And look at that, around the outside, Lucas Perez is looking to try and make that pass. Simify have come to play the game, and they are looking like they are very punchy with what they're able to do, and part of that Spanish sim racing scene, which was led and trailblazed by the likes, of course, of the IVRA team back in the day, moving over to the likes of Obsidian and Co, and now Simify, and still around the outside. Surely it will be settled here for the Lamborghini at the next right.
I didn't know that was possible. I think they just went through their side by side and both of them stayed on the racetrack. I'll clip that one and send it to a couple of drivers. It's going to continue through this next phase. I think the BMW had rights on that one. The two of them tangle. Has to get out of the throttle to not turn the BMW round, and then Visceral's Mercedes is going to try to swoop around the outside of both of them. Well, for a couple of corners, they played nice.
They did, but something's got to give at some point. Someone's got to say, no, I don't want to hold on to it anymore. And ultimately, Lucas Perez is the one who gives up then, as Oscar Irene was really on the defense there. Sobrero picks up both of them then for place as they launch. So an important moment in the race, an important bit of battling. But for the first time, you look right down the front stretch, there will be your leading GTP, which is starting to make that progress. We are fully now into the lapping feature of this one. You'll see it right in the back of shot. He's right there is Danny Alves, but you're looking around and you start to see the mid-pack. Now, this is not the place you want to be aggressive. On board with Danny Alves, Lorenco. Worst place to catch traffic around this circuit, this S's section.
Yeah, the back straight, the front straight, you can just power on around them. But here, it's a continuous sequence of corners, one after the other, switching directions as well. So there's no easy just go around the outside, because quickly that becomes the closing wedge of the inside. It's been pretty good here so far to just leave space to a couple of them. And then how much do you bite off in the braking zone? You bite off 1, apparently. Do you bite off 2? Gee, that was late.
Yeah, steering left very open by XPD Racing there, and Roberto Friesa realizing that there was going to be a car diving for the inside, and so comfortably getting there. The light flash there from one of the GT3 Pros indicating that, yeah, I'll give you the space, go out there and go for it. This is Dylan Scrivens' view from Fiercely Forward Red, hoping that the number 11 car in the middle of an almighty slew is going to try and find a way through. Got a bit of side-by-side actually in the middle of this. They're going to split through. Marshall Hubert we need to look at Apex there, diving through with the Movano at Tsuro car, Movano blue. Marcus Hamilton losing out there to that around the outside. It's blink and you miss stuff. If you're on the wrong side of it anywhere, it's trouble. And once more off the exit, Harrison Lillis will see from Orbit Drop Bear, dealing with a bit of side-by-side in GT3 Pro, having to go around the outside and really mastermind these moves.
The amount of pace they got around the outside there is phenomenal, but things get a little more touch and go in the tighter corners of these left-handers, as the GTP field have a lot of GT3 Pros, 27 of them, to try to clear before they can get back to some clear air. Straight line, you can get a few easily. It's when the corners are continuous that it's super, super tough. We're about to come back around to there once again.
Yeah, and another lap means more GT3 Pros to try and navigate through, as we see the likes then of Dylan Scrivens and co rushing through here the S's section and seeing the clearance that they want. Norbert Tamash held up behind against Norbert Leitner, so no love between two Norberts. They find themselves the time lost. The big lunge down the inside by Dylan Scrivens, not for a move on Simon Callarts there in Movano Rosso colours, but more rather a case of just trying to stay with what's there in front. Each and every car a roadblock in the way that they want to challenge their race. They'd love to race on an even keel, but now trying to go to the outside this time here, dealing with Daniel Sommer and Nicky Lars, as there's Steve McDonald finding out firsthand what makes it difficult with this traffic as the Hydro-Share Desert car gets dumped.
Yeah, so you've got 16 GTPs, all that need to pass 27 GT3 Pros. It's 432 passes in total for this to sort itself out. And then, of course, the LMP2s, pretty quick cars in their own right, one of my favourites. And they are also working their way through a few of the GT3 Pros. And in the case of the replay, we just saw really working their way through them.
Absolutely, I think that might have even been the Nürburgring eSport Schwabenschwanz car that was caught up in that. Fiercely forward, 1 and 2 in that category as things stand, with Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage, the last car on the podium, third position for them currently on lap 7, soon to be lap 8 here of 200. We'll take a little look further back down the field here, as this is Alexander Voss and the Borussen Turner car getting a big hit. The Turner Racing branding there on the side. It's wonderful to see the real world partnership between those two, but the car not looking like it's doing very well early on, and taking that hit would have been a warning shot to them to say you got to still leave a little bit of room up there, as we see the 279 Manatee Racing Team car in full pursuit right now, and hoping that their run is going to be good in their opening stint. So still a long way to go before we hit pit stop cycles out there, because we've only traversed, in terms of time in this race, a full 13 minutes.
Well, it's all conspired to give a little bit more lead to the GT3 Pro leader. It's now 3 seconds that Nicholas Last is behind his class leader, and this is for third and second in GTP. Their class leader is 6 seconds down the road. Behind that, like, okay, in second, third, fourth, super competitive, and in qualifying thinking, oh, it's all BMWs up front. But the fastest Porsches, Cadillacs, Acuras were closer to second place than second place BMW was to the first place BMW. It's about the team and the drivers as well.
It's the combination of both. You can very easily see that a car is quick in terms of a balance of performance and go forward, but alternatively, on the flip side, a car might be very quick in one area and very slow in another, and so maybe it might be a case that, yeah, it's maybe a little bit more highlighted here around the Circuit of the Americas than it is at other circuits around the course of the season.
Massive speeds that these GTPs are getting up to, though. Fastest I'm seeing at the end of the back straight, 294 kilometers an hour, and that is into a pretty whopping headwind as well. So the slipstreaming in that part of the racetrack will be even stronger than it is here on the front straight. It's a little formation at the moment, I think, for second, third, and fourth. It's P1docs.com black car, Ruben Paulino getting ahead of Ilkka Happala in the opening laps here. Happala dropping back into that third and trying to find his rhythm.
Trying to be comfy, but look, they've already lost 6 seconds here to your race leading number 89 car. They're exactly where they want to be at the front, which is dominating proceedings and looking to try and charge in these 200 laps and treating it effectively like a sprint at the moment. Back onto the brakes then, lunging in to the next left-hander, this of turn 11. Turn 12 comes along at the end of this very long up and down back stretch, which is built for overtaking. This is the prime place to get it done, and you can see Paulino there, and now moves over to the left-hand side, trying to shake a bit of draft there off of the Orion Racing car, and Happala throws one down the inside. You could sense the worry from Ruben Paulino, and there goes the move. Happala just says, I'm not going to play games. I've seen this time and time and time again. I'm just going to go, I'm going there, and through he went.
showed his hand too early defensively, and then Happela's like, I'm just waiting and waiting, and at the very last moment, the inside and the apex will be mine. Happela moves back in a second. Paulino a bit on the back foot now to Pablo Espes, who's just climbing over him somewhat, and it looks like fiercely forward red Movano, Rosso, Manidi Racing. Those other cars have gotten a little bit closer here as well. Not much gap in GTP from second through to 8th. The gap is to their race leader, who's now 7 seconds ahead. Daniel Alves Lorenzo is flying along.
Yeah, he certainly is in that number 89 Borussic car as the big lines being taken through Borussic. They've got Ryan Barneveld that they can go to as their next driver. You look around at the Orion race team, number 46. They'll be looking at João Vaz, another, I would say, long-time driver at Orion, who will jump in when the time comes. At P1 Docks, you're looking around at Christian Hildgo as the next driver to jump in along with Ruben Paulino. And then over, of course, at Williams, number 7017, we've got Nathan Moore, who will be their next driver to look in once the pit stop cycles all sort themselves out. So there goes Pablo Espes, who looks around, sees that there's a GT car in front of him with Stephen McDonald, boxes the car in, then in front of them, and knowing that Ruben Paulino needs to find himself every which bit of power, he's got nothing of it, moves over to the left-hand side to immediately attack back. Dylan Scrivens looks at this going, oh, popcorn, I don't really want to be part of this movie though, and decides to lift out of it, but a very clever move by Pablo Espes, sensing opportunity and taking it.
Yeah, with the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing GT3 Pro, the number 262 that we saw in the incident with an LMP2 earlier, that's been to the pit lane and had to get some repairs, and so they're apart from the rest of their GT3 Pro class, and if I believe correctly, a couple laps down to them as well, so they've got no real desire right now to try to hold their ground against the GTPs, but as Paulino was a little cautious to not dive bomb, Pablo Espes said, I have no such qualms, and got down the inside.
Yeah, it was as comfy as you like there in GTP to see that pass, and was wonderfully constructed as well, with the context being that each and every place you gain early doesn't give you much in terms of what you need in the race, but you're always looking to jockey for best position possible, and a pass now is a little bit easier than a pass later on in the race I've always tended to find. But at least right now your leaders all have at least 1.7 seconds in the back pocket at the moment. It's a 3.5-second lead in GT3 Pro. It's nearly an 8-second lead now in GTP itself. So they are certainly looking at each other rather than what's going on at the front of this field. But a long race certainly still to go as we focus second and third now in your GTP category. This is the Manatee Racing Red team with Nicholas Last. We focus here with a 276 of Sim RC with Daniel Sommer behind the wheel, and they're always looking to try and gain what they can. They're a very close-knit group of friends at Sim RC with Ross McFarlane behind, Matteo Victorino in at Team PGZ, Alexander Davidson at WSR, and they've dropped Norbert Leitner in the group. So this is a group of second through to sixth in class, which are all looking around 5 for 2 spaces at the moment. Still don't need to have, I would say, frantic jostling just yet, but they are definitely sighting out everyone and going, okay, where are you best, where are you not best?
And this Mustang GT3 has gone from a bit of a new novelty to racing everywhere around the world, in North America, in Europe. They keep saying they're going to have one in Australia. We'll wait and see, but it's one of the newest GT3s, and it's really getting out there, being raced by a whole bunch of teams. It's a big thing with that really unique rear wing mounting system, and it used to be a really unique way to keep all the body panels on using sticky tape and craft glue, but then they fixed that and most of the body panels stay on now.
Well, that's good news. We did just see the move that was over the top of the hill. Damien Fugenschmidt now side by side scything through. Oh, that's absolutely wonderful against Benjamin Frigerio, who of course had that spin earlier on. Frigerio's not wanting to take this one lying down, lunges back down the inside at 11, but that was wonderfully done, pinning up against the likes of Alexander Pischinger and Maximilian, not Fritz, but Olaf Sorscher to try and get that pass done. That was wonderful bit of driving there in LMP2, but that is an important pass made, and the jumps now becoming more and more important there as CRZ now find themselves up another 2 spots just on this lap alone.
More difficult for the LMP2s to make their pass on GT3 Pro than it is for GTP, because the GTPs have got heaps more horsepower, hybrid power and boost, and the GTPs get to 290 k's an hour at the end of the straight. Sport LMP2s can only manage about 265, so a lot more of their speed advantage happens in the corners than in a straight line, which makes it difficult to complete passes if you're only quicker in the corners. They are still quicker in a straight line, but not by as much of a blazing advantage as those hybrid GTPs.
I wouldn't say it's a massive advantage that they have, but it is still sizable and enough, and you can see it here with Aiden Matthias and the likes of Remy Legrand, who find themselves there, all looking to dive down the hill. Composite Performance now sitting on the back of Dulatrat Automotive by Majors Garage. This for the last spot on the podium here in LMP2. Now, giving that bit of a gap, getting stuck there behind Jonas Rutten in Dirt Esports, and it's so important to remember who dictates the pace in terms of how you overtake. You get some drivers that go out there and want to be aggressive, but what you tend to find is that slowest category of car dictates where you pass.
Ultras weren't sure which way they were going to stick their pass up the road there. On board now with effect simulations. A little beleaguered so far in these opening stints, and there's a few lockups, a bit of smoke at the far end of the racetrack, because I think you've got to car the whole way around potentially.
Lucas Perez. So that would have been your championship leading GT3 Pro that got tipped over by Alex Gall at the Apex Racing team. So let's take a look at this. So Perez's Lamborghini has to leave the door open for the LMP2 to dive through, which is worth keeping in mind. So he can't automatically turn in. Alex Gall goes, there's a gap there, and finds that he's just tagged the rear, and Lucas Perez leaves a bit of smoke back there at turn 11 and won't be best pleased, and there's more dramas.
And more damage to the rear clip on the Geodesic Racing LMP2 here. Maximilian Fritz race Geodesic Racing, and he's still right in amongst all of the chaos, splitting 3 wide, one to the inside, one to the outside.
Wow, how has he kept that one out of the wall? That's a huge tank slapper to go and navigate through. He's done well, and now we've got all 3 categories together now starting to dance this very difficult dance, and we're seeing massive throws over to the inside, and it's just about force your way through. Dylan Scrivens getting aggro there with Maximilian Fritz and Alexander Voss, and Tomas is there, and Simon Kaulat has lost a place now. We are fully in the busy mode on lap 14.
So GTP's lapping LMP2's lapping GT3 Pros, and you know the old saying, it takes 3 to tango. Well, that's how it is now in IVRA Endurance, and getting a couple of these replays and the closing speeds. There's some misjudgment as well. The LMP2s can be really good on the brakes into the slow corners, but not much quicker through the middle of the slow corners, whereas these GTPs are just incredible performance machines.
That here looks like it's game done for that Manatee Red car, because that was second position into turn 1. They pulled over on the side of the road with the damage to the rear clip. Now this might just throw out a little bit of worry for certain teams and drivers then, because we only just got through about 23-25 minutes, which is about halfway through a stint in GTP. That would be certainly changing their strategy games up at the moment when they look around and say, well, can we go and get that tow back to the pit? And it's worth noting as well, this is the IVRA Endurance Series. You do not get a fast repair here. If you break it, you bought it, and there's not much more to go with. Changes have been made now, and that does promote WSR Esports butt kicker now up into second position. They've got through, has Ross McFarlane, on Daniel Sommer and Sim RC.
Gives a near 7-second lead to the GT3 Pro leader as well.
So that will throw the first caution into play, and the field's going to have to be neutralised. The car has immediately dived in That was Remy Legrand at Dulatron Automotive by Major's Garage. There's the culprit, Nicholas Last at Manatee Racing Red, which we did note had the damage at turn 1, pulled it down the bottom of the hill, realised there with their with their black and orange mechanical flag, it wasn't safe for them to go through, so they pulled it off at the side of the road. They declared it to be an unsafe place for it to stop, and as such, there goes the pace car onto circuit, and the advantage of 15 seconds it was for Boris Sud Plus competition is immediately eroded here on lap 15.
Whatever his name is, Barney's cousin who drives the pace car, could do with a tiny bit more training at COTA, because he's only capable of 80 kilometers an hour, even on some of the long straights. He's got incredibly high performance cars behind him, so there was more drama for last. Oh, 3 hits. So didn't that car get hit in the apex of turn 1? It might have been a little bit off, and then he's been run over from behind at the S's as well.
And that will pretty much do that. The rear of the Manatee Red car does not look great. So this is the recovery, trying to get back on the power again, down the hill and trying to recover into play. You can see that Ferrari there, that's the Drago car behind, not necessarily the Ferrari, red colours, but it was contact with Drago that brought it into play. And then everyone around, I think it also got a tag from Alexander Davidson's WSR car. So the Acura then finding itself from pillar to post, it looked like, heading into the S's. Look, just gets completely sideswiped by Drago, tries to return back to the circuit, tagged from behind by WSR, and there goes the clip.
And there goes the left rear suspension as well, which I think is what really stopped them. So Drago Racing taking some pretty drastic evasive action. Yeah, and that's the left rear suspension that gets done, and that's when it can go no further. It's crabbing something fierce. You can't really tell because it's only doing 20 k's an hour there, but the left rear suspension was absolutely damaged, and that thing had taken a few hits a couple of places around to that point, unfortunately.
So a lot of wave rounds coming through for a number of the LMP2 field at the moment. So they're getting put back onto the leading lap of those that lead the category, which is the 2 fiercely forward LMP2s. Purple leads gold out there with Aleix Nahue in for fiercely forward purple and Magnus Nielsen in at fiercely forward gold. So that's going to be important, and these drivers are all going to look around and say, well, what happens when we come in on strategy and make those calls? It's a very large gap for Williams Academy and Co. If you look around at it, they've got to get through 5 GTs out there, GT3 Pros, in order to get to Daniel Alves Lorenco, who leads for the Boris Plus competition team. So all those advantages find themselves wiped out, but you'd say at about the halfway stage of stint out there for a number of teams, and especially with the LMPs out there and the GTPs, they'll be looking around thinking, it might just be in our best interest to come in and pit if it's going to take a bit of time. They're also going to be saving quite a bit of fuel running at 80 kilometers an hour rather than the full top speed they were running of close to 300.
So how about some winners and losers to this point? Well, Williams Esports Academy, like you said, they've moved up to 2nd place in class, having qualified 4th. Fiercely forward red with Dylan Scrivens qualified 7th. They're up to 4th now in GTP, so there's some winners in GTP to this point. Radness M Squad have done pretty well for themselves in LMP2, moving up a couple of spots as well. Then in GT3 Pro, Visceral Esports have gained plenty. WSR Esports Butt Kicker have been perhaps a little lucky. Look at them in 2nd place now, just behind the race leader Dino Lombardi.
So they're getting reminders at the moment that the pit lane is closed at the moment, so we're not going to be seeing anyone jumping in just yet here in this one, lap 15 at 200. The pit lane is closed because they've got to go a full lap around the circuit before the pit lane then opens. They'll be receiving their instructions from Casper de Court, and I think Lucas Perez here might not have got the message here that the pit lane is closed, because he's going to go into a closed pit right now and take some service. So this is going to be, I think, a little ding for the championship leaders in the category, seeing that they're down in the pit. That is not ideal to enter a closed pit.
No, we're certainly going to need to get up to speed on some penalties at some point. So you've got Maniti Racing Red in there who towed, but you've got Simify who just drove into the pit lane and into their pit stall. Unrelated, but some good news about this racetrack. There's 60 pit stalls for 55 cars, so no sharing necessary here. Some other pit lanes that don't have as many pit stalls, and you do need to get more familiar with your neighbours.
We certainly do. Waiting for the entire field to go through then is Perez before he is allowed to go back out there. Effectively a red light down there at the end of the pits, but the field pretty much finding itself settled out. There have been some great drives in there at the moment. You know, the likes then of Aiden Matthias is someone whose their pit exit has now been declared open, so that Huracan GT3 can now exit the pits and go forward. So that just shows you how far that you've got in a bit of trouble, but ultimately they're trying to make that stop now in order to gain that time back a little bit later on. But this is one of the slowest laps out there under safety car that they have around here. We often see that sometimes it goes over to about 100, 110 sometimes we see in terms of safety car speeds, but at the moment it's definitely going to cool these tyres down and really put them in an interesting position. Would they know that they've got the pit exit now open? I reckon here we're going to see pretty much everybody dive in from your GTP field. In fact, it's so late on right now, at about half an hour we've already gone through in this race. I reckon everyone's going to dive in at this point. I think the pit's going to be a hive of activity by the time they all dive in.
I think we have gone far enough into this that you're thinking, all right, here's an opportunity for a cheap pit stop, not here's a way to throw away a bunch of track positions. So, yeah, from all classes, I can see plenty of people thinking now is a good time to pit. So, wow, there are quite a few penalties. Quite a few penalties.
And we'll keep an eye on those.
There was nothing in qualifying, I don't think, that netted a penalty. The very first penalties were for overlap with the car ahead before the start-finish line. So Remy Legrand and Matthew Victorino both got 20-second penalties for that. 30 seconds for Jason Girard in LMP2. And a few others as well. And plenty more under review as well. I think Race Control right now are a little busy with the safety car procedures, but then they might look a little more closely and progress some of those other reviews faster.
And correct me here if I'm wrong here, David, but those 20-second penalties are applied post-race?
We have a pit penalty area, and it varies track to track. Here at COTA, it's after the pit stalls, but before the pit exit. So what would happen is teams would come in to their pit stall, do their service, drive down the lane, park and serve the time at the pit exit, and then pull away. Now, if those penalties are given very late in the final stint of the race, I think they can be converted to post-race time.
Yeah, that certainly does look like it, and we're seeing a mixture then of cars thinking about whether they want to go in or whether they don't out there in the improving morning conditions. So a number of drivers coming in. I notice Ilka Harpala is one of them, and I do want to keep a little bit of a close note because I don't know whether Ilka's actually got his rear wing on or not at the moment, which I find even more interesting if he's going down the lane. Look, Ilka Harpala in the Orion car's got no rear wing.
Presumably that's happened under safety car, that there's been a checkup or something that's done damage to him. So that could take some extra time in this pit stall to replace the rear clip. Should be very repairable in these cars. And it's more a question of who's stayed out versus who's pitted in. I think once you've seen that everyone else behind you is pitting, PS Competition at the lead of this race and P1Docs.com Black might be not quite as happy with their decision because everyone else gets to fill up their fuel, put new tyres on, and maybe put a new rear clip on.
I think everyone except BS Plus have come in at the front, with actually maybe the exception of the 8 car. P1 Doc stayed out. So we got only a handful in and a handful out, so they've very much done something different. It is a hive down there as they all wait for pit exit to open. It has just been opened as everybody now gets themselves the opportunities out. So who won and who lost, I think, is now going to be the big game. So Espes then for Williams, then followed by Movano Rosso, Instinct, Visceral, and Huisingveld. Hydra Race, yeah, this is a long time. Look at that. Ilka Harpala is going to be there for a long time. Crucially, it's not black and orange mechanical damage there in terms of what they're having to serve, but they know that the pit window here is long, and it's a long pace lap, so they will take as much time as they need to get that rear wing back on and going again. And what a shock that is for Orion, who qualified well. Harpala stays in the car, no surprise, but they're going to take as much time as they can to get that repaired, so they're back in fighting condition.
Yeah, suspension looks fine. Most of it looks fine to me, except just the lack of the rear wing and BMW's distinctive tail lights. And so my understanding is it should be a quick repair, rear clip off, rear clip on. Fun fact right now, Delatraz Automotive, leaders of LMP2, are 5th outright now that every GTP bar 4 of them have pitted. So the LMP2s had yet to go a whole lap down to GTPs. So Delatraz Automotive, they're 4th outright, but we are going to have a class split eventually. But yeah, that's an interesting one to me.
Well, I think they came in right on the call of a caution, so I don't know whether the pit lane was declared as closed for them as they did so. But one of the things you got to remember about this series is that they do like to put their category classes back together again. And so, yes, while they are 5th outright on the road, they are going to lose that 5th outright on the road because all of the GTPs are going to find themselves back into rank and file out there at the moment. So there is Ilka Harpala. So he's out there at the moment. So this might be the replay of where he lost his rear wing. Oh, he goes over the anti-cut curb, and that's going to be the Borusuk car that gets into it from behind. No way of avoiding that. That's the hit. Goodbye clip. It disintegrates into 2 parts, and that's the damage there, which throws it into play. So I think they actually got quite lucky that the safety car came out when it did. Otherwise, they'd have been walking wounded right to their pit stop under green flag conditions.
Definitely damage to the big sniffing nose of the GT3 Pro there as well from BS competition. So a bit of damage done to both cars. BS competition, did they have an extra long stop? Not that I can see. So I think they've come away from that a little more stoutly than the prototype did, as rear clip definitely disintegrated. Bumper went one way and wing plane went the other.
Yep, we're in the resorting process. This is very much an IVRA endurance style of moment. So we'll take a look from Oscar Irene's perspective. Oh, where do you go? You know, you could massively throw the car over to the right and try and avoid that, but when the car sights down the inside like that, where the Orion race team does, grabs the anti-cut curb, which is there to protect the circuit, and then you're trying to find which way do you go. There's only so much that reflex time can deal with, and I think that was quite a telling scenario out there. Now, it looks like we are going to get the SRN TFR Alliance car diving into the pit lane, so they are going to cycle out to the back of the field because they're going to try and get an extra lap or 2 in terms of their pit stop compared to some of their rivals out there, which I think is actually quite a smart decision here. It's a natural way for you to fall out of strategy. You know that the pit lane is open now. You can come in and make that stop. So I think actually it's rather clever by Jason Gerard and the team at SRN and Talk Freak to go, you know what, we're actually going to try something a little bit different here. We're going to go off kilter by a couple laps because that might give us an advantage at the end of the race when we have to take a slightly shorter stop. So we've got some end-of-line penalties now, which are about to be issued here, David.
Yeah, I was just listening to Race Control as well, got them in my ears as they try to sort out the grid, and all your cars that have pitted look like they're just catching the safety car train now.
So Simify sent to the end of the line because they pitted under a closed pit, which is not surprising for what was ending up with them. So they pitted a little bit too early, and so as such, they are demoted right down to the back. And at the moment, I think that's the only thing they're going to give. So Dullatra, I think, may have got away with one.
Yeah, maybe they've gone down.
No, they've got an end of line.
Okay.
So Dullatra, who came in right at the throw of the caution, were trying to be very reactive and do so, but the moment the caution is thrown, the pit lane is declared as closed, I do believe, under the rule book. So for Remy Legrand, who thought he was making a big play there, he doesn't lose too much time. He only goes back to 12th in the line, so it's not a massive loss, but he's still got to do that work of passing 11 cars all over again.
So the biggest penalty that's been given out to this point was for, I think that's SRN TFR, for the way that they released their brakes and caused a collision. So it's 30 seconds of stop and hold for them that they're going to have to serve later. A few 5 seconds out there. But I think it's the next round of stops. I don't think they can serve them under the safety car.
Yeah, and so they'll have to wait for the safety car to dive in before they can serve it. Otherwise, you're effectively getting a cheap penalty out the way, and that, I don't think, is good racing out there. So we'll certainly see those penalties be applied as and when the racing goes on, but at least for the moment, a little bit of changes in strategy out there. Borisud happy with theirs at the front in the number 89 car out there, with P1 Docs in second, Fiercely Forward Red now up to third, and Manatee Racing in fourth. The Williams Esports Academy, first of those who have pitted, they are fifth, and they have fresh tyres to go and work with. The pace car is going to dive in this lap. This is now going to allow the race to restart because everything's in condition. We'll be on lap 19 here of 200 after the first safety car of the race, which was brought out for Nicholas Last and the Manatee Racing Red, a GT3 Pro, which has caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time and took 3 hits in 1 lap. But for Daniel Alves Lorenco, who leads for Borisud Plus, this was a chance for them to save fuel and really extend on this stint and get a long first stint in the back pocket. They've had some lightning pace to start, and they'll feel like that even if there are suboptimals on the strategy, they will be in a very nice position. So watch for that iRacing sedan pace car to dive on left. They will go out of the way, and we'll be back to running on lap 19 here in your Texas 200. Your IVRA Endurance Series continues. Round 3 back on. Bonisud leads us away.
Green flag.
Every LMP2 team pitted. Your top 4 here in GTP did not, but behind them, it's fresh tyres and full tanks of fuel for the rest of the GTP field. So this top 4 are in trouble.
Ruben Paulino off, and so too off in cold conditions. They've got cold tyres as they look to restart. That's going to be the Manatee car that was off, and Bonisud went off as well on the opening corner. So everyone having to tiptoe off of the start of this race because they got cold tyres, cold brakes, and I don't think they were quite woken up to it. All of a sudden, it's on for the overall race lead. You can see P1 Docs absolutely tumbling, and for the race lead, fresh tyres, Williams is going to get themselves off. Got a car beached in the gravel. Chaos on the restart. Danny Alves holds at the moment. We've got all of the black flag penalties clearing. Here comes Pablo Espes for Williams Academy, diving down the inside looking for the race lead. And watch Simon Cowlard try and find a way through. We're going to be 3 wide to 12.
GTP and Bambi on ice on this restart, and hello, the Acura is in the fight, and it looks like BS Competitions BMW has their nose in front. They're all the way to the outside. Movano Rosso backing out of this 3 wide situation and dropping back into that 3rd place as Pablo Espes leads us into the stadium section.
Oh, and again, and there's contact. Round goes Movano out there. Carlos, nothing nothing he could do. A big hit as they went on by. Rears completely locking up there as they went on through, and a massive issue there continues to confound as they look at the heavy element of brakes. It was Austin Young in the Hydro Race Geodesic car taking the slide, and that was a massive hit in the context of this one. LMP2 looks a little bit more put together, but Fiercely Forward Purple are a long way away. My word, what a lap we've just had.
So delicate was the tyre situation of the GTPs that Fiercely Forward Purple passed 3 or 4 GTPs. They just had way more grip, and they've put some GTPs between themselves and the rest of class. It's super close amongst the rest of these LMP2s. Heaven knows what happened in GT3 Pro off that restart. Crit and Go still lead, but the prototypes, just all action off this restart. It looked like everyone thought they were going to have way more grip than they did.
And remember, we were talking about the slow safety car speed, and that, of course, would have really hurt the tyre temperatures side by side as we start seeing here the Nürburgring Esports car trying to desperately battle with CRZ and diving on Demian Hugenschmidt against Marius Rommelfanger. It's Rommelfanger who holds the place and keeps his place on Hugenschmidt, and they got Maximilian Fritz just behind, and Emil Koopmans in for a spec simulation. They've got a driver change done in the pits.
Delatraz making some positions because they got sent end of line on the restart. They're in the middle of this pack as there's contact up front there.
It's really getting dicey here. LMP2 now starts to wake up to what they've got to do, and Hugenschmidt now starts thinking about it. That's another car off. Is that going to be the Fiercely Forward machine that's found itself in trouble in GTP? That could potentially be huge in terms of what they're looking for out there. So dramas each and everywhere they go. Hugenschmidt's got his move in LMP2, but Fiercely Forward Red, that's Dylan Scrivens, who has had himself an issue going through the final section. He's now behind the Solpec Precision car. That puts them 8th.
Pablo Aspes gets to a 2-second lead of class from BS competition, and dramas in GT3 Pro, of course there's got to be, as there is in the other classes as well.
It's the Team Hoisingveld car that's gone around there, so they've really got to battle back and keep themselves pointed steady. Just one safety car has created a whole, I would say, Pandora's box of troubles out here on this restart. Ross McFarlane's still second.
LMP2 has a slowdown. There's a slowdown for second in LMP2.
That's composite. So Carter Kundinger, who has just got in behind the car, has had to slow it down. And because of that, they have just allowed through Fiercely Forward Gold. So there goes the pass, and there goes around was that Dulatrar going around?
Yeah, again, so much drama for that team. Incredible pace, but always in some drama by the looks of things.
Well, there was a car just coming out of the pits there. I think they got caught with. It's Johan Rier, who I think's just gone straight into them there. The Fast Repair Motorsport GTP has just completely tagged the side. So that's going to be huge then. GTP against LMP2, which, mind you, would have been 4th position.
I see 10 more incidents under review on Race Control's sheet, and a lot of that's going to be from that lap from the restart, but it hasn't stopped from there. So we take a look at what on earth happened. Well, second place loses it.
First place lost it on his own. And then there's Philip Schiff as well, here for Manatee, who found himself in a menagerie of problems here. Look, loses the back end. The rear tyres, they're completely cold. It's keeping it absolutely put on. It was like a grease slick there at turn 1. Oh.
Absolute car park for GT3 Pro. That's coming to the race restart. They've come to a complete stop. My oh my.
Well,
that's come to a complete stop.
Kevin Tavares there getting caught up in that, the 278. So we'll take a look at that. All of that. Where do you go? You're all expecting a nice restart. Tavares then takes a secondary tap. And that's just the sort of thing that you find on any autobahn or freeway or motorway or major road out there when you get a lot of traffic. Someone hits the brakes and it creates a chain reaction.
You've got to look 5 cars further up the road, and the thing is, if you overlap another car on the restart, you'll get a penalty for that. So everyone's trying to avoid doing that, and so they stay nose to tail rather than ducking out of line, and then they make contact with each other, and then apparently their tyres are cold too as well.
Volpe having a spin, and along with Drago having their own moment. Shane Larson going through the smoke. Oh, massive tank. That's the one that we saw in the barriers there. Shane Larson's Hyperion car getting all caught up in all sorts of trouble. And this is Thibaut Breveau up the hill, finding out his troubles then early on as he looked to try and navigate through. So he tried to get the power down, and then when he tried to get a bucket load of power, it looked like the car just decided, no, you're going to go around, mate.
Well, you had the Lamborghini there, and there's a whole bunch of evasive action, and I think he might have got hit from behind as he slowed up to go around the spun Lamborghini.
That's trouble, and a big spin for Carter Kundinger in the composite performance at Dallara, and this is trial by fire for him.
Well, he was second, then there was a slowdown, then he was third, and now he's eighth.
Yeah, he's really dropped back. He struggled. We just were looking away from what happened with Adam State, who lost it all on his own up at the top of the crash, too eager to put the power down. He had to hold the brakes and wait for everybody to go by. Secondary issue for Andreas Fink after all of the trouble that he had to navigate his way through. Back steps out for him in the Lamborghini, and he just jumps over the curb and puts a nice little trick in for that. There's the Boris Turner car, Alexander Vaughn. Oh, trying to catch a slide, ran out of road with the Manatee car behind, so he took a massive hit and was able to get going. Through all of this, no safety car, mind you. And Eric Enders here for Huisingveld there with the Ford Mustang, just too heavy over the curb, compression damping the rear, and never having any grip with contact patches up in the air.
So I'm just checking, I'm looking at the weather, and it says the track is dry.
Yes, the tyres are just cold.
There's Remy Legrand's issue, so many of them in just a few laps off of this restart. Johan Royer then goes on to have this problem.
This was literally 5 seconds ago. We've just seen that. And Simon Cowlart, into the side goes the Movano car out there. So the Movano Rosso getting a massive hit with what looks like the 62 geodesic car of Austin Young, who's been involved in here, there, and everything on the restart. So this has been a big old restart for the context of this race. Meanwhile, there's just been a pass for third overall as Marius Rommelfanger has lost out to Damien Hugenschmidt. So Hugenschmidt now through into third position with Maximilian Fritz watching on here this battle for the final spot on LMP2's podium.
It's a great time to be fiercely forward purple, leading that class by 8 seconds, oblivious, not entirely, to all of the drama taking place. The teammates just a little bit behind them in that second place, and then right here you've got third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
All sat there, all waiting, all realising here on lap 24 of 200 that the craziest 5 minutes of the IVRA season so far have just come and gone, and now's the opportunity to settle down. The tyres will now have temperature. They will have the ability now to have confidence in the grip of the car turning in and around, and so they will now go out there and really look to attack over this next run. So we've got some split strategy in and around now that's worth keeping in mind. That's a double take into the corner, and that will open up the door then from Rommelfanger over towards Maximilian Fritz, who hopes to try and get through. They've also got Andoni Ng, who is there behind for Nix Esports, who have stayed really quiet over the first stage of the race, and they might want to try and just quietly put their hand into the fire and say, I kind of want some places as well. Please, may I pull out an overtake or two?
The winner of this race is going to be whichever team's name we don't say until lap 50.
Lap 50? Try lap 150, David.
I think by that point, I'm hoping that it all settles down a little bit more. Perhaps naively, perhaps foolishly. Can't help but notice that those new tyres actually do seem like a pretty good thing for the GTP race leader, because Lo Espes, Williams Esports Academy, and now getting ahead of BS Competition, who didn't stop, Fiercely Ford Red, who didn't stop, dropping down somewhat. So everyone who didn't stop on that safety car it has taken good advantage from it.
It's worth noting, though, we are in the lapping process now once again for your GTPs, and Daniel Alves Lourenco's natural pace is keeping him very much in play here with Pablo Espes, who leads. We focus on this now. Little bit caught up goes Lourenco on Jordan Lebois for Scuderia Volpe, so could get through. But a reminder, though, that Riccardo Lamogli wasn't as easy either for Pablo Espes. So Espes only has 0.6 of a second, maybe a little bit less, onto the back stretch and driving on back on the most northern section of this circuit, dropping down on this southwesterly run as they head towards turn 12. And how many cars can you clear? Answer is stay well out of the way. Oh, it's going to get close. That was the Academy car of Williams there, which was driven by Shoma Shintani, that they had to try and get by. So it was important for Dani Alves to jump on through, knowing that Pablo Espes here is pretty much in runaway mode.
The answer to how many cars you can outbrake is all of them right up until your teammate, who leaves you plenty of space. So that's nice. Again, it's 400-ish passes that need to be made for all of the GTPs to filter past the GT3 Pros. You get a little bit more time and a little bit more space after the restart than you do on the initial race start, because the GT3s actually start about a minute behind the GTPs initially, whereas they're all one line in the restart after a safety car. It takes a lap longer or so for the prototypes to get around to lapping the GT3 Pros in this situation. And then a few of the GT3 Pros have run into each other and spread themselves out a little bit more than we saw at the initial race start too.
We have seen quite a bit of carnage there, and here's Alex Gal, who is under an immense amount of pressure there from the German simracing.de by ACV car of Alexander Pischinger, who is there trying to get himself into play. Through goes Simon Kaularts, that breaks it up a little bit. They've also got the Visceral Esports IVRA Endurance 297 of Olaf Sorjuk, who is there looking around and thinking, well, that's going to be a slightly concerning little battle in front. So everywhere you go, they are forming into these tiny little battle packs, and it's all right when you get one on their own. It's very easy and predictable. When you start to get 2, 3 that you have to run through, when it's all grouped up just after a safety car like we've had, it does become a little fragmented, a little bit more difficult to go through, and we see a little bit of separation.
Here's our groups running into that headwind on the back straight, so you really should get a good tow in GT3 cars. End of straight speeds are pretty modest, if I'm honest, about 250 k's an hour. You think they ought to be capable of a tiny bit more than that. They do sort of 280 down Conrad Straight at Mount Panorama. But that headwind and maybe the length of the straight diminished by the fact that it's a very slow corner that leads onto it as well.
Yeah, you got to build up that momentum again and really look to charge forward for it. And there's the search by Gal, hoping to get the Apex car through and jumping a place on Visceral, but not able to manage that. Sorjuk is just holding his ground at the moment, and they're knowing that they've got a bit of a gap here to Team Hoistingveld's 248 car out there at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what the time difference was. 207.4 by Eric Enders, Sorjuk 207.7, so they only lost 3/10 with all the cars trying to rush on through. And there down the inside goes Adam State in the WSR Esports butt kicker GTP, diving through, and there's contact behind. Round is going to go Alexander Pischinger, who tagged the back of Alex Gal.
Look at how quick the wind blows the smoke away, but plenty of it happens when these cars are spun around or get sideways.
So easy to happen. We see it so often here in this race. It's just everyone is just waiting for the wind direction to change, and it doesn't, and the issue's there. Take a look here for Alexander Pischinger, and this is how quickly it goes wrong. So he's just slightly more aggressive into the corner. There's a tiny check-up for the car there, and the Simify car takes a little cop for it as well, the Lamborghini. So never out of the wars there is Lucas Perret. But that was pretty telling in terms of the context of this one. A little bit further up the order, though, is this three-car battle, which is led by Impulse Racing and Norbert Leitner. You've got Oscar Irene there behind, along with Jonas Rutten, who's there for Dur Esports. So these three right now, this is for 5th, 6th and 7th in class, and WSR at the moment have 2 cars on the GT3 Pro podium.
The blue, white and black's in fashion, isn't it? But it's 3 different marks there. The BMW, Ford and McLaren. A few other Fords tiny bit further up the road as well. Pitches out just in behind 3rd place WSR Esports Butt Kicker, 2nd place WSR Esports Butt Kicker 2. But Acura from Grid and Go VC Esports leads the way in the GT3 Pro field right now. Now, just like in GTP, GT3 Pro also had a split in strategy when we got to that safety car. This is the class of car that goes the longest on a stint. It's got the biggest tank, so quite a few of them saw that relatively early safety car and went, not going to stay out. And that is from 1st to about 7th. It's in 8th place that you've got the highest running car in GT3 Pro that loaded up on fuel and took new tyres. So I think strategically, Visceral Esports in 8th and Instinct Mechanic Racing in 9th, in a pretty good position on their strategy. What they are is approaching 10 to 15 seconds behind some of these other cars here.
Yeah, and they've got that's David Sobrero's car at the moment, and David on his day is someone who is lightning quick and can go out there and really mastermind a challenge. But here comes the run off the exit of turn 11, now down the hill and up the hill and down the hill again towards turn number 12. As you can see, Rene up at 230 kilometers an hour. I would be interested to see what speed he hits in his BMW, only 248, and he's lifting early off with the power as he lightly brakes and goes through. I reckon he's actually trying to get a little bit of fuel saving done here, stuck in behind Norbert Leitner. If he can't make the move, he might want even another extra lap out there to try and mastermind a way around the rivals. The way to win a race like this in endurance sometimes is to minimize pit lane delta.
Yeah, and again, these are cars that haven't stopped yet, so they're trying to take this first stint really, really long. And if you can put your large BMW behind an even larger Ford Mustang on the straights, an opportunity for BS Competition and Oscar Arena to try to save some fuel. Dur Esports, I suspect, doing something a little bit similar. It looks like settling into a race rhythm here for 5th, 6th and 7th. A little bit slower than the cars in front in 3rd and 4th, missing a couple of tenths of a second compared to them. But if it leads to one less pit stop in the race compared to some of those cars behind them that have already made one, I think that's what you've got to do to try to get level with everyone who benefited from the safety car.
Yeah, you're always trying to look to gain the biggest advantage you can, and I just saw that time at the top of GTP flick to about 0.3 of a second, now a quarter of a second, as Dani Alves Lorenco continues to stay close to Pablo Espes. You'd be forgiven for thinking here between these two drivers out there at the moment that it is, of course, Pablo Espes on the old tyres, and on the new tyres it is Daniel Alves. It's actually the opposite. Daniel Alves on the old tyres is finding himself on the aggressive run against the Williams Esports Academy driver there, the number 77. So a real difference maker out there. The cold tyre cycle really caught them out on the restart, but now this is the pressure cooker for Pablo Espes, a driver who has been there and done it at pretty much every level. I remember seeing him do wonderfully in some MX5 League racing out there, and he was very, very strong with the basic principles of driving right up to the pointy end. And so when you take that through the run through on the GT side of looking at driving, how do you take those principles from, say, when you start your iRacing career in an MX5, for example, and then translate that over to something like these GTPs?
Well, we all know that the Mazda MX-5 is the absolute peak and pinnacle of sports car racing, and everything else is just a feeder category. But there is always something from driving one car that teaches you a technique that you can take and have in your toolkit for driving a different car. I think It's really a good thing to be flexible across a couple of different cars, and sometimes if one car doesn't drive at all like another car, it teaches you something, and once you've learned that, you're a more flexible driver, more able to react, more able to find pace in different ways and with different driving styles depending on what's required of you. This is the 30th lap of the stint for this BS competition, BMW though, so I wonder how much longer it goes, even with all the fuel saved with the safety car. I don't think it goes a whole much longer than 35 laps, surely.
No, it's definitely not got a bottomless fuel tank. We'll say that much for a starter. They've got to work out when's the right time for it, and are they just happy to sit on the back, because then they can pack horse load the car back up again and go attack with a bit of clean air if they can manage it. So that'll be important. Bit of traffic they've got though on the exit of 2 will be Roberto Friesa's XPD Racing GT3, which they navigate comfortably away around, but at the moment they are really building the gap here to Movano Azzurro in 3rd. That's now 6 seconds to Marcus Hamilton, and Marshall Huber is a further 2 seconds back of that. And believe it or not, Orion have got themselves all the way back into 5th place.
With a 3-minute pit stop. I just had to look at a different timing screen to check that their pit stop was in fact 3 minutes to replace that rear wing. It was, but they didn't lose a lap behind the safety car. Then the class split put them back to what would have been about the tail of GTP. 4 or 5 GTPs went off the road. Ilkka Happala is right back in his element, happy with the amount of rear downforce he's got. Driven his way up into 5th place. I like that from Orion race team, and if they come away with a podium today, that's definitely got to be something we remember, that they took a 3-minute pit stop to put a new rear whole everything on.
A 3-minute pit stop and still maintain the lead lap and still come away with a podium. That would be huge for them, and rather that for them it happened early rather than late in a race like this. Lots of traffic now, and this will also include LMP2 traffic, because that's Carter Kundinger for composite performance that they're going to have to try and get by. Espes will get the clearance into turn 19. The clearance on the exit by Lorenko is going to come along, because he's now going to dive into the pit. So that was the call. You hit a little bit of a heavy spot of traffic. Perfect time. 78 kilometers an hour down on the lane. You can see the lights flashing, indicating he is. So in comes Bottasud to make their first pit stop.
Well, we see the other GTPs that haven't stopped yet as well. Pablo Espes now comfortably in the lead of the race with 5 seconds over everyone who's on the same strategy as him. But look at this amount of traffic. Not a bad call from BS Competition. Fiercely forward red, Dylan Scrivens is also in. So I think that's just about as far as the starting fuel would take any of the GTPs. Careful, Pablo.
Pablo, it's very dicey through there right now. Just nowhere to go. Stuck behind Olaf Sorsha and also Emil Koopmans there for effect simulations. You had Lucas Perret in there. You got Thibaut Prevost. You've got to try and get through all of that. Mitchell Johnson for the Miranda's M squad's in there. It's as cloudy as you like there. You go through and remember how it was 6 seconds that the margin was there for Williams over Movano Azzurro. It's now down to 3.
More penalties coming in, and the biggest is 60 seconds for the 205, which is XPD Racing GT3. Leaves a very large gap approaching the restart, accelerates and then brakes heavily, causing a concertina collision behind. XPD Racing have been given a 60-second stop and go for driving erratically at the restart and in race control's view, causing that 4-5 car pileup we saw before the final corner on the restart.
It's what we call a sizable penalty, and a penalty that does justify the means, all things considered, here in this one as we focus on Pablo Espes and the Williams Esports Academy trying to slice and dice their way through both types of lap traffic at this moment in time. So there is certainly a lot they have to do. I have noticed that the Nürburgring Esports Schwalbenschwanz team have just come in to make a pit stop, and they've got a driver change done as well. So Dennis Weicker is now going to be in behind the wheel.
Yep, That's the driver change on the 187. They've also got 10 seconds of penalty to serve, so that happens after their pit stall, before the pit exit. They're going to come to a halt again and presumably serve the 10 seconds that Marius Rommelfanger has graciously gifted to his teammate Vicker.
We'll keep an eye on that as all of that continues. Espes running through the field, and that gap now down to just 2 seconds. So yes, the can report that the Nürburgring Sports Schwabenschwanz team have just taken their 10 seconds, and they will be allowed to go again once they have counted to 10 very nicely and off and away. Here's Maximilian Fritz. This one also out there is going to be important for them because they're now in 6th position at the moment. That down through the inside is Martial Hubert, who's trying to get through on the Dulatrat Automotive by Major's Garage team. Remy Legrand blinking away a little bit, has to be concerned about that, but at least at the moment it's now about next place here, next place there, where can I find my ways to go through, and Marcus Hamilton really getting held up now because Hubert is right there trying to find a way through on Anthony in the Nix Esports car, just around the corner. So everywhere you look, it's starting to become important. It's now not a race for the lead, it's a race for second in your GTP category. And everywhere we got cars now looking at where do we come in and make stops, because diving in is David Sobrero for Visceral.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on that. You've got a whole bunch of other GT3 Pros that haven't stopped yet. They're only on 30 laps completed at the moment, and they've got bigger tanks. It's risky, dicey moves happening, but we are going to see more of the GT3 Pros make stops shortly.
Well, it's safe to say that we are firmly in a big window of endurance-style racing at the moment. The chase on here for car 33, Marcus Hamilton, who has just lost the place to Martial Hubert and the Apex Racing team, managing that with a wonderful move around the outside of Big Red, turn 1, and either side, has to be noted, of Norbert Leitner. So the Impulse Racing car, not much he could do. I would say it was a classy overtake by Hubert, the Frenchman.
These cars that stopped underneath the safety car are now cycling forward in GTP, and it includes that Movano Azzurro car going to 3rd in class, 3rd outright, just behind Marshall Hubert and the Apex Racing team. So certainly for a while your championship leaders in that number 33 car were sort of outside of the top 10. We had the safety car, we had a little bit of kick-off, now we've had a few more pit stops happen. They find themselves in 3rd. Their teammates are not too far behind.
No, I wouldn't say they're a mile behind in terms of what they're looking at. And of course, there is a long road to be driven in this series. You're all looking around and saying, right, what's next for us? How do we tackle the next 10 laps or so as we look to try and charge? This is a tough battle that we've been seeing out there. But at least for the moment, the next chase then is going to be of the next cars which are there. Movano Rosso, of course, we've seen in P10. Behind them is Manatee Black, who dived down in, and a caution is out. So just as we're getting a hefty amount of pitters coming in, they won't be caught out, will they? I hope not, but we have a caution out there.
Yeah, just as a whole heap of GTPs came in.
Wow. I am not sure what's thrown that out, because I've just looked around the entire field and I've seen nothing, which indicates it might be Chris Shorter, actually, that might be the context that we're looking for, because he takes a big tap. Oh, it's a hefty hit into the barriers. It's a sickening shot, actually, as he goes in behind the grandstand. And the 215 car is the one that gets caught out in all of it, and that is the straw that breaks the camel's back. And on lap 35, we're in for a second caution.
Taking a look at it again, now trying to pass through the S's is a tough thing, and I'm not sure there was ever really space for that. I did say perhaps an hour or so ago that that's one of the places where the walls are closest to the racetrack is through the S's, so it didn't take much at that speed for Chris Shorter to go all the way to the wall with a really, really big impact. So did those GTP teams anticipate the yellow? Because a few came in that I thought didn't necessarily need to, like Maniti Racing Black, but they just, they saw Barney the flagman's finger getting twitchy.
They might have done it. It might have been that the crew saw, oh, there's a big car off and stop. Please, quick, dive in before the pit lane closed. So there is always a question of, and I think there's got to be some reasonable doubt as well. You go when the caution is thrown. I think if you're on the pit entrance line, you should be allowed to go and pit. So I think that everyone who was looking around it thinking, oh, there's going to be a caution here, you know, you have only seconds to react to say, can you come in or can you not? But what this does is it neutralizes the field. Borisud, who got their pit stop in a little bit earlier, I think are very fortunate in and around what they were hoping for. Otherwise, they would have been right there with Williams and Apex and Movano Atsura if they wanted to try and realign their strategies potentially in line with what they're doing. But I think this comes a little bit too quickly from what we've already seen, and I wouldn't put it past to say some drivers go to stay out. We'll take a little look at pit crew there, who seem, oh yeah, we'll have a good look at that and say there's strategy to be had. But it does bring the field back together again, and once more it is a case of about 15 laps or so that they managed to get through 2 cycles of the field before the caution gets thrown.
Yeah, so does help BS competition for sure, and everyone who didn't stop the first caution and had just stopped now get some of their time back at the second caution. The shoes on the other foot. Do these other cars pit again under this caution, or do they look to stay out now?
Well, the pit lane's closed, isn't it, until it's declared open?
Well, yeah, but they'll be thinking about what to do. It's a question for them now.
I definitely say it's a question. It does also reinforce what's going on out there at the moment, because I'm looking around at some of the cars who are out there, and the Fiercely Forward team, you look at the gap technically is a minute 29, because Magnus Nilsson caught the leader at just the wrong time in the lapping process. He will be able to get back around with a wave around, but Fiercely Forward Purple at the moment, I would say, will feel very happy with what they've done. In fact, both Fiercely Forwards, I think, have done well. And actually, over the stint, it's CRZ in LMP2 who I think have been, or who have had, the best run at the moment. They find themselves now third in class, and I think they've got there on just pure pace.
So interesting. The think on your feet strategy that these cautions bring to the racing. You can sort of plot out what's best pace for the tyres, how much fuel is worth saving to save some pit stop time, how much fuel is worth saving to try to cut out a pit stop. And you don't rip up all of that, because those factors then stay constant in the back half of the race, but your sort of starting point of your working really changes in this early part of the race. We saw it split decision making in GT3 Pro, we saw it split decision making in GTP. The class that it didn't change a whole lot was LMP2, where everyone stopped. On board that safety car right now as race control untangle that which 17 or 18 green flag laps of racing had tangled.
Yeah, it's very much like a bowl of spaghetti at the moment. We've got to try and get it nice and straightened out so that we're all okay for the next stages of racing that we've got. So really, you're looking around, and I think the GT3 Pro is interesting in what it's sort of conjured up at the moment, because Grid and Go have been the dominant team at the front through Dino Lombardi, but you're looking around, WSR have got 2 cars there in the likes of Ross McFarlane and Alexander Davidson, so they could really coordinate off this start. And you're looking around at the sort of teams that are there. The one team that's made the biggest progress so far in the entire field is that Williams Esports Academy GT3 with Shoma Shintani behind the wheel. They hadn't really made too much out there, and then they got all of the result that they want. They got Stefan Jelvik, who can go in behind the wheel after Shoma Shintani. So after Hjelvik, I think when you're sitting down and looking at it, they've made great progress, and all bar a couple cars at the moment are in a fantastic position where they can work. I think the only car down in the pits with substantial damage is the Scherer Esports 215. So they've got the black and orange mechanical flag, so if they can get that sorted, we're good. Outside of that, 54 runners.
Yeah, so GT3 Pro gets really interesting right now with the top 6 that haven't made any pit stops in this race yet, and then 7th place that has the opportunity to stay out, while you really expect that top 6 to be thinking about pit entry when they can.
I'd say they were right on the limit there in terms of what they were hoping for on the strategy, and this second caution I think comes at a good time for them to just say, we'll take it cheap. We'll lose a little bit of track position for it, for making this stop. We'd much rather have made that stop under green, but you know, you still take it. You get the chance to move it back together again, and you say, look, we're down a little bit, but if the numbers all add up, and you know, we've managed to go 36 laps going through, they're looking at what, a 5-stop strategy from here? 5-6?
Because you've only got 8 sets of tires, so you realistically can't just stop and throw new tires at every opportunity, particularly in the prototype classes. GT3 Pro obviously run longer on a set because they run longer on fuel. Is pit entry open, or are we still...
I think we're still waiting for the declaration of it.
Hang on, we're not going green, not going green.
So here's what happens. They extend the caution out, and they extend it to a length of 21 laps until a green flag, just for a little bit of reference, ladies and gentlemen. So there's absolutely no chance that our safety car driver is going to go into the pits earlier than declared, but they just make sure that it's extended so that the pit cycle is done, and then, and only then, they will look around. I think they will then look to say that the pit exit then is open, and then once they go around and get that sorted, pit lane then is also there. So this is right in a window where we're expecting a number of drivers to be a little bit short in terms of the fuel numbers that they have, and so they'll be a little bit grateful that they're able to coast around a bit longer, but they'll be definitely there'll be a couple people out there, a couple teams who are staring at that fuel tank going, come on, please, we need to go, we need to pit. You know, it's almost like you sat there waiting, and you know that you got to go, and there's no opportunities for you to. So they're all just sitting there waiting. Come on, we need to pit.
Still listening to race control. There would be a few teams thinking it's high time to make their stops, save a whole lot at this speed. Pit entry will be open this time by, says race control, and then we will learn an awful lot.
We certainly will. We will learn quite a bit out there. I am always a big fan of the liveries. I do love the way that the Duracell sponsorship's there on the Williams Esports Academy car. It's not just any old battery they've put on there. They've put a hulking big D battery up on the top of that car to say, right, we're going to have massive amounts of power in our GTP.
Saw a very interesting battery the other day. Was slightly smaller than a AAA, but it was 12 volts. I was like, that's a lot of volts for a little thing, and inside of it is actually like 6 button batteries all mashed together for a weird particular type of remote that apparently won't work off of 3 volts and 2 AA's like a TV remote. It needs heaps and heaps of voltage. So that was a fun little battery that I found the other day. It was an Energizer.
One of those batteries that looks like, you know, you put 6 together and you know, you wrap it up like it's, you know, do you get Love Heart sweets over in Australia?
Me personally, or do we have them? Because both.
Do you have them?
Yeah.
It's kind of like having that, like a pack of Love Hearts, but you got it in a battery form.
Yeah, got stacked lots of little ones for the ceiling fan remote to work for whatever reason. So, coming through the final sector, I wonder, this is XPD, what they got a 60-second penalty for, so they're leaving a pretty big gap to the car in front. There was a checkup already that seems like it happened just as they accelerated to close their gap. But they got 60 seconds for that.
There was a huge checkup in front of them anyway, and they did leave a bit of a gap. So it's the question of at what point along the train do you say that's there? So that's the gap that they've got.
Before that.
Oh, yeah, and so they come along to the scene, and they're already checking up. They're almost stopped in front of it. I think the reason why that he takes the penalty there is because there's such a massive gap that is left, and you've got the time to react to it. It could be a bit more controllable. Now in comes Williams Academy, so they're going to fall in line, and almost everybody is going to dive in, with the exception of Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, who are going to stay out there and inherit the race lead of the race. So now it's going to be interesting. For those who are just tuning in for the first time, wondering why we are, or were talking about batteries, we were just very enamored with Williams Esports Academy and their livery for a moment, but we're fully in the pit stop window, and almost everyone has decided to come in. The likes of Absolute Motorsport, Hydro Race Share, Desic has decided to stay out. Volta Sim Racing have stayed out there, but they're 8 laps down. So I would say Absolute Motorsport Acelith will take the lead then in your GT3 Pros, and the LMP2s look like they're in a certain situation because everyone's in that category as well, it looks like.
I think the way to go in LMP2 is just, stop every single cycle. Now remember, there's only 12 cars in LMP2. Pit exit's closed and we're all going to come to a stop there. So your track position's less critical, because if you lose all of your track position in GT3 Pro, you might go from 5th to 27th. But in LMP2, is thinking, I'm going to go from 2nd to 12th. In fact, I think, someone's bumper's just come off in pit lane there. There's been a conflagration in pit lane. But with fewer cars in LMP2, the track position's less important. So when you balance, saving pit stop time versus losing track position, it's a lot easier to just say, I'm going to give away my track position to try to save pit stop time in LMP2, and then everyone does it, and you don't actually lose much track position in the end anyway. So what's happened on pit lane?
I'm looking at the cars. Norbert Leitner doesn't have a great car. Gabby Montoro doesn't look great. And there might be Simone Pisoni as well, who might not be the happiest driver in the world. So it looks like it's happened a little bit in the middle, so to speak. And that's what's caught them out. So worth keeping an eye on those drivers to see where the checkup in the pits happened, because it's a unique pit system here in the IVRA Endurance system. You can't just leave the pits after you've had it and cause chaos. You have to wait for the pit exit to open again, and so what you tend to get is that sort of 2008 Formula 1 World Championship race at Canada where Lewis Hamilton runs into the back of Kimi Räikkönen.
Vivid in my memory still. Yeah, they were pretty good last time around about all, waiting in line and exiting smoothly, and in the grand scheme of things there shouldn't be too much rush because they're all going to catch the train of the safety car anyway. So once you've got your spot in the queue, there's not too much to worry about.
And that's often the issue as well. So we'll take a look from the back of Simone Pisoni. He has to slow it up, and he's a little bit early on the slow up. The Simify car goes into the back, and then it's a chain reaction there, and you look around at it and you go, that's not what we were planning. That was not great. So here's how they've all cycled out. Orbit, Drop Bear, now your leaders in class overall. Harrison Lillis behind the wheel, but they've done one stop. So too for Blake Reynolds at Solpac, who's second. And then the car that we've been expecting to be quickest all day, Danny Alves Lorenco for Borisov Plus Competition in third position. Philip Kraus has got behind the wheel at Hydro Share Odessa, because we focus on Norbert Leitner's perspective of this. Look, this is what happens. Hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes. Didn't hit the brakes enough.
the annoying thing is that's happened just after you've left your pit stall as well. So someone lost their bumper, and it's happened just after you've made your pit stop instead of just before, which is kind of what Orion Racing had, where they lost their rear wing and then there's a safety car and then they got to fix it behind the safety car.
Yeah, it's a very long lap to go and get themselves back into position, and I think that is rather telling in terms of the way that that's all gone. But to put it back into perspective then for the teams, and we've seen a lot of driver changes now come into play in category. So Philip Kraus at Hydro Race Desik is currently in behind the wheel, expecting Johan Bruyere to just jump into the pits right now. Balázs Toroji in a Manatee Racing Black, Nathan Moore at the Williams Esports Academy, Marcus Scheuholm is there for Apex Racing Team, Tanguy Bilon for Movano at Suro, João Vaz now in at Orion, and P1 Docs now have Christian Hildgo in behind the wheel, and Movano Rosso put Loic Marchand in behind the wheel. Absolute Motorsport Acelith put in Ricardo Schiavon in there. Adam State remains in car at the moment. Fiercely Forward Purple, they've got driver changes on at the moment as Manatee Racing Black take an end-of-line penalty in the 78. Bartholomew Oldworth in behind the wheel for them, and Morten Augustsson, is in for Fiercely Forward Gold as the Borussen Turner car dives into the pits. Nico Schiffer in at CRZ. No change at Nix, but Frank Schmitz comes in for Hydro Geodesic Gold out there at the moment. Outside of that, I wouldn't say there's been anything dramatic in LMP2 for driver changes.
So your GTPs that didn't stop this time, that race leader Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, BS Competition in third. Solpec had stopped, I think, just before the caution as well. Hydro-Race Geodesic Racing, similar. Fiercely Forward Red, Manidi Racing had stopped just before the caution. Everyone else stopped under the caution. So you've got cars that stopped 4, 6, 7 laps ago, and they're between everyone who's just stopped and your leader Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter stopped with the first safety car but are not stopping with the second safety car.
No, and I think that was rather important here to know that we've got a little bit of split strategy out there. Oskari Karkinen in at Team PGZ, for example, at the moment. Simify are in the pits at the moment with Gabby Montoro now behind the wheel. We will be going green this time by, and it's worth noting that the gridandgo.com esports endurance car is about middle of the pack then for those who pitted. WSI Esports Butt Kicker 261, they've now put Lucas Lindqvist in behind the wheel, taking over from Ross McFarlane out there. So that's a change of driver for them. And just looking back behind a little down the order, Kazuki Fujita is in at Visceral Esports, Simone Pisoni in at SimRC, Ethan Critchley for the second of the WSR Esports Butt Kicker cars. Hjelvik is in at Williams Esports Academy, so Stefan Hjelvik is there. Jan Sikowski in at Team Huisingveld is in play with Jan Scholz at GermanSimRacing.de. Gerard Sardone Sires in at XBD. Kevin Tavares we've already seen in the car. Marlon Dushek in at Manatee Racing Red. And then just looking down the order, Jonah Langner is in at Scherer Esports and Andreas Fink at Volta Sim Racing. So that's the final section, but Orbit Drop Bear in play at the moment, and that Orbit team have been quietly working, David, in terms of what they've been looking to put together. Been really proud to see what they've been able to do.
What everyone's going to have to mind is how cold their tyres are. So I think the race leader's already trying to drag the brakes a little bit, put a little bit more temperature in, but with this many laps behind the safety car at 80 kilometers an hour, they will be very cold all through the prototypes.
just been reminded here that their tyres will be cold at the restart. They will go as one group here, single file, and they cannot overtake until they pass the start line here around this circuit. We are heading to a restart on lap 40 here of 200, which is 1/5 of the distance through this race. We've done an hour and a half's worth of time, an hour and 35 minutes. So in comes the pace car. Harrison Lillis in control of the field. Blake Reynolds, the former Oval Pro Stripe, behind him, and Daniel Alves Lorenco in third position. At what point do you choose to make that launch? There goes Harrison Lillis, and we are back underway here at Circuit of the Americas. Watch out for this defense then for second place. Reynolds hard to the defense on the inside. How cold are the tires? They run in through the opening corner. They're just about enough. Okay, round goes your race leader, and suddenly it all changes again. Reynolds leads with Solpeck.
Little contact amongst GTPs behind as well. A little couple more puffs of smoke up here because way off the road. One of the GTPs is dropping down on BS competition.
Yeah, so that was contact with Philip Kraus at Hydro-Sheo Desi. No, yes it was, but it was gone already by Daniel Alves. So Kraus will feel a little bit hard done by that hit as he went through. So dramas again on the cold tyres on the restart then. It's going to take them 2 or 3 laps to get into a window. And another one goes on the top. That's Movano Rosso.
Well, these LMP2s are firing up better. Look at this. They're passing GTPs. Delatraz Automotive puts a couple more GTPs behind them. Your new race leader, Blake Reynolds from Solpeck Precision Racing, is just leaving. He's like, I need temperature.
Well, he's desperate for it, and I don't blame him at this moment. Dylan Scrivens behind him in second. Norbert Tomasz at Manatee in third, and then Nathan Moore in fourth position. Then you got Shohom, who is there in fifth position for the Apex Racing Team, and Tungai Bilon for Movano Atsuro in sixth. We've been talking about it over and over again. It's the story of the race. Crazy on the restart. LMP2 looking interesting right now as Augustin has found his way through a Nico Schiffer for position. And look out in your GT3 Pro. Philip Kraus around again for Hydro-Sheo Desic. Lemogli leading, of course, for Absolute Motorsport. Apex following with Alex Gal, and then Visceral with a good start at the moment. David Sombrero, watch out in front.
Fiercely forward, Redco to lead. Dylan Scrivens to the lead of the races. Turn 1 on the restart. The GTP leader looped it on the cold tyres. They're starting to build a little bit more temperature. And the fight's on with these GTP leaders right now. Solpeck Precision Racing came from 15th on the grid to lead this race. And it's not any strategy trickery. They pitted 6 laps ago and put fuel in that car.
No, there's no trickery about it. It's just the way that they're driving. And actually, we've got another car diving in. Black flags all getting cleared now at the moment as we go backwards in towards there for just the briefest moment. GT3 Pro, but back up towards the front. We focus with Norbert Tomasz and the Manatee Racing 17 car because they look behind. That's Suhom, who's looking to try and find a way through. The Apex Racing Team 99 that won the opening round of the championship at Motegi, looking to try and get back into form and position and would love to find themselves up on the podium here. This would be a move for that move to go to third place, but they now find themselves with a bit more confidence once again, and they charge down the hill to turn 12.
Scrivens found himself with enough of an advantage there that he didn't need to look in the mirrors down the back straight to worry about Blake Reynolds anymore. Reynolds still needs to keep an eye on his mirrors at these fighting Porsches of Maniti and Apex, and a look at what's going to be a pretty, I think, embarrassing restart there for Orbit. Drop there.
And this is the issue. The 89 have just changed drivers to Ryan Barneveld as they came in. They lost it going down the hill at turn 2. Philip Kraus had nowhere to go. And Daniel Alves Lorenco, who was piloting at the time, second time he's been caught out with the cold conditions on the cold tyres. Here's Loic Marchand's issue out there. So he's coming through this very slow section up over the top of the hill. And is it? Yeah, he's just put the power down slightly too early. And he's very lucky he's not caught anyone else. He has just let that car slide, finds the access road, tries to get it back out going again, and he's at the back of the LMP2s with all of the work that needed to be done.
Now 2 green flag laps since the restart. They really should be back to having temperature and pressures and all of that now, and we can get racing, which involves getting around that XPD racing car that I imagine may have served their penalty, hence why they're so far out of position with the rest of the GT3 Pros. I'm going to check on that.
Yeah, they look very out of sync here with everyone else. Gerard Sardonnay-Sainz, who is there at this point and trying to stay out of the way of a very electric field led by Dylan Scrivens and the fiercely forward red team. We were talking about how 8 teams were pretty much in the running, so to speak, for Championship League coming out of round 3 overall. I'd say we're going to have even more in the mixture coming out of it now with just how shaken up this has been. Here comes Norbert Tamash, close to the back of Blake Reynolds, hoping to find a pass and not able to just yet, but patience will be personified and it will prevail at some point with a race that has been pretty much strategy driven out there, and everyone's been keeping an eye. Dulatrar lead in LMP2, fiercely forward second in that one with Bartholomew Aldworth in the fiercely forward purple car, and then Absolute Acelith find themselves in a very nice position with a number of cars trying to make progress through, including the favourites out there in your GT3 Pro, which is gridandgo.com esports IVRA Endurance, which is piloted by Dino Lombardi out there. We focus with Manatee Racing in the race on for second position, and fiercely forward starting to stretch their legs slightly.
In this class, Fast Repair Motorsports got a 5-second penalty, and now they've got to stop and go, and it's for failing to, it's a 5-second rule violation. Now, I've got to assume that means they dropped some food on the floor, and when they picked it up again and ate it, they didn't say 5-second rule. That would be a violation.
I would say that is one way of interpreting the rules. Yes, it might be that. Norbert Tamash then on board as he runs through the middle sector. You always got to keep an eye on these penalties because they all have to be served, and you have to keep your eyes on a swivel for who's got what, because it's not going to come up in game. It's going to be something that you see out there over the course of the race that they will hold over to the inside, and that's why you've got to have one eye out there on the track and the other eye's got to be on the penalty sheet each and every time that they go. But this is their chance now to settle back into rhythm and find themselves with a really nice run now as they look by an LMP2. Dennis Viker is now finding himself in the midst of it. The Nürburgring Esports Schraubensschranz team now sees that they're all around him, and Jason Gerard here, who's about 3 laps down, is trying to get himself involved. That's Morten Orgerson, who has found himself the way through and has got the pass. So too has Nico Schiffer gone through, and Frank Schmidt. So it's been a horrible lap for the 1.817.
This is why you serve your penalties early, because there are a couple of cars in here that have already served penalties. Then a second safety car comes around, and you are right back in the fight. What fight it is in LMP2 with some contact.
Oh, it's big.
With more contact.
It's big. Dennis Viker gets turned after that contact. No way for Morten Orgerson to steer out of it, and that would have been a massive jump scare for him at the apex, because that is one of the few corners. It's so wide as you enter it, it's almost blind.
The action simply never stops.
What?
Continues here behind, appearing behind SRN.
That was simply put a very scary moment, and it could have been so much more out there on track. So they got away with it. This is Viker's look. So he takes the hit. Now he's just got to pray for a gap. Pray for a gap. Too late. Orgerson takes the hit there for fiercely forward, and that front, he's going to hope, has stayed in some form of a line out there and works for them. There's the composite performance car of Carter Kundinger, who is there and hoping to bring himself in play, but Orgerson's still stuck in there behind. Gerard's made his way through. Shane Larson's really profiteered out of all of that as well, and so places being made out on circuit. This is the battle though between Nico Schiffer and also Frank Schmidt for position. So this is for 4th place overall in category. Hydro Race Share, Desic Racing Gold and CRZ Simsport.
The way it all went with that race restart, a few of the GTPs really struggling on their cold tyres, while the LMP2s fired theirs up quicker, and let Delatraz Automotive put a couple of GTPs between themselves and the rest of their class here. That's what gives them the lead that they've got at the moment. And it's a good thing to have a lead over the rest of the LMP2 class because of how they've been going about their racing. If you can be aloof to all of this, head and shoulders clear of all of the banging and barging and fighting and dive bombing and trying to elbow some room, then you can focus on your own race, and that will really, really help you if this becomes a long run.
And that's what they're hoping for, a long run, because we've had 2 half stints effectively over the course of this race so far, and not really a chance to settle into the full strategy rhythm that we have seen in this series so far. So there's still a lot of work which is left to be done, and chasing along up the hill is the Apex Racing Team 99 and Marcus Soyham, who is there and hoping to try and keep himself with eyes on the podium on lap 45 here of 200. In the background goes Orion, and Zhao Vaz throws a haymaker down the inside, staggers as he threw it, and as such, back through goes Nathan Moore. He will now jump himself into position, and he has certainly done a wonderful job of that. We got such amazing racing going on here at the Circuit of the Americas. Each and every way you look, each and every category, it is very much an unpredictable endurance race, and one that we love seeing each and every time it comes to us here with RaceSpotTV. We're going to take this opportunity right now to jump on with RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion. You've got so many different cars, so many different categories, and all the most amazing engine noise.
Bringing you RaceSpotTV coverage of the Texas 200 in the IVRA Endurance Series. Continue green flag racing. GTP is trying to cut their way through some of the traffic. Dramatic on the 2 safety car restarts that we've had. The tyres have gone stone cold on this new top class of prototypes. GT3 Pros are the most numerous category though. Their racing has been incredibly exciting. LMP2, just 12 cars will not be outdone. They want part of the action as well. Lorenzo, you've been watching on. It's been so much to take in as over 50 cars go to battle at Circuit of the Americas.
Absolutely. It's been a roller coaster of emotions in this race. Fortunately, the attrition rate, I think, wasn't as big as it was in Sebring. Thankfully, of course, the track is wide, even though some of the turns are a little bit more tricky than Sebring. But we're seeing so many confusions on the restarts because of the cold tires and 4+ minute laps, so it makes it a little bit more confusing for the drivers to keep up that tire temperature. So it makes these strategy games much more interesting as we already wrap basically our first quarter of this race. There's still a few laps left, but still basically all done.
Looking at Orion Race Team 46, was driven by Ilka Happala, now driven by Zhao Vaz, and miracle of miracles for them, a 3-minute rear wing change coincided perfectly with a safety car. They stayed on the lead lap and briefly were inside of the top 3 positions. You look at how much fuel they have on board. They've got more than the top 3 out on track as well, so they still could be net 3rd position as they try to stick with Williams Esports Academy, who've pulled away from them a little bit, try to fend off Movano Azuro, where Tanguy Billion has recently got in, and that Acura ARX is now over the rear wing that hopefully is going to stay on for Orion Race Team 46's BMW.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, surprising to see the Azuro Movano car back in 7th place, struggling a little bit comparison to the other rounds, or normally would be up in the front, as we're watching Norbert Tomas defending from the Apex Porsche down in the back straight, the long back straight that you have here at Coda. But Apex for now just trying to save fuel, playing the fuel game for now, and try to stretch it out their stint a little bit longer.
There's a way to look at it where this Apex Racing Team Porsche in blue might be your net race leader, because it's 16 laps since the last stop for Fiercely Forward Red out front, 13 laps since the last stop for Solpec Precision Racing, and 17 laps since the last stop for Maniti here in green. It's just 10 laps since Apex Racing Team stopped underneath the last safety car. They're carrying more fuel than the 3 cars in front of them that are only a couple of seconds in front of them, half a second to Maniti, another 1.5 seconds to Solpec, another 1.5 seconds to Fiercely Forward Red leading the way. Having gotten through all of the GT3 Pros, there's finally a little bit more clear track for GTPs, and probably also a little bit less frantic looking in the mirrors for GT3 Pros. Eventually, it all comes back around again. Weather, of course, a constant change across the 7 hours that this 200-lap race will fit within. Start at 18 degrees Celsius on the track, foggy conditions. Now the sun is out, the track temperature is climbing to 24 Celsius. What has stayed consistent is a gusting 25 to 30 kilometer an hour wind from the southwest. As we look to GT3 Pro, big day for our Corvette fans as Absolute Motorsport Asalith lead the way. And one of the GT3 Pros that didn't stop underneath the last safety car when almost everyone else did. But they stopped underneath the first safety car when quite a few didn't. So mix and match the strategy. Not bad from Asalith to get themselves this beautiful clear track and the leader GT3 Pro for the moment. Apex Racing Team in second on the same strategy. It's Visceral in third that have got more fuel on board than first and second. I think if I wanted to be one of any of this top 4, I'd probably pick Visceral there in third, and this is the leader of LMP2, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Dallas Automotive by Major's Garage still leading the pack, one of the leaders in the standings so far. They're second in the standings, 7 points behind the Fiercely Forward 113 team, which is not the second place. They're down in 7th right now in the current standings. So every point right now that 188 the need in this championship in a tightly contested LMP2 field, this pack category of sorts, if you want to call it at that, it's very well welcome, as now we're shifting gears towards Nathan Moore defending from Milka Hapola down the main street.
Yeah, so having seen that Williams Esports Academy car stretch away from Orion a little bit, Orion are now beginning to come back at them again. Ebbs and flows, still a little bit of traffic around, and soon going to get to the LMP2s. I think there's still a few laps before that happens. The LMP2s, meanwhile, are going to get to the GT3 Pro field, and that is when things can become quite messy, because these LMP2s don't have the same horsepower, the same punch down the straight and out of the corners to clear GT3 Pro cars as quickly or as cleanly. And when they're side by side like this, it's even more difficult. CRZ versus Hyperion, I think, is this battle right now in LMP2, and they're going to try to take it side by side again with this long right-hander. CRZ holding the upper hand for the moment.
Yeah, but not for much. I think they're going to be overtaken in the main straight by a dive from Hyperion. And if I'm CB5 right there, when they did the overlap, I would say they would thank the gods right there, because let's be honest, I think if that wasn't an official race or something like that, we could have had some air in them and maybe a potential 3-wide crash.
Both these cars pitted for about the same amount of time. under the last safety car. So same lap, about the same amount of time. 5th and 6th for the moment. Dropping away behind Nix Esports, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, and a few of the other cars further up the road. I think that 100 of Nix have a 20-second penalty coming their way for overlap with CRZ before the start line on the race restart. So when that penalty comes up to be served, it'll benefit both of these cars, and Hyperion are going to really dive bomb down the inside. An incredible amount of lock needed. CRZ go for the over-under and are back ahead on the straight.
You could argue, I think that was basically full lock in the car to try to get it turned around, if you think, right?
Don't think the Dallara P217 has much more lock than that, correct?
Yeah.
CRZ stay ahead despite Hyperion's opportunistic little look. Looking for any other penalties in this class. 113 has 5 seconds for overtaking outside of track limits. So that's fiercely forward gold. And up at the GTP field, it's Acura versus Porsche as Maniti Racing. 78 has a look down the inside of Absolute Motorsport Assalith at the far end of the racetrack.
Yeah, and arguably one of the corners that are, I'm probably going to say, most hated corners in the sim, because it is so hard for you to get it right, as I think Maniti is going to be able to do the overtake on the downhill left-hand turn.
Yeah, Maniti go ahead. Trying to check if that's a lapped car or a car for position. Immediately behind them.
I think that's
doesn't look like Maniti Racing Black or Movano Rossa to me. It looks like it could be the Fast Repair Motorsports GTP that is one lap down to the class leaders, and had a couple of penalties, including the 5-second rule violation.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of racing left, so they can get their lap back, but they cannot put themselves into risk moments, try to do the underlapping, if you want to call it like that, and try to get his lap back from the other cars in the field and potentially get himself another situation. Meanwhile, LMP2 battle once again.
And it's on again between Hyperion and CRZ, and the dive bomb. There's a little bit of contact as they're trying to work their way through the GT3 Pro field as well. CRZ are going to lose out to Hyperion, but the track swaps back the other way, and who gets either side of the BMW to stay ahead? I think CRZ have done very well with that. They're going to try to come back across to block out their bumper cars between the Lamborghini and their other LMP2. Hopefully not too much damage involved there, but this is spinning from BS competition. The BS Turner car loops around.
I wonder if there's any more cars that are involved in the incident as a collateral for now, but you can see the CRZ front left splitter of the car is already very well damaged there, David, so he's going to lose a few kilometers off top speed. You can see right there already a close shot into Ramiro, and definitely the stores are not going to look nicely upon this incident between CRZ and Hyperion.
And Alexander Voss was driving that BS Turner BMW. It cost them 10 seconds and therefore probably about 5 or 6 spots. I think they managed to get that car going again without making too much more contact. You had sort of side-by-side battling from the LMP2s as they tried to work their way past the GT3 Pros. And you go 3 wide. Not everyone has perfect sight of everything that's going on. Sometimes they can drift their line across, or a squeeze can happen in the middle. So Hyperion lose out, and then Lamborghini kind of gets into the rear of BS Turner. Thankfully, everyone avoids them. That only cost 10-11 seconds on that lap to Alexander Voss, not sort of half a minute delayed like might have been possible.
Yeah, absolutely. What I wanted to look is from Volta's perspective on the Lamborghini, right? Because from what it looks, it becomes a 4 wide, it became a 3 wide, and you go into the corner and it makes it a little bit more tricky. As from what it looks like, Door is going to make it on, is that the Visceral a GT3 car that was ran down in the turn as we have a battle for second place.
Yeah, last few laps, Solpec Precision Racing have come under threat from Maniti Racing and Apex Racing teams. They worked their way through the GT3 Pro field again. I wouldn't be surprised if Solpec just got caught up through some of the traffic early on in the lap, now needing to sight their way through as the Porsches close in on second place. And the lead's expanded for the race leader in this class as well. So Fiercely Forward Red have gotten further ahead of Solpec Precision Racing, who I think had just had a bit of a mare through the traffic on this lap. Doesn't look like their pace on the previous lap was poor. They caught the traffic earlier in the lap in some inopportune positions. It's compromised them until now they get to some straighter pieces of the racetrack. Put that Cadillac naturally aspirated V8 power down. One of very, very few naturally aspirated cars running in GTP and hypercar around the world in that rule set. It's almost all turbos until the Aston Martin Valkyrie takes to the racetrack in IMSA in not too long.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see that V12. Give me some V12. Don't get me wrong. I love the V8s.
No, I want to hear and feel that V12. I don't need to see it.
No. I want to feel that as well. Like, I don't mind if it comes to Portimao. I don't mind if it comes to Le Mans. If it's gonna come in Spa. I just want to hear that thing, man, because I think we've been longing for a V12 in racing for the past, what, like 10, 15 years?
Since whenever Sebastian Vettel had that engine failure.
Well, yeah.
See, the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh away. Look how much further Blake Reynolds is ahead of Maniti Racing and Apex Racing team, as Norbert Tomas is not keen to make too many dive bombs through the traffic here. Marcus Soholm is just following him for the moment. Of course, some of these LMP2s now, that's becoming more difficult. Draw Esports McLaren Jonas Rutten, are we about to see another potentially misjudged pass from Hyperion there, I think?
They're gonna have a nightmare in this corner. And I know this corner, it's hellish. You know, if you want to take turn 16, it's basically a blind left-hander hairpin, and it's kind of hard for you to commit on it because you don't know if you should commit or not. So, at these circumstances, if you think you're not going to be able to commit, don't commit. Unfortunately, Hyperion is probably going to get a second penalty on this one.
So this is where it becomes really difficult to cut your way through traffic. You can't really go side by side through these S's. You can try there to just squeak your way through in this part where the racetrack opens up before it gets tight again heading over the hill, and where they fly possibly the world's biggest American flag, the Star Spangled Banner, the Stars and Stripes.
Arguably. It's Texas. They like it to do...
Everything is bigger in Texas, so they say.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, they're not shy to brag about it. I know this much.
And I'm not shy to tell them that Queensland is twice the size of Texas.
That's nice.
This is the pit penalty box. So there's where it is, past all the pit stalls, adjacent to the safety car. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Philip Kraus is serving a penalty. So the number 62, what do they have a penalty for? I'm not reading all of that, but it's like 10 lines.
Yeah,
they hit the curb, turn 5, and then... oh man, no, I can't read all of that.
No. That would be a bedtime story, David. No. Here's the thing. We already are a little bit insane in the brain. We're not gonna lose a few more,
They hit Movano Rosso. I think that's what it says, is that they hit Movano Rosso and caused them to spin.
That's the important bit. They hit someone.
I can't even post that as a YouTube comment. It's too many characters. It's a whole essay of... that's the biggest note to any of the penalties.
Not only that, you wouldn't be able to make a tweet out of it either, I think. You excel the 240 character limit.
Whereas the shortest is just 5-second rule violation.
Yeah.
My oh my, but that's how the penalties get served, is you come into pit lane, you can make your pit stop, and it's after your pit stall, where before the pit exit, you can stop in the naughty kids corner, the penalty box.
Now, here's the question, David. If you didn't get the penalty, like your teammate got it, but you have to serve an the laps, which is Phil Krause's case, does it mean that you're still a naughty boy, or your teammate is a naughty boy?
You're a naughty car, but your teammate owes you one.
Okay, fair. I've always had this question like, are you supposed to be the naughty boy, or like because you inherited that from someone, you're just like shrugging and you're like the innocent bystander has to.
Lorenzo, can I interest you in some battles for 4th position? Top of the screen, GTP. Bottom of the screen, GT3 Pro is quite a train with BS Competition and Scary Rinner leading Drago Racing's Ferrari, Instinct Mechanic Racing's Porsche, Delta Sports Sim Shop's Ford Mustang. They are going to need a couple of spare bits for that splitter. WSR Esports have got their 2 cars then in line behind that, both of them Mustangs. So 3 Mustangs behind this group, being led by the BMW of BS Competition. Everyone in this group pitted 16 laps ago.
Yeah, which is good to know. See a Mustang, a Porsche, I think that's a Ferrari and a BMW battling for positions, chasing each other positions. That would seem just like one-make cars, like just Porsches or other stuff. Sounds like I'm not gonna go into the BOP talk, not BMD. I'm not gonna talk about tanks or military warfare. I'm gonna talk about cars. So BOP, Lorenzo, keep it BOP. Which is good. I'm not gonna say. I think it's well distributed, you know.
Through the S's once again we go. This group, this battle for 4th, spreading out just a little bit. I think that Instinct Mechanic have dropped just a tiny bit further behind BS Competition and Drago Racing. So we've got 3 Mustangs right in behind them. It looks like Miradimus M Squad's LMP2 also trying to get through. Didn't know which way to go there. Got locked in behind one of the Mustangs from WSR. And that one's white and black and the other one's black and white. So that's how you can tell them apart.
I ain't complaining. I'm not complaining at all.
The only problem is that they're behind another white and black Mustang from Delta Sports Sim Shop, who have just a few more red and blue tinges going on with their livery. Instinct Mechanics Porsche runs very wide at the end of the straight, loses 1 position, outbraking themselves there. Now slotting into this wild pack of wild horses. Do you know what wild Australian horses are called?
No.
Brumbies.
Rumpies?
Brumbies. So...
Okay. What's the
now you know.
explanation for that name?
I don't know. I just know that's
Okay.
what they are.
Australian slang. Okay. Oh, I can feel it.
I don't know if it's a particular breed or it's just what you call Australian wild horses.
To be fair, I don't know if in Brazil you have that kind of, slang for horses. As I think everything just got a little bit convoluted in GT3s for the time being.
More LMP2s trying to get past GT3 Pros here. And things are getting interesting for the lead of that GTP as well there. Solpec Precision Racing coming under a little bit more threat in the 2nd and 3rd spots.
Yeah, think that's once again Blake just losing out on quite a lot in the slower traffic and allowing Norbert Tomas to come in and be able to just be on his back lane. The gap, I think, stands at 0.3 of a second between second and third overall.
So here's Solpek's Cadillac as Maniti Racing get closer and closer, able to follow very well through the loaded aerodynamic corners of the S's section there, which will stand them well when we get to trying to slipstream down the straight. This is a look backwards and a good listen at the Cadillac. We need this angle from one of the pit stops if we're going to hear that bump start.
Yeah. But I'd rather hear the V8. I'll take the V8 any time over the hybrid. Don't get me wrong.
They go past Visceral Esports. They're going past Asalith, who've had to stop from the lead at GT3 Pro, which now gives the lead to Visceral Esports, Team PGZ, and Grid and Go as the top three in that category. So a brief short run for the Corvette as the lead of GT3 Pro. This battle for second and third now finds itself almost 8 seconds behind leaders, fiercely forward red. Dylan Scrivens, a little drama for Antti Salminen as he tried to change lines in the middle of the corner as the GT3 Pros went too wide and just lost the rear. So I think he was thinking that he'd try to go around the outside there once he saw them check themselves up. It didn't work out as the changing lines in the middle of the corner for the LMP2 at that speed lost the rear end.
Yeah, and I think he got into contact with one of the cars that I think that was one of the Maniti cars. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't look like he accrued too much damage in that LMP2 car. Meanwhile, I think we're still stuck with this P2 battle and the battle for 7th place in LMP2 with attack accumulations and that's the Fiercely Porter Gold. That is no, that's not the Fiercely Porter Gold. That's composite. Yeah.
Check on the penalties again. So it's 142 and 107 here. Some penalties yet to be served for the 107. Penalties, 20 seconds yet to be served for the 142 as well. So these are two cars that are going to have penalties at their next pit stops. Maniti Racing top of picture, almost getting around and into second place against Solpek Precision Racing. The track direction swaps the other way, and the Maniti Porsche has a wiggle on the way in. Over under, great control, great respect and poise from Solpek not to get in over their head there and just know Maniti had overcooked it, slice back underneath them and go back into second place.
Yeah. Well done by Blake as Maniti's going to come to the pit lane and going to do his service. 29 laps for Norbert Tomas, so he's in the pit stops. I think everybody else in the top three eventually go pit stop. 29 laps for Dylan. Throwing in 26 for Blake, so he's due to a pit stop in a little bit.
Yeah, correct. It means that the GTP race leader is almost due a stop. Solpek aren't going to be too far away from it either. All of the LMP2 cars stopped with the last safety car, so they're all on the same strategy, including Carter Kundinger for composite performance, Emil Koopmans for effect simulations.
By the way, correct me if I'm wrong, David. I could be phasing out or out of my mind in this race, but I think we haven't had a green flag run, full green flag run from start to finish on the GTPs, haven't we? I think we had on the LMP2s, but not the GTPs, right?
Not sure we really had it from the LMP2s, to be honest, either. I don't think we've really had a full sort of 45, 50 minutes green flag run. Both of the early green flag runs were sizable, but not, approaching an hour or anything like that. This is the penalty box for Maniti and Delatraz. It's going to be a pretty busy place, I think, if we get a wave of green flag pit stops. Manuel Sudau is the driver in the number 17 now, and again, I'm not sure I can read the full why they have a 20-second penalty, but slow to respond to the class split instructions.
Is that during the yellow flag procedure from? This has to be, I think, the yellow flag procedure. I think this is the first time I've seen that kind of a penalty being issued during my nearly 5 years commentating here in IVRA. Nearly 5 years commentating here in IVRA. Breaking grounds. I'm gonna call it a data.
No traction, very late in the corner for 298. Guillaume Levesque putting the GT3 Mercedes in the wall, and not what Apex Racing Team would have wanted. It's not like he hit the curb and the car bounced. It was so late on in the corner that as he got to the throttle, it's like he had no traction control or something, and looped it in a very surprising way. It wasn't locking brakes on the way in. It wasn't a slide at the apex. It wasn't even the apex curb disrupting it. Rather odd.
Trying to look into the race control stuff. I think we have only more penalties coming in. The 104 having a 5-second contact with the 295 at turn 15. I think that's the Hyperion car that got the penalty. Yep, it is.
Williams Esports Academy are now third place after a handful of other cars in the GTP class have pitted, following hot on their heels. Orion 46, Fiercely Forward Red, and Apex Racing Team are first and second in this class, getting conveniently around a few more GT3 Pros before you reach the S's, where you really can lose a lot of time if you're caught behind one here. And just as they get to BS competition, they're going to go straight round the outside of them, but so too will Orion Race Team 46. Movano Azuro not too far behind either, where they will get caught behind BS heading up and over the hill. Fiercely Forward are pitting from LMP2, so is CRZ Sim Sport. So maybe reached a point in this green flag run where a bunch of the LMP2 cars are also going to come in. Effect Simulations, Hyperion, a whole swathe of LMP2 cars are on the pit lane right now. CRZ and Hyperion, used to being next to each other, banged doors on the track just a few times. Looks like a driver change for quite a few. It's about time, if your opening drive has been in, it's about time to make a change. We're approaching 1/3 race distance.
And meanwhile, I think we have a major update about the race from what it looks like. I don't know if you mentioned that, but can you see that packed car in the pit lane? Apparently, Blake Reynolds had a connection issue, and Jesse Lyon is now in the car. I think they're going to drop a lap and come back on the track. Unfortunate to see them have that. Meanwhile, CRZ, I think they're taking the penalty for issues they had with the traffic and stuff. But unfortunate to see that happen for Sopak while they were doing so well in this race.
Yeah, they're in that second position that they have now dropped out of. Apex Racing Team going up. Williams Esports moving up to third. Also pushes Orion Racing Team, who we're looking at right here, into fourth. Movano Azuro, the blue car, in fifth. 26 laps in the run now for these cars, so GTP also not too far away from their stops. I think in green flag runs, about 30 laps would be the go for these cars.
And by the way, I think, and I'm just read something. It could be something that Blake mentioned on our YouTube chat. That apparently it wasn't just him in the track that actually dropped. 3 more cars dropped. I saw, I think IVRA Geodesic had a driver swap on the pit lane as well. So I think I don't know if that was the GLMP2 or the GP that had that swap though.
Third, fourth, and fifth from GTP right here, while Fiercely Forward Red leading the race cannot be too far away from needing to stop again. This even could be their in-lap, pardon me. That would send Apex Racing Team to the lead ahead of Williams Esports Academy and Orion Race Team, as the remaining LMP2 cars that haven't stopped yet have to now, Delatraz, go back to the lead of class as everyone else stops. Fiercely Forward Red and Apex Racing Team are both in, so this is about to be your race leader. Williams Esports Academy with Nathan Moore, Orion Race Team with João Vaz, Vano Azuro with Tanguy Bilon. Now leading the race, Williams Esports Academy BMW M Hybrid V8 GTP.
Yeah, and it's interesting how the race kind of like been progressing so far, seeing Nathan Moore in first place, but then it's that fuel battle of things. We still haven't seen a full run of these cars, so we know that the potential net leader would be Apex prior to the a little bit before actually the green flight that we had. You mentioned that, David, but still interesting to see that we still have a fuel strategy while we aim for that lap 100 half points, or not half points, but the halfway points that normally the drivers and teams receive here at IVRA Endurance.
Yeah, I think we might. If they can get to 34 green flag laps, then stopping now gets you to making your next stop just after the halfway, which would be the goal if you're aiming for those points. The race leader was held up a tiny bit, not able through the S's to have enough speed to get around the LMP2, so just had to wait. Let cars behind get even closer. Kota Chivon, Absolute Motorsport Asalith on the lane with their Acura ARX 06, I think it is. I think the 05 was the DPI car, and ARX 06 is their LMDH car.
Yeah, it is the evolution of the DPI, basically, when they made everything GTP with, I think that was right at the time they made the pact with WBC. Because oddly enough, you could say that's an Acura, but at the same time, you could say that's an Alpine. Because I think the chassis is the same, they just run on different engines.
Well, surprise to me. Lorenzo, can you look at Delatraz Automotive's last pit stop? Because Fiercely Forward Purple are now leading LMP2. Perhaps it was the penalty time. It would have been the penalty time for Delatraz. Yes. So Fiercely Forward Purple have gone to the lead of LMP2. Visceral Esports here, a leading GT3 Pro at the moment. Not by a gigantic margin. As you can see, the other Acura of Grid and Go Esports just in behind in second. Team PGZ up third, and you can spot them in the very, very back of picture, but there's not much to separate first and second for the moment. or lap 66. And when the race leader is 0.66666 of the way around this lap, will be 1/3 race distance in the Texas 200 for the IVRA Endurance Series. Swathe of GTP cars come onto pit lane, including your race leader, second place, and third place. All of them will have fuel going in right now, and they all pop up on the jacks for new tyres. Now, the set of tyres they started the race on, and 8 more sets. I don't think that will trouble GTPs. Don't think that will be a problem at all for GT3 Pro. But if LMP2 threw a new set of tyres under every safety car and every stop till the end, they might run out of sets and run out of allowed tyres. This is the gap in the GT3 Pro lead. It's just 2/10 of a second right now. It's slipstream for go behind the race leading Mercedes at the minute.
I was going to ask, as we look from the perspective of the GTP cars coming out of the pit lane, you see Williams at the top of the hill coming down on the other cars. Do you know what's the track condition right now, or if Ramiro can pull us up the track conditions that we have on the track to showcase how much tire saving or tire management the guys have to do? Thank you. Not the hottest track, even though it's clear, nearly clear skies in the Texan skies.
But it's changed from light fog to mostly cloudy to only partly cloudy. And we've had the blend now after that series of pit stops from GTP. So those that had stopped a little bit earlier, now back wheel to wheel with those that we just saw stopped, your top 3. And Maniti ended up pretty close with Apex Racing Team slotted in behind Williams Esports Academy and ahead of Orion Racing Team, with Movano Azuro ending up just a second or so behind. Slightly longer stop from them by the looks of things. But I think almost all of these cars are going to be aiming now to get to that halfway point, lap 100, pick up a couple points there, and then focus on all the way to the end and lap 200. It's a little coincidence that your GTP leaders have just gone past the GT3 Pro leaders. This is Apex Racing Team now all over the back, the BMW of Williams Esports Academy. The tyres will be a bit colder for the BMW. Having stopped 1 or 2 laps earlier, Apex Racing Team will have built that temperature, and we have seen, demonstrated a handful of times, how tricky these GTP cars are before they've got their proper tyre temperature.
Yeah, but we've seen, especially on the restarts, because low temperatures make the cars skid quite a lot, and I know that from experience while driving a Ferrari in other leagues. But what's going to be for me the key topic is how Williams doing a really good stout defense on Apex right now, holding them off. You can even see João Vaz right behind them trying to keep up with these 2 cars in front. So if you battle between, you could even argue that would be offset top 5 of sorts in this race. But Apex, I think at this point cannot save fuel, and they have to go for an overtake here on the back straight.
Down the back straight we go, and I swear I've seen that Apex car looking to save a little bit of fuel, certainly not looking to pass the end of the straight, as Orion are just in behind them, and Solpec back out on track and back off track. So dramas with Blake Reynolds with his internet, dramas with Jesse Lyon and his rear grip in that Cadillac GTP. P1docs.com Black had run long to the lead of this race. Now they have to pit. They enter pit lane. Fiercely Forward Red go back to the lead of the race. 41-second stop, I think, is a little on the short side potentially from Fiercely Forward Red's last stop. Perhaps a slightly tactical short fuel to get them to halfway points. They lead the race, and by 14-15 seconds right now, that could have been actually Pretty clever move if you're trying to bag maximum points. Patrick Wolf leads the race in GTP. Their teammates in fiercely forward LMP2 are just in front of them, leading the class in LMP2. I'm not sure that that's exactly the class leading car, because there are two fiercely forward LMP2s. Could be, though. No, it's not. Look at the number panel. David. And gridandgo.com VC Esports lead GT3 Pro at the minute. But of all three categories, the biggest lead belongs to that fiercely forward BMW. Whenever we go to a replay, Lorenzo, it's not normally for a good thing.
Oh, please. Oh my God.
It's like he put his hand up to apologize. Man. But it was just because of the limit of the steering lock. Not great for Jan Schultz or Hydrodesic. Hydrodesic? Who had to come to a complete stop to not drill straight into him.
Yeah, but
you know that I meant to say hydro raced, geodesic racing.
But you know that that moment where you go like Austin Powers and you know if you should go forward and backwards, that's basically what happened right there. At least in the circuses, you have a little bit of space for you to navigate on the track.
Another replay, and this is, oh, hey, come on. You've blocked my lane, dude. I'll get into reverse gear. Now I've got to get back to first gear. You reckon he flashed the headlights? Unfortunately, though, for Stephen McDonald, he is 3 laps down to his class leader because of earlier issues in this race. So maybe that reduces exactly how frustrated McDonald might have been with that. Karakondinger is 5th in LMP2. He's just ahead of the other fiercely forward LMP2 that we were looking at but not talking about earlier. Morten Agerson is just getting a delicious waft of slipstream, and they'll both be wanting to stay ahead of some of the other LMP2 cars in their class. You can see we're just out of the tow and behind. So you want to extend that advantage, pull further away from Maradness and CRZ. Around the outside of the Corvette of Asalith, both will use their superior downforce and cornering ability to get ahead of the GT3 Pro through the corner. That lap just completed for the two of them. 2/10 quicker for Fiercely Forward, closing in this gap on the top 5 in their class. Second in GTP, appearing larger in their mirrors. And then a handful of other GTP cars are probably going to make life difficult in the next few laps for these LMP2 cars. 6th in GT3 Pro, where there are 27 cars that took the start of the race, and I think 25 still running. Hotly contested category by average I rating, by strength of field. It's actually also the category with the highest rated drivers as well. So while GTP is the quickest cars, there's a lot to like about GT3 Pro, and a lot to respect about the kind of competition they have going on. Scotty Kakkonen, second in class, Team PGZ is pitting, so it's coming around time for some of them to make stops as well if they haven't recently. Delta Sport Sim Shop's Mustang still carrying quite a bit of damage to the bumper, but it hasn't hurt them too much because in the 20 or maybe more minutes since we last checked in on them, they've still got the 2 Mustangs from WSI Esports butt kicker in their rear vision mirrors and cameras. And this is that LMP2 battle as more GTPs work past. Composite are able to hold their position from fiercely forward for the moment. They look like they're different colours, but with a very similar pattern.
Interesting. It's like one car is basically okay, the other car is on an acid trip, if you want to call it that.
A look down the inside with the GTP forming a pick, fiercely forward, get up into 5th position while their teammates still lead class. So that's fiercely forward purple first, fiercely forward gold goes to 5th, and then goes defensive. The inside line all the way to the white line. If Composite Performance are going to come back, it's going to be around the outside at the end of the straight. And now with track position into the twisty bit, I think fiercely forward gold and Morten Agerson might lay claim to trying to hold on to this position. It's 15 seconds further up the road to get to Nix Esports in 4th though.
For now, this fiercely forward car, I think they need all the positions they need to get, basically, right? As they maybe move opposite, try to get closer to the point standings. But of course, they're not the, like I said before, they're not the. I was gonna say they're not the leading car. They actually are the leading car, and Delachaz is not having the best stint so far. Second place, they would rather be leading right now with everything. Close down the 7-point gap they have on that fiercely 400.
Did you know that for the Dallara P217, the rev limiter in 1st to 5th gear is 8,000 RPM, but it's 8,500 in 6th gear?
I didn't know that. I always drove that car and didn't know about this trivia.
I think the last shift light on the dash is actually a little bit before the rev limiter, so they assume you're going to shift with a little bit of leeway to the rev limiter. We've got 3 wide though. Cundinger's trying to strike back on fiercely forward and sandwiched right in the middle. One of the McLarens from GT3 Pro is that German sim racing. It is because they've got the Adler on the side and the Nürburgring on the roof. So Composite go back to 5th. In 6th gear, obviously, you've got no more gears to go. So if you're in the slipstream, you're just going to run all the way to the rev limiter in 6th. Whereas in every other gear, you're gonna shift before you hit the rev limiter. Maybe pretty close, but before you hit the rev limiter.
Interesting. I always thought driven the P217, I always thought the cut was around 8,250 RPM, not at 8,000. But then again, I never tested the cars up to its limits. I'm not those guys that those top level guys that basically go fiddling everything they could fiddle with the car and try to do some wonky stuff. Kind of sends me back into what Sean Kemple from Race Clutch likes to do sometimes. Whenever there's a new build, he tries to find all the intricate things the car can deliver, especially on the new ones or new tracks.
Stops in GTP. Got a whole raft of them in GT3 Pro. Effect Simulations have a meatball flag for the amount of damage they have on their car. Trying to figure out where, why, and how. So they get a better run and then collide with Hyperion and spin into the concrete, ripping half of the front off the car. Emil Koopmans gets a better run over the hill because the car in front was delayed by the traffic, and then maybe his nose goes somewhere it wasn't going to fit, or maybe he got closed off, and that's given big damage to car 107. Race control says that it's moving slowly in the final sector, so they're driving that thing back around. It's not yet, or not going to bring out a safety car, because they haven't damaged the suspension or the engine, but they did take a lot of the front of the car off.
That's not the worst case scenario in this circumstance, as I've seen worse. Well, that's okay. Not the best state for effect. That's definitely having an effect on the car, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
You can see where the brake ducting goes. Rude, cover up. I can see your T-tray. And whatever the fluid reservoirs are there, I think most of them are to do with the brakes. But I'm not smart enough to know. Do these have a washer, or just the wiper and tear-offs for the windshield? The washer reservoir on my parents' car was completely empty the other day, so I went to fill it, and you'd be surprised how many liters of water that can take. It's like 5 liters went in.
Oh god. I thought there would be a moment right there for Emil Goodmans, but now question, what car does your parent have?
It's a Toyota Prius V. I think it's 2014 or 2015.
Okay, so it has one of those big tanks that can fill up the water. Basically makes the splashing of the windshield wiper a little bit easier. My car that me and my wife drive is a Smart Sport 2, and that doesn't work properly sometimes.
Adrian Newey, or perhaps someone else, tells a story that at some point for Formula One, quite a few of the teams, as the pump for the drinks button on the steering wheel, they were using the pump that does windscreen washer stuff, because it's a very simple, very lightweight 12-volt pump that moves, about 50 to 100 mil, in 3 seconds when you push the button. So it was the right part to use to also pump the drinks bottle into a driver's mouth.
Okay. That's an interesting bit of, technology. I've always wondered, it's kind of like I've always got into that line of thought. Do the drivers actually use quite often that water bottle they usually have? Anyway, back to racing.
Yeah, composite run very wide through turn 1, but they get to power well, and it keeps the 6th place fiercely forward car behind them, fiercely forward Gold and Morten Agerson, that battle having gone back and forth a few times between the two of them. In the essence, looks like fiercely forward Gold gain a little bit here. Right up behind Composite Performance. In a straight line, do they have the same advantage? Something to watch out for on the back straight. Big dive down the inside from WSR on the inside of Delta Shop. So a few positions looking to change hands here on the back straight. Fiercely forward are into the slipstream, but Composite Performance get a bit of a slipstream off Maniti's Porsche 963, so that might save them. But they get a little bit of a tow as well. Won't stop Morten Agerson from thinking about it, but not close enough to send a dive down the inside into the braking zone.
Yeah, and with that, they're losing more and more time to... It's not a huge time loss they're getting to Nix, Hydro Race, and most importantly, Delatras. But every time loss that Fiercely for Gold car is getting is just making their race somewhat on a long run a little bit more nerve-wracking. because of the point standings that we have on the halfway points. It's for the 1/3 points that you normally get in this race. For second place in GT3 although you can even argue actually for, is that fourth? Well, they're not far behind.
Well, it's a hot battle for second in GTP with Williams Esports Academy just ahead of Apex Racing Team. Williams Esports Academy came out of their pit stop 10 laps ago, just in front of Apex though. So that's how long this has been going on. Ryan Race Team and Movano Azuro just in the background. Depending on what the traffic does, they seem to get closer and then drop a little further away. You've got Fiercely Forward Red now leading by 15 seconds over this group of 4 cars. And then there's 15 seconds from Movano Azuro in 5th to Movano Rosso in 6th. Lots of traffic. Continuing GT3 Pro battle for Nathan Moore driving the Williams Esports Academy prototype. Try to get through. It's tight and difficult to get past the cars in that previous corner, but now here they open up the legs of the fast high performance prototypes and swallow up 3 or 4 GT3 Pro cars at a time.
Yeah, as now the upper battle is now for 4th and 5th in the LMP standings, GTP standings rather, not for LMP2, as Orion, like you said before, is being chased by Movano Azuro, which lost out a little bit in the traffic in the final corners of the track. Like with the famous traffic gives and traffic takes here at COTA, that third sector is basically, you know, so drenching for drivers, especially if you caught them around turn 16. The time losses can be major for some of these cars, like nearly 2 seconds depending on circumstances.
Orion and Movano nose to tail through the traffic. Ryan Race Team surely going to look down the inside here on what I believe to be the LMP2 leader. And they'll get through comfortably there, and indeed I think that's who it is Fiercely Forward Purple just there. So not too much to worry about for Orion there, but now they look at the next traffic. Am I going to get caught behind this big Ford Mustang? Do I go to the inside? Do I go to the outside? And the answer is they look to go around the outside here. Works out and it gives them the inside to the next corner. Movano will still sense opportunity every time there's lap traffic, and Orion a while wide of the apex there. But in such a slow corner, it's just all about, can you straighten up the car and open your right foot, whether you were on the correct line or whatever the speed you carried through the corner. It all becomes null very quickly with how quickly these cars can accelerate.
Well, one other interesting aspect that we're seeing over here is the shifting of the car ride. You can see beyond basically shifting up the car on I think basically the first blink of the Acura. I know that's a little bit inside the optimal range. I know they say, oh, blink whenever the lights are red, or sometimes the lights are within the first 2 blinks, so they're trying to maximize a little bit in the car acceleration, especially using the draft. But for now, that BMW that being driven by Orion has been very effective, keeping the leading car in the championship away from the track.
I wonder if there's a lot of fuel saving that needs to happen for a couple of these GTPs as well, because looking at the fact that we are 20 laps still. Oh, down the inside and there's contact. SRN gets spun around. Movano Azuro dive down the inside, make contact. There's almost more of it. And Orion copped a little bit of that as well. Get back on racetrack and they stay ahead. The point was going to be, we are 20 laps to go to the halfway. And a lot of these cars are already 14 laps into their fuel. Fiercely Forward Red is, Apex Racing Team is. It's 12 laps in for these cars you've seen on screen. Too much action. Movano Azuro. Okay, so Azuro looked down the inside of Orion. Orion then looked down the inside of SRN. So there's contact between the 2 GTPs first before they get into the LMP2.
Yeah. And you can see there's a little bit of a move from Orion coming into the inside. I don't know if that was already a committed move to the inside coming in from Orion that I think prompted Peggy Beyond to basically go nearly into a dive bomb mode and try to avoid a potential three-way crash between them. So I know the dive was going to happen regardless, but I don't know if that dive on the LMP2 was going to happen because of the initial move that Orion has done. I think if Orion had kept its momentum straight, I think they would have done the dive into the LMP2. That's what I mean.
Will it surprise you to know that it's already on the race control sheet, marked as under review? Cars 33, 46, and 174. So SRN TFR Alliance, the LMP2. Look at another LMP2 of Solpec, just behind Hyperion there, and Jesse Lyon has done that before, at that corner before. It seems like Solpec's Cadillac GTP. Bit of a handful, too much rotation in the slow speed. One of the setup tricks for amateurs is you have a car that is naturally very pointy with, you know, the anti-roll bars and the rake and the toe and everything. But then you set your rear wing to quite a bit so that you've got a lot of rear aerodynamics. So in high speed the car is stable, and in slow speed it's very, very pointy and dynamic. But maybe Solpec had taken that too far, or might still be nursing some damage or something else. They received a 20-second penalty that they have yet to serve for running into the number 18, leaving the pits. Some love with GT3 on board with Drago Racing's Ferrari 296 GT3. They are on the hunt of Delta Sport. We saw Delta Sport lose a position earlier to the other Mustang of one of the WSI Esports butt kicker teams. Drago Racing might be the next, playing carefully with the throttle through the S's to affect the weight distribution that will keep their car stable but allow them to be nimble and change direction quickly through those S's, and also hold their line and avoid contact.
A good job to try to keep the Ferrari straight as well, because I know sometimes trying that Ferrari, it can seem a little bit unstable going through like high speed motions. Well, for any car basically, if you do like, you know, basically fast movements with the wheel, the car's not going to respond, the traction control is going to come pinking in. But a really good chase for GT3 cars for the time being, while we are slowly approaching the 100 lap mark for everybody. I don't think that everybody's going to be able to do that in the GTPs. I think there will be a few cars that are going to do a flash and dash. From the looks of it, I think the only car that might be good until the very end might actually be, if they manage to save it, is the P1 Knox. But even then, I cast my doubts.
Now, there's a split in my mind between how I think that name is meant to be pronounced versus how I really want to pronounce it.
With one, I'd like Marchand?
No, with the Delta Sport Sim Shop driver. I want to say it's Van der Grijp, but I want to say it's Van der Grip.
Ah, yeah. I think I know where you're getting at. I always thought, because from what it looks like, it's basically more of a Dutch name, and I know Dutch names can be quite confusing, hence that lasso. I took that as a source of understanding the Dutch names, but I'm probably gonna go with you and say Van der Grijp.
Let's do that going forward.
I'll stick with my guns. I'll stick with my guns, David. I'll take the fall for you if you want to.
That's good. I don't want to make any Dutch people angry. Movano Rosso, just in front of Manidi Racing, just ahead of P1Docs.com. Up and down race for P1Docs.com Black. They qualified tremendously well on the second row. In reserves, they then made a few positions up, may have led some laps at a point, and then back, had some contact. May have received a penalty or two in the number 8. No, I don't see any for them, so I think it was the contact earlier on that sent them backwards. There might have been another cold tyres victim as well, if I want to stretch my memory a little bit. So it seems like a car that, in the right conditions, in the right hands, has a lot of performance, was strong in qualifying, strong initially in the start of the race. Looks like they're going to try to dive down the inside of Maniti in a place I would not normally expect to see a pass made. Up in the 7th place, P1Docs.com Black.
Courageous move. Normally that move can actually be detrimental to your car. Fortunately for them, it wasn't the case for that one.
I'll take a guess. Maybe Manidi Racing Black is saving some fuel here. P1Docs.com pitted 3 laps later. So maybe if we're looking to lap 100, no saving needed for the number 8, but perhaps some still needed from some of those around them. Taking a look at a replay of SRN TFR, remembering they got hit not long ago. The speaker driving loops it around in the slow corner, has to wait 1, 2, 3 cars before the light goes green for him. The SRN TFR Alliance LMP2 there.
I'll catch up to the Rosso car. Try to see if the stewards did something. NFA for the move in the LMP2s between the 104, which is Hyperion, and 107. From what it looks like, but the other one's still under review, the one we've seen between the GTPs.
Fair enough, because there's a lot to unpack out of that. Between the 3 cars, there's sort of a move and then contact between GTPs and then contact with LMP2s. So the ongoing GTP feuds top of your screen, while in GT3 Pro bottom of your screen. Instinct's Porsche is just ahead of Tour Esports McLaren, just ahead of Drago Racing's Ferrari. Ricardo Rico R driving the 269 296. Is that a new iRacing account for him, or has he had it changed? I think he was always just Ricardo Rico, but now he's got an R at the end, which makes him even racier.
Rico. I don't know. The only way to know would be check his iRating.
So you've got the base Ricardo Rico, then the Ricardo Rico GTI, then the Ricardo Rico R, and that's the highest performance model. And there's a move in front to Esports down the inside of turn 1 on Instinct's mechanics. Hopping the curb is the McLaren, and it takes a second for them to gather it up. Instinct's Mechanic Racing kind of had to just park it and wait a little bit to be able to slot in behind as Door Esports munched a little bit too much of the apex curbs. There is such a thing as too much grilling too much sausage on a Sunday.
Oh, you're making me think about food right now. There's still a long day left. Oh, talking about food, are you going to do a stack before you start watching the broadcast of the Bathurst 12 hours? Because I know you're a Bathurst fan.
I know I'm not there this year for the first time in 4 races, so that's...
Yeah, I know. Which
I gotta not think about that, because I'll actually get really sad if I think about it. But I will have to cook a big breakfast and settle into the couch groove for that one, because it's a great race. Traeger Racing gets super close to Stint Mechanic Racing there. I think that Porsche might be just under a little bit of pressure with all we've seen. It looked very easy for Tour Esports. So they climb, Luka Vuc climbs even more curb. I think the problem that Nils May in the Porsche has got is being a 7,000 I rating driver sandwiched between 10,000 and 9,500. So the rules for the IVRA Endurance Series, minimum of 2 drivers, maximum of 4 is what I think I read. Maybe it's 3 as a minimum.
No, I think you can have up to 6. I've managed my team here in the IVRA Endurance Series. Unless the regulations have changed, I think 6 drivers total that you can register.
The session is configured minimum 2, maximum 4. The IVRA rules might be minimum 3, but you certainly couldn't have 6 in this session.
From what I know, you can register up to 6 drivers, but per session you can have only up to 4 drivers. You have to tell them who it's going to be, or inform. Of course, you have to only inform who's going to be driving the car on the moment that you register the car, of course. But if I remember correctly, you are not. You're not allowed. It would be a very strong term. You're not obligated to inform who's actually going to drive the car on the day or prior to the day of the race.
SimRC's Ford Mustang wide as 3 GTPs go through. Movano using its opportunity to stay ahead of P1Docs.com. Needy Racing using its opportunity to get a little bit closer. 6th, 7th, and 8th. Last pitted. 25. 19, 17, and 20 laps ago. So yeah, like I said, P1Docs.com, more fuel on board than Movano or Maniti could be to their benefit. So now lap 87, 13 to go till a couple of points, Lorenzo.
Interesting to know that. There's still the ghost of the end of lap 100. So we know the GTPs are not going to make it. Basically, the whole majority, if not all of them. But you can try to have someone over stretch like the P1 Docs until the end of the half, the first half of the race. Try to get like 33 points on the board and try to set yourself at the beginning of the race, because there's still a lot of race left. But the one thing I'm going to say, it's good that we have a green flag run for the first time, or a long green flag run in this race for us to commentate on.
Battle for 10th in GTP's WSR Esports butt kicker versus Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Now, Jupiter aren't going to need to save any fuel to the halfway point. WSR Esports butt kicker probably won't need to either. So there's 2 cars down there with plenty of fuel on board. Top of screen, it's getting pretty touch and go. Movano Rosso held up by Traeger Racing and that evolving battle in GT3 Pro. Now they get through, and P1Docs.com looks around the outside. Some space has to be given. They'll be side by side, heading down the back straight for the moment. Movano Rosso have their Acura's nose in front, trying to pick up some of the side draft. P1Docs.com now pick up more speed, racing down towards the braking zone. Plenty of space to give before they get to any traffic. So it's the car on the inside that holds on. Movano Rosso squiggle and slide. Gotta stay in front of P1Docs.com.
Yeah, and really good battle between the Danish and the French. While I think that's Manidi, one of the back. I was going to say backburner, but it's actually a three-way battle because they lost so much time and allowed Manidi to come in and make it this a three-fold battle between an Acura and a BMW and a Porsche for the final laps over here.
Loic Marchand for Movano Rosso defending the inside there, defending the inside here. Christian Hildgaard looks for a way on the front straight. Super defensive from Movano Rosso. So popping out around the outside. P1docs.com a few times have tried the outside route to get in front. Now they're going to try the over-under route and will be 3 wide heading towards the S's. P1docs.com have to lift out just a little bit. Loic Marchand stays ahead again.
But the way they're battling, this is asking for disaster. It's the perfect recipe for disaster.
This better not be what I think I'm about to see. Jesse Lyon loses the rear of the Solpec Racing Cadillac GTP in a slow, tight corner.
That's turn 16.
Having been boxed in behind WSR Esports butt kicker, it's closer than ever in this battle. A move across the track from Movano Rosso. P1docs.com, their BMW in the slipstream again. Manidi Racing got a great run at both of these cars. Now P1docs look around the outside. They're going to have to be given space to get the inside to the next hairpin. Nose in front, inside for the corner. Movano Rosso refusing to give up. It's what this section was built for. The switchback, the change of direction, the ability to keep fighting, to never be out of it. But P1docs.com look to have sealed the deal on Movano Rosso. Manidi Racing may be next to take a look at this.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think there's still some zazz left in that Acura to try to get closer to Hildgaard and do battle, because you can even see from the behavior of the driving, he wanted to go for the inside, but Hildgaard immediately covered the turn 16 inside that allowed the Acura to move in. But here we go, turn number 1. What Manidi's going to do? Just going to follow suit for the time being while applying pressure to that number 1 Movano car.
On board with Porsche 963. A spec gearbox and hybrid. A Porsche engine. A Multimatic chassis. That's LMTH. And also a Cosworth steering wheel, isn't it?
If you think about it, you can see that Cosworth had, the dominance in the market, the monopoly in the market of steering wheels for race teams. I think they have it in the GTPs, most of the GTPs, a good portion of the GTPs. The LMP3 as well, and I think some other cars too. They have the Cosworth wheel set.
There's a new version that's eligible for IndyCar this season, 2025. But the teams can also make their own in that championship, and quite a lot of them do. So I don't think you're going to see it a whole lot. Pato O'Ward might use it. He was one of the McLaren drivers that was using the spec wheel rather than building their own. Ricardo Rico R. The R might be for revolution or rotation, as he copped a hit from behind from an LMP2. A handful of other LMP2s are in the pit lane now, almost that whole field. So fiercely forward, Muradness. And that was fiercely forward 1-1-3, fiercely forward Gold, who might have been in 4th or 5th at that point. Not fiercely forward Purple, who still have completed their pit stop and now lead class.
Yeah, and I think they just couldn't get any worse, because talking about that car contact, the penalty has already been issued. 5-second penalty for Martin Augustin, to collision with the G69 from Drago Racing on Ricardo Rico. Meanwhile, David, I challenge you to talk about the other penalty that has been issued for the Movano Rosso.
Right, yes, that's the 3346 174 situation.
That's the Azuro car, actually, not the Russell one, but
Oh, right, yeah.
I dare you
yeah.
to say the full thing.
Well, the 33 attempts an overtake on the 46 with the car ahead. The car ahead, the 174, carries on appropriately. The 33 runs out of space to brake and causes a collision. It was a high-risk overtake attempt, given the car ahead could not have predicted that they would have had cars approaching 20 seconds to Tango Beyond. And the Movano, right as we go to orbit, drop there. They shovel a GT3 off the track. Sam Sutton driving that car in the battle with one of the WSR Esports butt kicker Cadillac GTPs. And wow. That wasn't also
That's
a WSR. Was it Delta Shops GT3?
From what it looked like, yeah. It was a little bit of a quick lens. I'll just go back and see if that was actually the case.
Here's one of the WSR Esports butt kicker GT3s in a shape of a Ford Mustang.
Sport.
Yeah, okay.
That's still bullying.
Absolutely
Not support
hip
bullying.
and shoulder. The Delta Sport Sim Shop 203 has a meatball flag for the damage as well, so they're going to have to head to pit lane and take what could be significant repairs after that, the 203 car. Assuming they're still going, which they are. So they leave heaps of space, but Orbit Drop Bear kind of run wide through the first bit and then overshoot the second to make contact, I think.
To be very honest with you, David, I think it was the air made a little bit more.
I thought you were going to say something about Sam Sutton being Australian. And I think you are.
I think if you want to go at that route, you can go. I'm not going to go into that route. I didn't even know it was actually Australian.
Well, most of them from Drop Bear Motorsport are. So, let's see. Sam Sutton and Harrison Lewis both Club Australia drivers. Australia NZ. Sure to all my cuzzies awake and watching. Eight laps away from the halfway, where IVRA Endurance pays some points. Not the full complement of points that we paid at the checkered flag, but if you can organise your strategy to be up front in 8 laps time, you'll net yourself a nice handy couple of bonus points. At the moment, it's Fiercely Forward leading GTP. It's been a quietly unheralded stint from Patrick Wolf, who came out with an 8 or 9 second lead that has extended out to 17 over Orion, whoever it is in second. I think that's Williams. You've got Fiercely Forward Purple leading LMP2. Grid and Go Esports currently leading GT3 Pro. Don't think none of the LMP2s are going to need another stop before the halfway point. None of the GT3 Pros will. It is touch and go for our GTPs. Do they all make it to lap and the end of lap 100, surely, before running out of fuel?
Trying to see more if there are more penalties. I know there are 3 penalties being watched. One was already given an NFA by the stewards, and 2 other ones being reviewed. One regarding the Orion race team with the GT3 and the 107 car. The 107 being, I think that's the. I want to say that's not pure. They haven't served their penalty. Yeah, they haven't served their penalty, so they doubled their penalty to 40 seconds.
got some GTP cars pitting. So Apex Racing Team were inside of the top 5. They stop. I think Daniel Civisabo gets in. I don't think he was in earlier. So it looks like it's beyond touch and go whether they make it to 100 laps. Many of them will need to stop. I think the first I can see then that I feel good about is P1Docs.com Black. It's possible they could do it. They made their last stop a few laps deeper than everyone else as the leader Patrick Wolf brings fiercely forward red in to the pit lane. Here's the 11. Paddy Wolf only got in last stop, so he'll probably stay in for a fair chunk of this race now. Nathan Moore in the Williams Esports Academy car goes past into the lead of the race. So too does Orion Race Team 46 with Chalvaz. If only for the moment.
One can dream.
Movano Rosso, Manidi Racing Black are the two prototypes you see on the pit entry right now. So for Fiercely Forward Red, it was 29 laps completed in their stint before they had to stop. 27 and 28 for Movano Rosso and Manidi Racing Black. P1Docs.com Black would need to go 31 laps, I think, into their fuel to make it to that point in the race. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter only 20 into their stint, so I think they'll make it. This is Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter just here. Just in behind WSR Esports Butt Kicker, who probably aren't going to make it to lap 100.
We've talked about it, right?
Now Williams Esports Academy and Orion Race
Team
Team 46 are in. So 5 laps short of the 100. Nirvana 0 in as well. Many more prototypes. GTPs making stops now. P1Docs.com Black, I think, will continue, but can they continue on long enough to 100?
I think the only team that is going to commit.
Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport look to the inside with a late move that doesn't quite pull off on WSR Esports. There's more cars in the lane. Fuel going in, and a relatively short fuel from Williams Esports Academy, I think it must be said. Still going to blend out behind Fiercely Forward Red. WSR in.
I think the only team's going to try to attempt to do the 100 might be Christian Hilgars. He's on 26 laps, so it's a gamble.
Yeah, the thing is,
it's like here it's a good gamble you should take so far.
it just didn't look like he was driving like he was trying to save big earlier on, which is what would have been necessary.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, he had lots of moments of aggression right there, especially didn't seem like he was actually trying to save fuel, but we never know. We never know how these prototype drivers kind of like drive their cars around tracks. You know, sense they're going full out on the racetrack, but in reality, it's completely different. They're being able to save like 0.1, 0.2 liters per lap, and that adds up to basically an extra lap or something like that as it goes on.
So we're lap 96 with the halfway point of this race coming up. Fiercely Forward, 4th in LMP2. Minuti's GTP goes ahead, and now Muradin's M Squad for position is the car behind them. It's the Fiercely Forward gold car that's been quietly moving forward. They were down in 6th, then they were battling for 5th. Now they're up in 4th. Their teammates in Fiercely Forward Purple continue to lead this class, having started from pole position, while this Fiercely Forward car, the purple one, started from 3rd. They had a penalty at some point also that helped them drop back. Coming back forward through the race right now. 1 or 2 are the GTP stopping. Fast Repair Motorsport in. P1docs.com stay out. This is going to be a replay of a significant conflagration. Oh, and just 3 wide there. 107 around the outside of what I think was Visceral's Mercedes AMG. And there was just a whiff of contact as they do over 200 k's an hour, I think, around that part of the track. And this is GT3 leader, Grid and Go VC Esports. Sven Haster at the moment driving the Acura NSX GT3 Evo 22 GT3. Got just a couple of seconds in hand over Acetec SimSports Visceral, who are 3rd for the moment. BS Competition. Sorry, 2nd for the moment. BS Competition in 3rd.
So far we're not having, you know, the biggest of battles in GT3. I'm trying to see. I don't think there's anything major going on in GT3 besides maybe P6 between Drago and Door, and P9 between Instinct and WSR, and P12. So there's a few chases overall, but that's the closest I think we have in GT3 so far, David, while we approach lap number.
Right now, so Acetec SimSports Visceral 296 is 2nd in class. This is their team car. Acetec SimSports Visceral 297, 12th at the moment. Scuderia Volpa P1 Sim Mustang crawling all over them. P1 Docs pit from the lead of the race on lap 98. So Fiercely Forward Red will go back to the lead of the race from Williams Esports Academy and Apex Racing Team. The GTP teams are going to pick up the most points.
By the way, David, really quickly, I think for simplified this so far this first half of the race, if we're gonna, you know, cap everything off and how close the battle for the GT3 lead is in standings for them, it's just horrendous because, you know, Grid and Go is in P1 and Visceral is in P2, which are the 2 close competitors, and they're gonna get points, so they're gonna be left out, I think, in the dust, and I think in what is the closest mode or the most contested category of all of them so far. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Hogard is not going to be able to do his 30-something laps as he has to pit. also, David, apparently Delta Sport is done for the day as well. The GT3 car. That contact we saw with Orbit Job Bear was enough to break the car and make it undrivable for the remainder of the race.
So they're going to turn that Mustang into adhesive, because that is now a retirement for Delta Sports 203. Race leader just about to begin lap 99. LMP2 battle still ongoing because it gets defensive for Fiercely Forward. The Maradness M Squad car now looking around the outside, incredibly brave on the brakes, but not sufficiently. Still Morten Agerson driving the Fiercely Forward car, Maradness, driven by Dion Fiallo. He's flying along, plenty of prototype experience.
And we're about to approach 60 laps without a yellow flag here, David, as lap 100 is over us. And basically that means we're halfway through this race. 20 minutes before our time slot actually ends up, and we pass Dara, Packer, and Iwano Leary.
Shallow line through turn one for the defending car. Cross on to lap 100 of 200 in IVRA Endurance Series Texas 200. Taking a look at XBZ, and a little bit of contact with Orion. Does a lot of damage on the way into the S's. And that Ferrari is not in a good way at all.
By the way, did they put the car back into the pit lane? Did they tow?
Well, it's back on pit lane now, yes.
All right, because they're under review. Normally, is that it normally can aggregate it to a yellow flag, but because I think he was in a safe position, track position, he was able to do that so without, triggering a yellow flag. But nevertheless, I think he's going to get a penalty for not towing without the permission. For towing without the permission of the race control.
There'll also presumably be an investigation into the contacts with the 46 car there. Also got a review contact with the 99. Taking a look here, and it rips so much off the rear of the Ferrari. And suspension, no good at that point either. It's always such a do I, don't I commitment as a prototype with a massive amount of overspeed, but you're approaching that turn-in point of the S's, and you can only go single file through the first sort of 3 parts of the S's here. So you don't want to hold back when you could have gone. If you go when you should have held back, it creates some very big incidents.
I'll give him props though for one thing here, David. He did have a good helmet. Yeah, I think if I'm correct, I think Roberto Frieser had a Masters of the Universe. I cannot remember what the skeleton's guy's name. But his helmet bearer had his face, so At least he went out in style of sorts.
Well, we're definitely past the halfway point of this race, so maximum bonus points would have gone to Fiercely Forward in GTP, Fiercely Forward in LMP2, and Grid and Go Esports in GT3 Pro. They're not going to stop fighting for positions now, though. As you see the Fiercely Forward Gold, their teammates Purple leading that class, trying to remain ahead of Murad and SM squad. An ongoing battle for fourth. They were significantly quicker than third place last lap around, but traffic is such a tidal effect almost on your lap times. They can be quick one lap, slow the next, quick the next, just based on how much traffic there is, where it catches you, etc. Can't look at one lap time and say that that was slow. Don't know how much traffic they had.
Yeah, absolutely. You get this track gets kind of funny because it is a wide track of sorts. I think it's one of the widest tracks in the F1 calendar, but it doesn't seem that way because it is so topsy-turvy, right, David? I think you only have a few moments of breathing on like the small straights, then getting to a big curve. I think, of course, the main taking opportunities are the back straight and the main straight. But other than that, despite its wideness, it's not the widest track for you to race on.
So Door Esports McLaren's got Team PGZ's Mustang pulling out from the slipstream to look down the inside and getting ahead. PGZ's 221 goes into 7th place in GT3 Pro. Skari Kakkonen was a little higher up the running order earlier. And now Visceral Esports from this class are going to pit. So there might have been one or two that short-filled their last stop for track position at the halfway point. They're now going to take a pit stop. So Orbit Drop Bear had their stop just after the halfway point in GTP. Now Visceral Esports from second must take theirs.
Yeah, and also besides the XPD, and also I was the review from the Contact, and also I think there's another one involved in the 68 car, which is the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter in the 220. I think we saw that on the replay, right, David? And I think halfway points are already done, basically, for everybody. If we're thinking about it, we're past lap 100 to 101, so 1/3 points given to everybody.
There's Visceral's Mercedes back out on track from their pit stop. How far is it? Dropped them a fair bit. And LMP2 as well, we went to Salmonen. And 11th in GT3 Pro right here. The other Acetec Sim Sports Visceral car, the 297, is a much deeper shade of red.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna answer you a burning question here, David. Is Marmite basically as we look into Jigsaw in the 62 Hydra Race Geodesic car? Hello there, you want to play a game? That's Austin J. Young in the car. Is Marmite a cheap version of Vegemite normally is?
Yes, it's a similar but inferior product, just like they have a similar but inferior cricket team.
Okay, fair. It's like I forgot the Marmite was basically a thing that English people like to use it, and then it took me back to the Vegemite.
I think Australia will say they invented it, but I'm not sure. Is Austin Young? contrary to how I pronounced it earlier, it's in fact Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. And their Cadillac GTP is back out on track, just in front of Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter by the looks of things. So that'll be fun. Tyres will still be quite cold on the number 62, whereas the 68s had a lap or two to warm theirs up, just based on safety car restarts. Cold tyres are a tough thing for a lap or two in these GTPs, so I wouldn't be surprised if Drop Bear get ahead and then Geodesic Racing find their feet again.
Absolutely, and there's still a lot of race left. There's a little bit less than a half of a race left, so you can get lots of stuff still going on in the track, and there's still a flag down, which, like I said before, on lap 100, that was 60 laps out of the last yellow flag that we had. Basically, we had to restart on 40 for the second yellow flag that we had in the race.
Orbit Drop Bear still pushing Geodesic Racing along. Yeah, they're 11th and 12th now, but there will be some more pit stops from those in front that will perhaps bring these cars back inside of the top 10. Or is that a late move to cover the inside? Orbit Drop Bear were thinking about it, looking for it, waiting the whole time. Austin Young sort of had it half covered, opened it up a little bit, and then covered it again. So I don't know how to describe that in polite terms.
Ooh. I think that got a little bit close with the with Sven Hasse right there. But the angle could play me some tricks.
Geodesic run quite wide through turn 11, but you can get away with that here at Culture. You sometimes see F1 cars running that line out there for whatever reason, but because it's such a slow corner, it's sort of not about taking the minimum distance, it's about finding traction. So whether you're accelerating at 50 kilometers an hour or 60, whoever gets to throttle first is soon going to be going much quicker than the rest. Like the fourth in GT3 Pro is bottom of the screen, with Drago Racing ahead of Team Hoisingfeld. Geodesic Racing seem to be finding a little bit more of their pace now after the pit stop, as they put a little bit of traffic and a little bit more space ahead of Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport, and the Hoisingfeld Mustang seems to be finding its pace against Riccardo Rico's Drago Racing Ferrari.
Team Hoisingfeld showing great pace here on GT3. I think this is one of the first races we've seen from them in this championship where their car is having a really solid result so far. You know, battling for third place at the time being.
Stint lengths were about 32 laps in the previous stint, but for Riccardo, Rico and Drago Racing, it's just 29 laps on this one, and they don't have to go far down pit lane to find their crew. The Drago Racing 269, maybe with 5 seconds to serve. They've already served that 5 seconds, so they are absolutely in the clear. Morten Agerson still somehow fending off the on-yellow in the Maradness M Squad LMP2, but gets a little exposed as they have to work their way past GT3 Pros and be worked past by GTP. So it's a slipstream down the back straight again for Agerson. If he's going to defend, he's going to have to go early, but he's trying to use the slipstream of the GT3 car first before he pulls out. Where has that GT3 car gone? It reappears.
Yeah, I just hope that isn't something that I've seen that happen to a few drivers already. Like the car is blinking, even though you might have 100% quality in the server and also client side as well. So it might be just an internet momentum thing. But other than that, everybody just got away unscathed. It's a scary moment for everybody as we're seeing Daniel Elvis Lorenzo going around the cars at the second to last corner for that BMW BS competition that I think I've seen everything and then something in this race.
Fun fact, he's battling those LMP2s for position.
Yeah.
4 laps down to the outright leader in their class, and on the same lap as the LMP2s. There will be no blue flags appearing for Fiercely Forward Gold or Madness M Squad as that car came up, and the same for the remaining LMP2s that undoubtedly BS competition are going to pass and effectively unlap themselves from. But as the GTP arrives at speed, unlike normally, those LMP2s will not be receiving blue flags because it is not a lap down. It's a car that is for position with them. Whoa, okay, that's way wide from Solpec. As you have a whole heap more GT3 Pros hitting pit lane as they've reached the end of their fuel. There's the Hoistingfeld Mustang receiving some fuel and tyres at Enzers. And how about another Mustang? How about another Mustang? How many Mustangs can I interest you in?
Basically a no Pro Winfrey moment with Mustangs for everybody.
This Mustang is a little dinged in on the nose for WSI Esports. Hoistingfeld are going to get out of the lane. There's Simify, Instinct, and a few others taking fuel and service right now. No one in the penalty box just yet. Madness M Squad have moved ahead to 4th place, ahead of Fiercely Forward Gold. Morten Agerson no longer able to withstand Dion Fiello's pace.
Yeah, oddly to see Dion driving an LMP2 though. He's usually is a higher prototype tier driver. He likes to drive LMP1s and sometimes GTPs. So it's odd to see him in an LMP2. Not going to complain about it though.
He can't resist that sweet, sweet glove sponsorship from Radness. He's putting in work for them for sure. I think they would have started 9th on the grid or so, but now they're up into 4th. You're not getting around a GT3 car in that part of the S's. You've got to wait for here. So Nix Esports are going to pit in this class. So 23-24 laps seems to be what LMP2s are doing. Radness are 17 laps into their run. Fiercely Forward Gold are 16 laps into theirs.
Sadly, soon as approaching our end of a commentary stint, David. Question: are you going to be watching the Bathurst 12 hours now? If to try to get on with your Bathurst addiction.
I've got to, so the answer on that is yes. We're at lap 109 of IVRA Endurance's Texas 200. Patrick Wolf for Fiercely Forward Red extending their race lead that they've held for some time. Fiercely Forward Purple with 12 seconds of advantage, and Sven Haase, for the few moments we've seen him, he's really motored away from the rest of the GT3 Pro field. There will be a continuing wave of pit stops in LMP2 and GT3 Pro over the next few laps though.
Yeah, I think for now, for the I would say up until lap 147, I think that's where we're gonna get the real close idea who's probably gonna be ahead in the strategies. Right now, this is still, despite being a gap racing between a lot of these guys, of course not this one between P1 Dawson and the Movano #1 of the Rosso car. I still think this is the strategy battle for everybody due to how the two yellow flags early on in the race kind of like shifted the dynamic of this race in Coda. But so far, really surprising racing, despite a surprising number of incidents that we've seen in this race.
You know, I'm just keeping an eye on the fact that with those two early safety cars, the second one felt like it took quite some time. We have only just gone past 100 laps. We have actually gone past half of the time, so no worries getting the 200 laps in if we remain green, but if you had another 2 or 3 safety cars, you might have a problem. In fact, just 2 might be a problem, but we've got far more field spread than the initial tightly packed GT3 Pros and prototypes like we initially had.
Yeah, it's interesting how, like I said, because we've commentated on Sebring, and Sebring was basically 5 yellow flags from basically up until I think my commentary stint ended with Connery, and Connery I think after that just commentated basically like green flag race onwards. But in here, I think these 2 early yellow flags that you and Jay commentated on kind of put a dynamic in this race where I think there's so many strategies going on right now, where there's certain uncertain things to go on right now.
The sun is out and shining on what started as a foggy Texas 200 for IVRA Endurance Series, lap 110 at 200. It's time for a RaceSpotTV commentary change. It's David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda makes way for Ewan O'Leary and Dara Thacker.
Thanks very much, David. Thanks very much to Lorenzo as well. Good to be here for the final 90 laps of this event, the 3rd round of the IVRA Endurance Championship in season 24-25. Dara Thacker alongside me. Circuit of the Americas. We've had a long green flag run now, actually, Dara, and this is, you're not going to remember this because you weren't commentating for RaceSpot at the time. However, about 2 years ago, we had a 1,000 miles of Circuit of the Americas. There were 2 very early cautions, and then we went green right the way to the very end. We're not going right the way through to 1,000 miles this time, but we might get through right to the very end.
Hopefully so. I'm looking forward to the last 90 laps. COTA, such a fantastic circuit to go racing in, particularly in these multi-class conditions. And it's great to see that the first 110 laps have gone with some intrigue still left for us to really savour some really good battles going on, particularly for the LMP2P2, particularly for the GT3. Some big positions in the GT3s, I should say, and also in the GTPs. Immediately, though, as we get in, Trema Shintani having some issues in that 277. And that car's looking a little bit worse for wear, I think it's fair to say.
It is. Now, is that going to bring out a caution? I was somewhat surprised, actually, that the XPD Racing crash for Roberto Frieza didn't bring out a caution earlier on. But as David said, we're a lot more spread out now in terms of the field spread, and so cautions do seem a little bit less likely to come. Here we go down towards turn number 1 for the, this is Ruben Paulino trying to hold back the reigning champions, the Movano team, who haven't had a very good season, by the way. It's their teammates who are leading the way. Demi Hugenschmidt gets it wrong down here on the brakes down at turn 11. Oh, and gets smacked. That's where all the damage has come from.
Yeah, that's where Shintani picked up his front right damage, and that is where the front right's looking a little bit, well, the suspension is very much out of whack, so that's not good at all for Shintani. Very, almost blind and onto the into the exit of that corner. Difficult to really avoid the collision, despite it being a wide entry. Yeah, it's difficult to really avoid something like that. Careful as you work your way down the hill through turn number 10. The GTPs and the LMP2s filter their way through, and it's good to see that we are seeing some good racing side by side. This is the view from Shintani. You'll be able to see it here. At this point, I mean, oh yeah, there's nowhere you can go. Absolutely nowhere.
He went a bit wide. I think oh, look at that steering angle as well. Dear, oh dear. That's a nightmare. That will give you some arm ache by the end of the lap. There you go, have a look at that. And it's slightly strange damage as well, because you don't have to, he's not steering the same amount to stay straight all of the time. It's different at low speed compared to high speed, which is exceptionally annoying to deal with. And he made his way in. He did drive back in though, which means that car has not caused a caution. and we stay green. He doesn't join any of the other 4 retirements just yet. Share Esport in the McLaren retired first. Volta Sim Racing only a few laps later. And then Delta Sports Sim Shop, and then XPD Racing, all of whom have retired from this race. All GT3s, by the way, retiring from this race, but there were 27 of them to start with, so you can see why those are the ones falling by the wayside first.
Absolutely so, and it's good to see that we still have so many left in the race, as we see screen momentarily with the number 8 still trying to defend the position. There we go. As we get going between the battles in both GTP classes, P5, P10. Good to see that there's still some nice close battles on the circuit. 112 laps in. It's been quite a while up to this point. You know, you're nearing the over the 2-hour mark at this point. It has been great to see that the field hasn't spread out too much. We've kept it nice and compact, and we've still got some more battles ongoing. Driver changes, I'm sure, will be ongoing towards the next stints to get us towards the end of the race. But that's up to the teams to decide, obviously.
Geodesic currently holding on to this 10th place. There were the race winners at Sebring, beating number 33 Movano, who won at Motegi. See, one of those teams to have led it halfway and at full time at Sebring, just towards the end of 2024. So this battle for 5th continues on. Over 50 seconds off of the lead. You can tell that this has been a long green flag run to begin with. We're not that far away from getting to 100 laps now on this run. It's been a very good run indeed. Oh, have a look at that. That's some defending almost from BS Competition down the inside there. Just about survive. P1 Docks getting down the inside, but the GT cars don't really like it when the prototypes go down the inside of them through that final sector, especially through that sort of arena section, because actually the GT cars are a little bit quicker through the corners of that section. It's so slow speed.
Yeah, and we say this time and time again that realistically the GTPs and the LMP2s are faster in a straight line. When you get to slow speed corners, there really isn't that much of a differential between what the cars can do. The GTPs can feel a bit laborious at very slow speeds, and the LMP2s as well, even though they're quite nimble through the high speed sections of the racetrack. They haven't quite got that ability to be quick when you're also going 50 miles an hour. So difficult to judge again, and also in the final sector here at Kota, one of the things I love about this circuit so much is that there are so many differing lines you can take in so many of the corners, which enables drivers to just naturally be able to filter your way through some traffic just by taking one of the different lines that are available to you. It can prove to be a little bit tricky because the lines can converge, but generally the track is wide enough that you have more than enough reaction time to avoid any kind of collision. So positives about the circuit, I do quite like it here. I don't know if I've made that clear already, but it's going to be, I think, going to be an exciting way to get ourselves into the midpoint of the season.
Absolutely. Normally we get to the midpoint before the Christmas break, actually, but we've still got 3 rounds to go after this one, all in 2025, which is good to see. So normally we don't have that going into the second year. It's normally into the Christmas break. We're at halfway. We're doing 1,000 miles of Silverstone next time out. That will be 275 laps around that circuit. Yeah, very long way. Longer than this race. 6 hours of Suzuka, which will be shorter than this race probably. Then the 1,000 miles of the Algarve before we get to the 8 hours of Spa for round 7. We've got an extra round this season compared to the previous ones, which is, well, nobody's going to be complaining about that. We're certainly not. Down towards the turn 12 goes WSR as they try and get past one of the BMWs now for 11th place. I think this is in the field, just in behind Austin Young. It's Orbit drop bet. These guys just about on the lead lap, by the way. Daniel Ferguson looking to get past so that he can really confirm himself on the lead lap and make sure he stays there. Here he goes, outside line for the long right-hander, and now his teammates, look at this. Can they coordinate something here? Can the Mustang get in the way somehow? But no, it's very difficult to defend when you're in a GT3, and it would probably be against the rules anyway, and WSR are not able to make that move.
Around the outside, though, all the way around the outside, we will see them work their way through the triple right-hander. It's difficult to go around the outside there. Marbles do crop up on the outside of the circuit, and therefore it's easy to drift a little bit wider throughout all 180 degrees worth of rotations. That's always a bit of a risk. In this battle for P5, though, heating up a little, the P1docs.com against the Movano car. Let's see if Movano can do anything. The number one looking to try and put themselves into the top 5 now. They're gaining. The slipstream effect very nice down in towards turn number 12. And the inside line looks like it could be theirs if they go for it.
See if they manage it. Nope. Still not able to quite do it here in the number 1 car. Now maybe at turn 13. Now the decisive dive takes place. And finally, they might have a chance. P1docs still on the inside. Oh, big slide and contact. They were always going to get that wrong. And there was slight contact between the two teams. The number 1 car round the outside, slightly off the circuit, but they didn't really have any choice. And now they get up to 5th place decisively.
Yeah, I think the argument will be that they had the move done and P1docs just slid into them, pushed them off the circuit, and they kept the position anyway. So I think that'd be the argument there as they worked their way into the final corner. Looked like P1docs maybe had a bit of a go down the inside, but nothing going to unfold. They will make their way back across the start-finish straight to start their 115th lap of this race, and it looks pretty mundane. Not mundane here, though, down at turn 11. This gets a bit dicey.
Nicholas Last tipped around by one of the BMW GTPs, and he had to spend quite a long time getting himself pointed back the right way round again. Backmarker Bog, by the way, just letting me know that WSR was losing a position a couple of moments ago in that battle for 12th place. Apologies, or 11th I should say. You were correct. Harrison Lillis now is a second and a half, nearly 2 seconds up ahead of WSR in that battle for 11th, but that's all about to change. We're not too far away from pit stops there, as pit stops are just completing themselves in the LMP2s. Fiercely Forward Purple are leading the way there. In terms of penalties, the 205 has been told it has to start the next event from the pit lane for towing without permission from race control. Number 46, second place in the championship at the moment in the GTPs, has got a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. That's Ilkka Happila who did that at the time, and Demian Hugenschmidt was at the wheel at the time for a bad rejoin, and that is a 60-second stop and hold for the 178. That is CRZ Simsport, now being driven by Nico Schiffer, on looks of things, and Hugenschmidt then is going to be well, receiving that penalty, but it's not going to be him who serves it by the looks of things. The car it was on was the 277, the Williams Esports Academy car that we were just looking at a few moments ago. We saw that replay down in towards turn 11, and that has garnered a 1-minute penalty.
Hefty, to say the least, but you know, we want to be race control want to be making sure that everything is fair and clean, and that's going to be the way they enforce it, and absolutely well within the rights to do so. So they're going to have to serve the penalty. 60 seconds. It's going to feel like a long time. It's about half a lap. Well, a little bit more than that in the class, but it's going to feel like a lot longer than that. Just sitting there, even for a 5-second, 10-second penalty feels like a long time. A 60-second penalty, huge.
It is going to feel like an age, but since we're having such a long green flag run, it's actually likely that you'll serve it on the circuit at this point. I think it was the last Club Sport race that we both did. The race was so interrupted by cautions, I don't think there was a single green flag run of pit stops throughout that race, and so it's actually quite difficult to serve penalties. Of course, the amount of time you have to serve a penalty resets every time you have a caution, so that helps you along a little bit. And if there's too many cautions, you end up going for a race without having ever made a green flag stop, but that's not a concern for these drivers this time.
Not at all, and it's good that they might have the ability to do that, not just because they can serve the penalties, but because it means we've got some green flag running. I think you're right, it was that Race Barber, I think, in the Club Sport series. Yeah, you introduced me, and just as you threw it over to me, there was a caution immediately. I hadn't even said a word yet. That kind of set the tone for the rest of the race. So, thankfully, we didn't get the same here in this one. I think we would have been a little bit more bad luck if we managed that. But it should be, hopefully, a good way to get through the next 83 laps. Fingers crossed, we hope, towards the end. But I think a 60-second penalty, I'd rather serve that. I'd rather serve that in under green flag conditions, just because then you've got it out of the way. If anything occurs, you know you're basically you're legitimately where you are. There's nothing hanging over your head. But some teams, I think, would rather just leave it on the long finger, maybe serve it towards the end of the race, where they kind of know where they're going to come out in relation. It all depends. People have their own opinions, but they'll have the parameters on when to serve it, of course.
Solid. He's just in behind the 297 Visceral car. Olaf Suvchik. Suk, I should say. Then it's Jordan Lavoie just up ahead in the Scuderia Volpe car. So watch out for this, but you can just see him up ahead there in the Mustang, so it could be a 3-car battle. Well, oh, here we go. Never mind, park that thought. Sommer has got a good run here. He's looking down the inside at 10. Very close there in the Mustang. He's going to work himself to the inside in time for the hairpin here, as it's 4 wide down here. The Visceral car didn't quite realise it. He turned straight across Sommer there, and that is Sim RC up to 14th place in a little bit more scrappy fashion than they were hoping.
Yeah, I didn't think there was really anything that... You can't predict having 3 cars down your inside, can you? Realistically, it's difficult to really see that as well from the angle that the Visceral car would have been at. So Daniel Sommer almost just being able to quietly make the move without really having to do too much apart from be there with the 2 cars down his inside. But lucky to make his way through. We'll see if they can gain any more positions for their next round of pit stops, which I think they'll be confident being able to do. The 276 is, of course, you know, not a million miles away from the 229 at the moment, so definitely a chance for them.
Yeah, we will continue to watch that battle. What I was going to tell you about was the championship standings after the halfway points, which were awarded 18 laps ago. Let's deal with GT3 first, because we're watching them. Actually, hang on a second. Pit stops are happening in Hypercar. The Williams Esports Academy car is in. Nathan Moore will make his way out pretty shortly. The pit stops are likely to happen there, all happen there in the next few moments. So we'll give you a rundown of the order after they've happened. But in Hypercar, it is Movano who are still leading the championship, but they lost a good 12 points to Orion in that last stage, if you like, in the first half of this race. 42 points is now the margin. That is still a decent advantage, but considering it was over 50 points before for Movano, they've taken a little bit of a hit, and they'll want to now get back in front and certainly move up from 10th place, which is where they were at the points awarded.
Yeah, it's always good to get good points on the board halfway through the race while you're still racing. That's always a positive sign. It doesn't always reflect how you finish the race, which is why it's almost, I think the teams will... let me start that thought again. Why the team support it as an addition. The ability to earn the points at the 100 lap mark or the half distance mark, wherever that is, in any particular race, means that the teams can always focus on getting some points early on. If there's issues towards the end of the race, it's not complete heartbreak. They still have something to take away from the race. But it does always mean that you have to be right up and having a good start, really, up and early in the race. Because if you don't have a good start, you're going to be losing out on some possible points. Championship rivals could be winning those points, and it really adds a dynamic to the series that I think really quite exciting.
Used to be 50% points, and that's since been reduced. Used to have a little bit, maybe too much of a bearing on the championship when it was 50% points. Nowadays, a bit less so. 162 car making its way through turn 1 right now. They're not involved in the championship fight. It's very much between Fiercely Forward and Delatraz Automotive at the moment. Delatraz gained 5 points with a second place finish in the 100 laps. Fiercely Forward were 4th. They're clearly not 4th anymore in the field, because this is 3rd and 4th on your screen. But that margin now in LMP2, just 2 points. Looks like we're going to have a fantastic fight in the LMP2 championship this season, although I'll stress, as you already have, it is only round 3. We've got, 7 more points to be awarded, 7 more lots of points to be awarded. That makes you really stop and think. Or is it 9? Don't even know. 4 rounds after, yeah, it's 9, isn't it? With 4 rounds after this one. So yeah, that's a lot of points to still be awarded very early in the season. But still, 2 points. It's very impressive.
I think I've been awake too long to be doing too much maths, if I'm honest, Ewan. But I think you're right. It's always good to get those points, and it's good to have the points on the board early. We've seen throughout the season that sometimes, I think even after round 3, some teams have picked up more points in the first half of the race than they did by the checkered flag, because things had gone wrong. They dropped away in the second half of the race, and they'd lost out on those points. But they still had the points in the first half to keep them somewhat relevant in the championship, which almost, which felt like, they had something to show for the performances that they'd given in the first 3 quarters of races. And it is good to see. But it is also, it can also lull some teams into a false sense of security after the 100 lap markers we see Magnus go wide. You've earned the points and that was your target. It almost makes you forget that you're then bigger target at the end of the race. So there's always that to think about, but I think generally the team know what they're focusing on.
And then the GT3 championship standings have actually changed hands. Simify were at the championship lead at the beginning, but they were only 11th at the stage break there. And so they now drop to 3rd behind Visceral, who are in the lead by just 2 points ahead of Grid & Go, who were first, and they are still first and second in the same order as they were 20 laps ago. They're still in the same order now in the lead of the race, but those two are separated by just 2 points and only 19 points off of the lead. Simify in 3rd. It's a great situation to be in so early on in the season, of course, but it is encouraging indeed. This battle for 3rd continues on your screen. Magnus trying to close in, but they went very wide there, as you will have seen, through the penultimate corner. Now they'll get a bit of an advantage through that slowing down through traffic for Maximilian Fritz. Make sure you don't get boxed in there in the background. Now take the slipstream from the Acura that comes on roaring past. No chance of a move down here in towards turn 12. Head on a swivel here as they're past one GT3 and they're about to be passed by another GTP.
Yeah, it's difficult to negotiate your way through the traffic, especially when it's coming at you from all sides. They'll make their way through towards this tricky turn 14 and 15 combination. GTP down the inside of an LMP2 negotiates it with ease, and again, that's what I was talking about with the differing lines. You can go to the inside there and not really impact the pace of the LMP2, which worked out very nicely indeed. Around the outside of the triple right-hander is a little bit more difficult, but you can slip down the inside as we are seeing, and it's a smart couple of moves there from the GTP. We'll see if there's any more to be made in the coming laps for position, maybe.
That Maniti car just in behind is not for position, as GTPs are slowly making more pit stops here. That's Daniel Civichabo for Apex Racing Team into the pit lane, you will have seen there. As we look from the very top of the Circuit of the Americas, the iconic rise towards turn 1. Very unusual to have such a steep incline for the first corner of the racetrack and then almost no more inclines anywhere else. But anyway, only more gentle ones. Civichabo makes his way back out onto the circuit again in the Porsche. So 7th place for Apex. They get out just ahead of Nathan Moore in the Williams Esports Academy car.
Yeah, just about in front, and this is Ruben Paulinho ahead of the Maniti car. Philip Schiff looking for the move somewhere. Oh, flashing of the lights as we get down the inside of one of the Grid and Go cars. Oh, in towards turn 11. Maniti got pinched up on the inside there. Really had to check up nearly. Caused a spin for the GT3. They just about managed to get through, but it's going to allow, it's not going to allow Maniti any kind of chance to make a move down at turn 12. So there's a little bit of breathing room for the time being for P1Docs.com, but let's see how long it lasts.
Yeah, apologies. I said that Maniti car wasn't for position, but I was looking at the Ron Movano car. Said it doesn't have a Maniti, 2 positions behind it. Said that's not for position. It wasn't true. So this will be the battle. It's gone a slightly strange way there. This is what happened in towards turn 11. Oh, very close, very close. Not the way to do it either, really. You want to be hanging back initially and then powering out of the corner, using the traction and getting a good run onto that long back straight.
Yeah, and the run onto the back straight is so critical. Turn 12 is such a prime overtaking opportunity. It's the prime overtaking opportunity of the lap. So to get a good exit out of there is absolutely paramount. in terms of importance. I think we see a lot of drivers prioritise that in races, particularly when it's not quite multi-class. You see drivers go a little bit deeper, prioritise and shorten off the exit of the corner, take a very late apex and just try and get all the drive you can to get the best run down in towards turn 12, and that will serve you well. The difficulty in a multi-class race is that often you've got a GT3, you've got an LMP2 on the inside who are taking their own line, and you can't exactly take it exactly how you'd like to. So that's always the risk, but if you're able to use the traffic to your advantage, that'll benefit you, tenfold.
Yeah, it's half the battle, really. So we look at Apex versus Williams Esports Academy. It's not for 7th place. They've moved on up in the field. Through the S's they go. It's now for 5th place, by the way. Fiercely forward from the lead of the race into the pit lane. It's very much GTP pit stops time, as I mentioned. And there is the BMW making its way down pit lane. Patrick Wolf, long-time prototype driver in iRacing. One of the best, one of the most experienced, pulling his way to a stop. Here comes Williams Esports Academy. Looking down the inside, not quite doing it. This is two great teams going into battle with 77 to go.
Yeah, still a very long time for these guys to sort this out. Lap times are, fluttering around for the GTPs, that 1 minute 50 region. So more than enough time for these battles to be sorted out. Apex trying to defend from Williams Esports Academy. How many times do we see these two teams fight between themselves, not just in IVRA, but in so many fantastic official iRacing championships? Apex will be hoping to hold on to this one. Williams wouldn't mind finding a way through, and it's the Academy car, which I'm sure the community does love. P1 docks up into P2 in the GTPs. I think there's a couple of pit stops ongoing.
And indeed, it's a sort of battle, isn't it? It's not really. But fiercely forward, only just ahead of P1 Docks. I do believe they've still got a pit stop to go. Although my timing screen has decided not to work anymore. It doesn't like me anymore. So that's me finished. Change for the lead, indeed, as well. Number 8 gets through on fiercely forward into the lead, but you can imagine the number 11 car is just getting itself up to temperature. There is number 46. Ilkka Haapala will have served his 10-second penalty, and now he'll be taking his stop. He'll still be ahead, though, of Tango Pillen, who's also making a stop in number 33. 10th place at the halfway stage. Those two are the closest two by some distance in the team's championship for the GTPs at the moment, and it's Orion Race Team who've got the advantage and who are taking some points away from them.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job for the time being, and I think they'll be hoping to stay towards the front. I think they've just been overtaken by Movano, though. Yes, you can see that down at the bottom of your screen. As Movano go around the outside, that's going to add a little complication, particularly on the outlap for the Orion Race Team. Apex work their way through turn 1 with, comparatively far more ease as they will run towards turn 2. No, that's just another corner, isn't it? That's them down at turn 11. Turn 11. Looks very similar, doesn't it? But it's not the same corner. Definitely not.
It just all look the same a little bit around here, to be honest. It's a very uniform look to the track at the circuit. I think it was only built about 15 years ago, wasn't it? I can't really remember now, but the first F1 race here was in 2012, although that was 13 years ago already. So, Christ. Anyway, this is... go on.
I was to add to your point, it broke ground on New Year's Eve 2010, so what, 14 years?
Strange day to unveil something. Anyway, they really wanted to say it opened in 2010, not 11, so they thought, quick, get it on New Year's Eve, and then it says 2010 for the record books to continue on. No, it's good that I think endurance racing has returned to this circuit actually in the real world. The WC came here last season. They're coming here again this season, as far as I'm aware, unless I've got that wrong. So yeah, it's good that it comes here. I personally like to leave the 12 Hours of Sebring without a WEC race either running at the same time, which is a bit of a disaster in 2012, or indeed running alongside it on the Friday. I don't really like that idea, but I do like the idea of coming to somewhere in North America. It is a World Championship after all, and this does seem like a decent place to come for that.
Yeah, I believe the WEC is coming here again. Yes, it is. It will be at COTA this year. It's always one to look forward to, really. I like this circuit. I think it's underrated for how it races. I think it's not necessarily the most fun to drive necessarily, because it's quite it can be a bit bitty, quite stagnated in the final sector. But I really do believe that it works so well for racing. The longer straights, the heavier braking zones, the differing lines you can take really works well. And I think today has been a great example of that up to this point.
Yeah, it certainly is. Here we go, down the inside, Tango Billon. Excuse me, I'm looking at, that's an Apex car, not a Movano car, excuse me. That is Daniel Civisabo, making his way down the inside, ahead of Nathan Moore. So, number 8 car still isn't quite going away just yet. I mean, I'm not entirely sure when their next pit stop is. Ruben Paulino, I would have thought it's got to make a stop at some point soon. This is Tango Billon, though, in the Movano car. Who would have expected this at the start of the day? Movano versus Maniti for 10th, down in towards turn 12. These are two teams who would really hope to jump up from where they are right now.
Yeah, you've got to deal with what you got in front of you, though, and that's this battle for the time being. Whoever can win out here may be able to try and run away a little bit further up the road and try and get themselves towards some form of top 5. Yeah, 75 laps to go. We're 5/8 of the way through. That's some good fraction maths there in my head. Oh, no, we haven't. Oh, I've got that wrong, haven't I? It's 3/8 to go. Anyway, Movano and these two teams will be fighting out right the way to the end, you'd expect, or at least trying to pull their way forward towards the end of the race, because they are somewhat out of position as what we would expect.
Yeah. Most important thing, though, in this series, stay on the lead lap, and then you're still in with a chance of anything if you can just about manage that. And so far, 11 teams, those being the last 2, have managed that. 3 wide, Nathan Moore there going very wide there, just missing out on some slipstream from Civisabo, but he couldn't really do anything about it. Down in towards turn 12 they go, and so he's going to be not under pressure for the next few moments as a result. But Nathan Moore is an experienced prototype driver, now part of the Williams Esports Academy, and he's applying this pressure here. It's Porsche versus BMW for 3rd place in this race, and these kinds of battles are starting to get very important indeed.
And again, there's a long way to go, but if you start to get stuttery now and you find yourself stagnant in the position that you're in, you're going to find it difficult in the final 50 laps to try and bring your way up through the order. So definitely good to get the moves done now, and I think that's going to be in the back of the minds for the Apex and for the Williams teams, as they will run across the line once again to start lap 1, 2, 6, and Civisabo. I think really we'll be hoping to obviously defend the position to the Williams Esports Academy, but if there is an added pace to the Williams car, just use that to his advantage. Maybe just get in the slipstream, stay with, try and shadow the car through the next stint or so. It could really benefit them as they work their way towards the last stages of the race, because that could be the only way that they can get to the top 2 at the moment.
Oh, hello, that was close to the McLaren there. Very close to disaster for Civisabo. Just about gets away with it, and Nathan Moore can't really take advantage because it's not a great part of the circuit, but my word, that was close. I think it was the Zenith McLaren. But anyway, that won't matter particularly to Apex. They're through in the number 99 and moving on up. To be honest with you, you'd expect this team to be one of the favourites for this season, but after a disaster at Sebring, they're a long way back in the championship, 119 points behind, although still with over 600 to play for at the end of play on the race at Sebring. So still plenty to play for, but they're having to come from a very long way back. Decent start to the season, 2nd at Motegi, but need better here. Now finally P1Docs.com do come in, but the lateness with which they're making their stop compared to some others, it might be a good advantage for them later if we stay green. That could be a very short splash at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a few teams that are looking at the situations that we find ourselves in at the moment and trying to find out little ways to get themselves a bit of an edge towards the last 70 laps or so in this race. Lots of variables and lots of availability for these guys to try and pick a way through somehow. There's so much you can tinker with at this stage of the race. Only 3 laps to go. There's a lot you can do still with the strategy. And I think they will be thinking about all of the available options and just try and find every single, half a second that they can towards the end of the race. If it means trying to go a little bit off strategy to what they were planning, to try and help them away from the likes or from some rivals in the short term to maybe put them in difficult situations, they may go for that. But with such a long run under green flags, and the grid stretching out somewhat compared to what we often see in a caution-affected race, there's less in terms of that playing around, worrying about what the others are doing, because there aren't as many others that you're fighting with at this stage.
Now, who have they come out just in behind there? That's Orion, isn't it? By Ilkka Happala. Look at this, straight away battle, and picked up immediately. The cold tyres, though, will be difficult to overcome here for P1 Docks, and so they are going to struggle. Although the fact that Happala is stuck behind an LMP2 while he's on cold tyres is very helpful. He would have been even further ahead had that LMP2 not been there, but P1 Docks having to take some time to get up to temperature. It means it's not going to be much of a battle. I'll just wait for Geodesic to make their pit stop, because Austin Young is still 25 laps into a stint here. This is what happened to Happala, by the way. Had a half look there at the inside. Couldn't quite get through on that occasion. So, yeah, Geodesic, race winners from Sebring, have to pit in, and then I'll do a run-through of the field, because we'll have just about less than 70 laps remaining, and we're closing in on the home stretch of this race, if you like. Start to really work out how many pit stops you're going to have to make towards the end, because it's this kind of green flag run that makes you believe as a team that suddenly maybe this race is going to go to the end on green, and maybe we've got to start thinking about what we're going to do about that.
Yeah, it's always been going so long under green that teams may have been probably, in the back pocket having a little plan for if there's a caution, in the next 5 laps. So it's less and less likely with every passing lap that we will get a caution. Of course, there is no reduction in the risk. There's still the same amount of cars on the racetrack as there were, about 20 minutes ago. But almost psychologically, it feels like there's less of a risk because we've been lulled into this green flag run. So maybe less prepared if we get a sudden caution that comes out. But I think everyone will have had a plan. There's no doubt about that. It's just whether they have adapted the plan and kept it up to date enough that they know exactly what the fuel numbers would be if they were to come in on, various laps if there was a caution to come out. So there's always that in the back of the minds of the teams.
2 battles on your screen there, one in GT3, one in GTP. Hoisingveld is just ahead of PGZ and WSR here, by the way, for 6th place. But they're not quite in this battle just yet. It's really PGZ who are being put under pressure as that battle for 2nd place just whizzed on by. It's one of the great things about multi-class racing. You can watch multiple battles at the same time. It's for 6th place, as I say, Eric Enders at the front here in the Hoisingveld Mustang. They are, as they make their way through the middle sector, they are a good 15 seconds off of Dragger Racing in the other WSR car. And we're not that far apart. Another 10 seconds up to PS Competition. You've got another 10 seconds up to the 1st and 2nd place cars, who are fighting away at the moment, just over a second apart, and only separated by 2 points in the championship as well. What a fantastic season Grid and Go and Visceral have had to begin with. Down the inside there go Geodesic in the Cadillac. They're continuing on, and they're really off strategy compared to some of the others.
They really are. It's interesting to see how this is panned out between them at the moment. But Geodesic, one of the teams that is going slightly different in that GT3 class. Let's see if it works out for them. And it's nice that we see a differentiation in the strategy. In caution-affected races, it's very monotone. Everyone has to pit when the safety cars come in. It's pretty regular. But here, at least there's some differentiation. Drivers and teams trying to do something different. It creates a little bit more intrigue around the race. So definitely exciting to see. The 107 currently piloted by Benjamin Frigorio. That's not the line really to take to the opening sector.
Not quite. Through goes the battle for the Mustang battle, we should probably call it, for 6th place. WSR very close on the way down towards turn 11 here, but not going to be going for the move on PGZ. Out of the corner. It's a nicer, tighter, straighter line from WSR. But the slipstream that PGZ are getting from the Hoisingveld car is not going to help them. It's just a whiff of a toe at the moment, really, rather than a full-on slipstream, but it's enough. It's enough to hold them back, and And this is where people get a little bit frustrated with this circuit, I think. They're not enjoying driving it, and they're also finding it difficult to overtake each other on occasion as well. I actually think it's better for overtaking than people give it credit for as well, but that's besides the point. Through the final sector they now go, and again, unless you're making one of these lunges down, especially through turn 16 there, as you open out the corner, you're going to find it very difficult to overtake here.
You are, and it's a problem that some of these drivers are facing. I think in the GT3s it is a little bit more difficult than it is in the GTP or an LMP2. I think it lends itself a little bit more some higher speeds. Cars, ground effect cars do work particularly well here at the circuit of the Americas. But the GT3 still, I still think they're working well. We'll see if there's a move to be made at turn 1 on the WSR car. Let's see as they work their way up the hill. Any inside line said? No, not this time around, even though there's more than enough track to at least have a little bit of a go. We obviously can't knock them for not going for it. Sven Haase leading the way in the GT3s at the bottom of the screen. Here's Mateo Kunze, and he's getting a little bit closer in that 296. And I don't think he'd mind making a move in the next couple of laps if the opportunity was arisen to him.
Yeah, fantastic battling going on up and down the GT3 field. While that's going on and the GTPs have just completed another pit stop cycle, I'll tell you about the order. Fiercely forward, still leading. Patrick Wolf still in the car as well. 25 seconds up to the Apex Racing Team of Williams Esports Academy, who are second and third. Then another nearly half minute back to the reigning champions, Movado Rosso. Then they're a pretty slow lap last time around as well, by the way, but they're okay now. Orion Race Team round out the top 5 ahead of P1Docs.com as the free wide moment. I'll just park that for a second because Hoytingveld have been overtaken by PTZ and WSR in one go. There'll be prototypes coming past here as well. It's not over between these guys as the prototypes are desperately diving out the way, like they're trying to avoid some sort of car crash. Here they go again in towards turn 12, this time alongside for WSR though, and they're going to have much more success down there. 2 positions gained in 1 lap, and it looks like they are up to 6th place.
They are, let's see, this gets close though into turn 13. It's tricky to really pick your way through this corner. Double apex, of course, to the right. Double apex then follows to the left. Inside line being favoured as we see the WSR Esports get up the road a little bit. PGZ is going to be under pressure from Heisingfeld as they run their way through the triple right-hander. Around the outside goes an LMP2. But the battle will resume. Heisingfeld getting a little bit closer, but not really working a way past down there. You wouldn't really expect to move, to be fair, at the penultimate corner. But they will have to try and find somewhere else. Geodesic Racing get close as well.
Goodness me. I'll carry on. P1Docs.com are just ahead of Maniti Black at the moment. That's another battle in the GTPs going on right now. Then we've got Movado Azuro in 8th place ahead of Maniti Racing. That's not a big gap either. Geodesic have just come out in 10th place, so they're very much hoping that their strategy pans out, because if it pans out in this fashion, if you like, they'll be way down the top 10. 11th place for Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport, and then you get to those who are 1 lap down. WSR Sports Bookkicker and Absolute Motorsport Asselif, as well as Fast Repair Motorsport, who are 2 laps down. Solpec, who are 3 down. BS Competition 4 down. What a miserable season BS Competition are having. Late crash at Sebring with their teammates, dropping them way down the field. 10th place in the championship, 121 points off the championship lead. It looks like losing even more here at Kota.
Yeah, it looks. It's been a difficult season. There's no doubt about that already. I mean, not even halfway through, and you'd have to say that they're not going to be feeling confident about any decent chances towards the end of the calendar. There will, of course, be opportunities towards the end of the season, but it's just not been the start that they would have wanted. So many big teams in this series, which is obviously fantastic to see. It always means that there's going to be a couple that miss out on some of their expectations. So many will have come into this thinking that they were in with a chance of possibly winning the championship, or at least giving it a good go. And some of them are already will at least be feeling like they're falling away from that somewhat. So always a worry early on in the season if you don't quite get the results in a short season like this, that you're going to feel like you're too far off the back. Kunze isn't too far off the back. This could be a move.
It's a bit of a slide there from Haase. You could just tell he was under pressure. And Mateo Kunze is suddenly putting pressure on, but he's hit one of the anti-cut curves there just through the S's. Oh my goodness. He did well to save it from going round completely, but that was a huge bobble for the Mercedes. It's a good job that is a stable platform and a stable car, because a lot of other machines there would have gone round for sure.
Yeah, and it's well done to hold the car, and well done to keep it relatively close behind the Grid and Go kart, to be fair. Could have been a lot worse, not just in terms of spinning, but even just losing pure lap time. This is what he saw. I bet he didn't even see the curb as he went over it. Let's see, inside, oh, he absolutely did. He just got a little bit too greedy on the curb. Didn't hit it too hard, though. Unsettled the car a touch, but able to recover quite nicely, I think.
I must say, it looked a lot more dramatic from the outside than it did from the inside. Almost looked like it didn't really affect him at all there, as he was, as far as his steering input goes. But anyway, he's absolutely fine. In towards turn 12, and Hasse is feeling a bit more comfortable. It's when the traffic goes away that Hasse seems to be under a bit of pressure. When it starts to come through again, seems to alleviate some of that pressure a little bit here through the final sector. You can see him just looking in the rearview mirrors. That's a narrow line for turn 16. Can't afford to be looking in those rearview mirrors too often and just getting distracted, otherwise he will be in a bit of trouble and he will lose the lead of this race if he's not too careful. He's holding on for the moment, and he just has that pressure taken off of him a little bit by the Movano car going right the way round the outside through the long right-hander.
Yeah, and making a way through, and a decent enough. Oh my word, as many will see out. That's not the line, quite frankly. I don't really know what happened there for number 17 car, but it wasn't the right thing, whatever it was. He re-emerged onto the circuit with some GT3. I mean, he was still trying to re-emerge on the circuit. Oh, that gets close. That's down at turn 1. No move for the lead, but that's such a good go for the 296.
That was a very good go in towards the corner, and that was very, very close as well. Oh, Sven Hasse holds on though, and this battle will continue on. It does look like Visceral are a little bit quicker, but Terkunze is giving this a right old go, and they're being caught by BS Competition while this is happening, by the way. So we'll want to get this done here. Have a look at it in towards turn 1. He went late enough to almost fool Hasse, but he just had to back out in the end. So close between them, but Hasse hangs on.
Yeah, and Haase doing such a good job to just keep himself in the lead of this race. Oh, he's got to be careful, though. Down in towards turn 11, cars galore on the exit. Of course, they're all faster than him, but they're not faster than him in the slow-speed corners. I'm making such varied noises because it's concerning at the moment to watch some of these cars go around the circuit. Not the safest of lines that we are seeing. Sven Haase only just about keeping himself in the lead here, and, you know, Acetec only just about keeping themselves in second.
Remarkable battle between the two of them. So I think he went a bit deep there, Hasse. Yeah, he did lose a bit of time. Have a look at it from on board. It's not what you want to see as a GT. Oh, there you go. He probably would have been flashing the lights after that. Get on with it, please. We've got a race to defend here. He's defending it well so far, but I just get the feeling as well that the longer this battle goes on, the more aggressive Visceral are inclined to be to try and take this position away now.
Yeah, and this is a really, I'd say, important stage of the race now. We're approaching that, well, actually, we're passing the 2/3 point of the race. We're getting in towards the final 60 laps or so. You've got to try and make some moves down now. Get the confidence up, at least, in your ability to make some moves, that if something happens and you drop down the order, that you can recover. P1 Docks getting in the mirrors of Maniti, and maybe that works a little bit. Maniti drifted out a little bit wide. Oh, I thought for a second there could be a run towards turn 2. Nothing in the end. That's the battle for 6th. The battle for 2nd still rages on there because Apex is still defending from Williams. These guys have 26 seconds to catch fiercely forward. Got to try and make sure they settle the battle with each other first.
Well, especially because that gap's ballooning while they're arguing about it. So they, excuse me, will especially have to sort this out quickly. But it's hard to know where to look at the moment. 6th in GTP, 2nd in GTP, 1st in GT3. Dear oh dear, we need more than two pairs two pairs of eyes in the commentary box. I need more than 2 eyes, full stop. Dear oh dear, this is all going on out at the moment. Round the outside for Apex and Williams through the long right-hander. They will stay single file. What about for 6th place? Can Maniti hang on here? They have recently got this place. Of course, they were battling earlier on. Ruben Paulino trying to look down the inside there, didn't go for it. And Maniti now will try and consolidate that position.
Yeah, and let's see if Maniti are able to pull away a touch and maybe make feel a little bit safer in the P6, where the P1 Docs are going to keep, hassling their way through this part of the race and just keeping themselves somewhat relevant in the battle and concerning Maniti enough to make sure that they can't drive away terribly far. But they're around the final couple of corners, no overtakes to be made there. I think you'd probably want to be a little bit closer to make a move down into turn 1 as well, but there's always time for a good run off of the final corner and give yourself a little bit of room at turn 1.
In the battle for GT3, nothing has changed. Still Sven Haase versus Matteo Cuenza at the moment, and they're still spaced apart quite nicely in towards turn 1 for Maniti. Tom Hooper, who hangs on nicely around the outside for P1 Docs, and that will lose them a bit of time. I suspect Tom Hooper might now be pulling away just a little bit. Maniti in the championship at the moment are at 5th and 14th with their 2 cars. Mixed season, that's for sure. But who hasn't had a mixed season so far? We've only got 2 teams in GTP who have finished in the top 5 in the first 2 rounds. That's we haven't seen that very often in the history of this series. There's smoke there through turn 1. Looks like they're all okay, and Sven Haase is looking more comfortable here.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He looks more comfortable, but again, the gap's 0.3 of a second. We really are talking about very fine margins here at the Circuit of the Americas. I think you really have to be within a couple of tenths to make an effective move down at turn 12. We aren't seeing to get close enough really to force any kind of send, well, at least in the last couple of laps. You may have to get a little bit closer, cool the car, come back to him again. But it's good to see that we still have this tight battle for the lead of the race. Can't really say the same for the LMP2s, with Bartholomew Aldworth leading the race by 58 seconds to the 170. It's a bit of a chalk and cheese moment, isn't it?
However, I think there's pit stops going on there. I'm pretty sure
there probably is.
Yeah,
but more to my point is that it's not half a second.
No, yeah, you're right about that. In towards turn 1, this is what's happened up ahead of them. Flying through shot, the geodesic Cadillac sideways. That was Phil Krause, I think, at the wheel now. And this is what Sven Haase saw. He would have seen Krause gather it up and said, phew, probably, because that was a potential disaster point for him in those moments. Here's the other Visceral car, ever so slightly darker red, which I very much appreciate from them. They've not gone the full different on the liveries like they did in the Club Sport Series a couple of seasons ago when they had 2 cars going for the championship. I was very pleased that season, but they've gone for a slightly different red, and thank God there's a team like that who will paint their cars different colours so that we can tell them apart, because this team, for example, Maniti Racing, do not do that. The only reason I can tell them apart sometimes is when they're in different classes. Meanwhile, Matteo Cuenza is into pit lane as the battle for the lead in GT3 is split up.
It has a bit, and all of a sudden it might be that 58 seconds that I was saying that it wasn't. Not going to quite be, because Elias Riker has gone through. It'll only be about 9.3 seconds, but that gap has come down as well between second and third, as we have seen the battling commence for the lead in the GT3 Pro. So we may even see a 3-car battle in the not too distant future once this pit stop phase has elapsed. BS competition and Solbeck side by side through 1 to 5. What a section of corners!
How have they managed that? That is, I mean, you could barely fit 2 GTPs through there. That's unbelievable. And here they go again. Solbeck on the inside of Sven Haase here. BS Competition going to try and go round as well. Sven Haase is going to lose time. He might well lose the lead. If this is an in-lap, that could be trouble. But Solbeck and BS Competition, hats off to you, because they're 3 and 4 laps down, I think. They're a long way back. Long way back. But that was a top draw battle through a section of corners. You very rarely see something like that.
Yeah, I mean, incredible to see them go side by side through that. You wouldn't see that at slow speed. You wouldn't even see people do that on the formation lap, let alone during the race. I mean, that's absolutely fantastic. We'll see it again as they go side by side. So they're locked together as they make their way down the hill into 2. There's nothing to split them. They'll come into 3, 4, and 5. The respect given to each other, absolutely immaculate. Fantastic to see these guys racing side by side, giving each other exactly enough room. I think that's more to the point. You don't see drivers giving each other that much respect all the time. Fantastic between them, both of them.
Just shows what you can do when you do leave space for the other driver. Absolutely wonderful racing between the 2 of them. Cadillac versus BMW. Top draw stuff from both. I get it that it might be a bit different because they've got almost no hope of winning here, and so they've got time to do this battle. But even so, I think that's very very good to see. 4 laps down, these two teams, by the way. But just having a bit of fun, and why on earth not? Hits the inside curb a little bit there. Does the Solpec Cadillac, and here we go again, are we? No, not quite alongside this time round. It's very rare. I'd be surprised if we see it 2 laps in a row.
Yeah, we're not going to see 2 laps in a row. I mean, if we saw it 2 laps in a row, I think I might get some lottery tickets for the weekend, because you just don't see it happen once, let alone twice in a row. But these guys clearly have a respect for each other, which only means it can end in flames, right, Ewan? Because there's no other way it's going to happen now.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Neither do I. Oh!
Meanwhile,
nearly proved my point, yeah.
yeah. Turn 11. PS competition versus Solpec down the straight. Now then, inside line for the BMW. Daniel Alves Lorenzo just ahead of Blake Reynolds here. Surely now down on the brakes, he'll have the place. And if you were to put these two drivers matchup for matchup, you'd say that he's probably quicker anyway, but Blake Reynolds is not giving this one up. Round the outside through 13. He's just going to be shepherded out wide though by the BMW. And that puts Solpec down into last in the GTPs, but these guys need a lot of safety cars to get back into the fray.
Yeah, quite a few, to say the least. Side by side, triple right-hander, careful of the LMP2, don't get together. Oh, inside line for the BS competition car. They will get it done. Solpec are going to have to wait to the exit. They have to wait to the exit, not the middle of the corner. And there's contact between themselves and the GT3 racing car that comes into the pit lane. Which means that there is now a bit of a gap between the BS competition and the Solpec car. But that was pretty close. That could have got closer as well, and could have ended in tears for a second.
It certainly could. Now then, back to GT3. How far through this pit stop cycle are we? In fact, Visceral are one of the only ones who've been in so far. Drago Racing and Ricardo Rico has also been in, but that's it. Here is that Visceral car, and he's right on the back of Luca Boots. These are the kind of race-defining moments on your outlaps here. You don't want people in your way, and that's exactly what he's got right now.
Yeah, let's see. Is he able to pick a way through? Kunze, he needs to try and make a send here, possibly down to the left-hander at 14 and 15. He'll make the way through the right here. Is there any kind of space? He's definitely got more pace. Can he use it to his advantage? Can he switch it back to the inside?
Nice.
There he goes. Inside line. Get it stopped. Get it on the apex. Park it there. Don't let the other driver get the exit. And he's absolutely... he's executed that to absolute perfection. Gunzer into P8, but he's lost a little bit of time doing that move, that's for sure.
Very nice indeed from Matteo Kunze, who is now through. Since we came on the broadcast, by the way, here, Darren, no penalties have happened. Well, they've been awarded, but I don't think any of the incidents that we've seen penalties for have happened, if I'm not mistaken. So that's good. But that's not quite true, is it? We saw one, but we've been doing quite well so far. Just the one under investigation at the moment, and it's this car's teammate, the Maniti Racing 17, that is the perpetrator within it, or at least one of the actors. Sorry, I don't know if they're the perpetrator or not, but they're certainly one of the two being investigated. This Tom Hooper still trying to hold back Ruben Paulino, who does look actually a little bit quicker now that he's got his tyres up to temperature, and he's going to have better speed out of turn 10 here as well. Down the hill towards turn 11, when you've got someone stuck in front of you there, this becomes a real overtaking chance, like it isn't in normal racing circumstances. And with Tom Hooper smashing the inside curb, it's only just been delayed to turn 12. This is going to be Paulino surely getting down the inside, unless he hasn't got the straight line speed, which it might be looking like it at the moment. The Porsche pretty quick, the BMW getting nowhere, even in the slipstream, and he can't do it on the brakes either.
No move to be made. Oh, careful though, as you switch it back to the inside for turn 12. Get past that GT3 and get yourself towards turn 14 and 15. Manitis, look like they're crossing over there. Inside line though for P1 Docs. Is it going to happen for them? Or maybe Maniti go wide. There's a little bit of contact on the exit. There wasn't much room left, but Maniti just seemed to drive wide on their own. Then it's the long way around for P1 Docs. If they can go all the way around the outside, they'll have the inside line for the penultimate corner, and they do. They can even take the racing line to help them out as well. And Maniti dropped down another position.
That's a great move from P1 Docs and Ruben Paulino, as we've got the race leader in LMP2 into the pit lane. Morgan Arkeson is in. Now, this is on schedule. It's just a very early stop compared to everybody else in the cycle. So he pits in, and that seems like a normal amount of time to me. It is indeed. And he'll be back out onto the circuit very shortly. Flash of the lights there from Hooper. Not sure whether he's saying, you know, you're past now, then get on with it, or if he's saying, I'm going to try and come back at you and take 6th place back again. I would suppose it's the former, because surely continuing on this battle when you're clearly slower is not that smart.
Yeah, there's lots of decisions that the drivers have to make, and some of them aren't necessarily as well advised as others, that's fair to say. Maniti, though, not letting P1 get away terribly far. I think 60 laps to go left in this race. Be an interesting portion to see them go side by side. For a second there, I thought there was a move including the LMP2, just a car coming into the pit lane. It means we should be able to continue in this battle between Maniti and P1 Doc. It's been a great tussle over the last 10 laps, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Under 60 to go now in the race. Well into the final 2 hours. As far as the time limit goes, we've still got nearly 2 hours and a half, so we are absolutely fine on time. I reckon, in fact, we could have 40 minutes worth of cautions, if you like, and still make it home on the lap count. That's what happens when you get a long green flag run like this, and it's so weird that the last 2 rounds of this series have been so similar in that sense, or indeed all rounds, to be honest with you, so far. Lots of cautions at the start. And Motegi, there was just 1, to be fair. At Sebring, there was 5, I think, and here there's been 2. But to varying levels, lots of cautions at the start, and then a long green flag run to the end, of course, with the slight blip of Motegi having a caution just about a stint and a half before the end. It's a bit of a blip, but to have 5 in 50 laps at Sebring and then go the next 150 laps at green flag pace was a bit bizarre, and we look like we're doing it again here.
Yeah, it does, which isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. But hey, we'll keep a very close eye on what that happens with the final 60 laps on the way. I thought for a second Maniti was sending it there down the inside. Wasn't going to be. They're getting themselves around the outside of that Moradner's car, going a little bit slower than these guys through turns 8 and 9, and they'll dip their way towards 10 and now into the braking zone at 11, with not much to say between these two gaps, opening up just a touch and not a move to be made. Sven Haas, I'm interested about Sven Haas not coming to the pit lane yet, because obviously, unless that's him into the pit lane now, no, it's not. Of course, rivals for the win, pitting a few laps earlier. Sven Haas not yet coming in. Could we see a bit of an overlap in the strategy towards the end?
It's going to be at least 2 or 3 laps, by the way, before he's in as well. We'll see. I mean, for Visceral, they're actually going to be quite close on fuel. No, they should be okay, because obviously the lap count up front is towards the GTPs. It's geared towards the GTPs. That these guys will get lapped enough for that to be not a problem. So these guys should make it out. The only problem for him is that they've got to fill up another probably 6 or 7 laps that the Grid and Go car won't have to. So that's going to cost them maybe 5 seconds. That is going to be the problem for them in the pit stop window. So we will watch out for that. If we stay green, though, these guys are currently making their penultimate stops of the race.
So they'll then know the numbers to the end of the race pretty easily. It's not as difficult. You've only got 160 laps and the options available to you, and a lot of chance here for some clarity to be brought to the strategy for all of these guys, as they know exactly what the plan is all the way to the checkered flag. Something momentarily happens with the timing tower, don't worry. We didn't have some kind of mass disconnection. Everybody is absolutely fine. P1 Docs again around the axle at turn 8. Seems like a popular spot to make a move, really. Time and time again we've seen that one happen, and again, around the axle of a GT3 gets it done.
And then stops right in front of the GTP on the exit, which is how it goes on the exit there as well. But P1 Docs should be fine now to hold on to this position pretty comfortably. Down the back straight, there you go. This is the battle, only battle I should say, in GTP at the moment. Visceral Forward are still leading the way. We won't be too far away though from seeing GT Racing number 17 into the pit lane. That will signal the start of a new pit stop cycle in the lead of the race. We get back to versus Drago Racing. I think this is for 11th position. Maybe mistaken. I probably am actually. The Impulse Racing car is the one that's on the back here. Looks like of Absolute Motorsport, and that would mean it's for these guys have been positioned in the last few minutes, but Impulse coming in anyway. There's going to be a lot of fallouts, I think, in the next few laps. The GT3 to go out and to make their pit stops and get back out again.
Yeah, I'm going to future lesson to believe that the new settings will probably not. So that's unfold over the next 20-30 laps. We got a real check of where we stand towards the end of the race. I think GT3, having had the difficulties that they've had with the differentiating strategies all the way through, are also trying to pick out who they're racing on the circuit for what position, and if there are cars that are a little bit further away on the circuit right now, could be in their remit to try and gain positions towards the end of the race. So yeah, a very interesting phase of the race with a lot up in the air, but it hopefully should be confirmed to us in the next 20 laps or so.
Battle 6 in GTP is going to be back on again here, because that was not a great run through turn 10 for P1 Docs. Not any fault of their own, but the general cycle of traffic not helping them particularly. Now PGZ have been dived. It's going to be a bit of a different look to things up the top of your screen there. Now in LMP2 leading land, it's fiercely forward as well. What a fantastic day they're having so far. They are leading the championship as well. It's easy to forget in LMP2. It's just been a pit stop cycle here, but this is, don't forget, not the championship leading fiercely forward car. That's currently in 5th place with Morten Agerson, and they lost 5 points of their championship lead in the halfway points. So it's only 2 at the front. It's a great showing for fiercely forward though. They've got 2 cars able to run up front so easily. This is though their first round of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take the points, no doubt about that, and take the prizes as well, leading 2 races, but just shows what they can do and may be able to put the cat amongst the pigeons throughout the rest of the season. Not necessarily able to pick up enough points to be in contention for a championship win, but also able to influence the outcome of the championship with the amount of points that they might be able to pick up. So, yeah, exciting times for 54 to get into the championship, and great to see them doing so well this evening. We'll have to see if they can finalise these results, get the wins in the GTP and the LMP2 categories, but for the time being, they're leading them by a fair distance, and impressively so.
56 laps to go at the end of this one. How do you get through those 56 laps? How do you navigate those on pit strategy? Can Williams Esports Academy make it home on just 2 more stops here? That's my question here. They're currently running in 3rd place. They were battling with Apex Racing Team, but they've just dropped a couple of seconds away. But it's a real big question mark. I think they're on lap 25 of their stint at the moment. They're not too far away from the line. And starting another lap. That will be lap 146 when we get there. And we'll see when we get to that stage quite where everybody's going to be strategy-wise through this race. It's crediting Grid and Go at the moment with a lap ahead of the rest of the field. I presume that's also just because they've not stopped compared to everybody else, and now they are in. Dino Lombardi is going to be in. Sorry, that confused me there wildly for a second. We'll see now how close they are to Cuenza as they make their way out onto the circuit. Oh no, it's corrected himself. Maybe Lombardi's not in the pit lane. I don't know. Somewhere,
that's for sure. He's around, but he's somewhere. There's lots of drivers all over the road, dotted around the circuit, who are, I think, also trying to work out where drivers around them are as well. It's difficult to say who they're racing towards the end with 55 laps still to go, but they'll absolutely be giving it a good go, that's for sure, in their attempts to try maybe get up to the top 5, even top 10 in some of these classes, which would not be a bad feat. 27 cars actually started in the GT3 Pro, so a top 10 is absolutely nothing to shake your fist at, and I think a lot of the teams and a lot of the drivers will be focusing on that into the final 50 laps. They're all a lap down, but they're within range, that's for sure.
We've got I think our first penalty for off tracks here today. Comes in the wow, excuse me. It comes in the LMP2 class, the 178, I should say, CRZ SimSport car, and we've got damage here for an LMP2 as well on your screen. I can't help but notice the Solpec Precision Racing car has been in for a while, but this is I'm trying to identify the number at the moment. That is CRZ, isn't it? They do seem to have quite a lot of damage on the front end of that car. They picked up 50 1Xs though, and that is a 25-second penalty for them.
Kind of penalty you want to be picking up at all, especially at this stage of the race. Early race penalties are frustrating. They take you out of the running right at the front of the field early on, but they also give you a chance to, you know, clear the log, clear all the penalties that you have, and make sure that you can get towards knowing exactly where you sit in terms of your penalties and your penalty situations. So there's always that to think about. But sadly, for teams getting penalties towards this stage of the race, the latter stages of the race, with 55 laps still to go, it's not opportune really, because you have to serve them, and then you've not got too long to work out if you can gain too many spots back. It's just not the nicest of feelings, as the teams picking up penalties now are going to be feeling the effects of it.
So Williams Esports Academy have now been into the pit lane, and that signals the start of a new round of stops, I would suspect. Trying to work out how many laps they did there. I'm not sure they're quite going to make it home. If they pitted on lap 146, which they didn't even make it there, they need to do at least 26, 27 laps here, and that might be a bit far for these GTPs. You want to be keeping it down at around 25, so if you make it over 150 laps to go here, or not to go, sorry, but into the race, and you might just be able to make it home. And it looks like this car here has been able to do that quite well so far. Patrick Wolf is driving effortlessly at the moment in the lead of this class, lead of this race. Nearly half a minute out front, and at the moment fiercely forward in absolute control.
And they're looking fantastic for their lead as well. They've not really looked pressured at any point over the last even hour really. They've been looking like they're in total control, and it's really good to see how they're able to cope with these conditions, as it starts to get a little bit foggy once again here at COTA. Well, I say foggy, you know me, it's a little bit misty out there, Ewan.
Is that because you keep telling me about the difference and I can never remember it or something?
I do, and you couldn't care less, which is why I keep harping on about it.
Well, you're not entirely wrong. 2 p.m. in Sim, by the way. Must have been a pretty early start in that case for the race. Just trying to work it out. 5 hours ago or so, just before 9, I suppose, in Sim. So ensuring effectively that we don't have any darkness in this race as we have a look at the GTP standings. Let's have a look at them top to bottom. Fiercely Forward lead the way by 23 seconds ahead of Apex Racing Team. Movado Rosso are now up to 3rd ahead of Ilka Happelert, who's 4th. Then P1 Docs with Ruben Paulino in the top 5. That's Tom Hooper just in behind, with the Movado 33 car looking to come up through. Number 77, Pablo Espes, is out in 8th place, so that's where they've dropped down to. Gonna have to factor that in if they have to take a splash later on. Harrison Lillis and Phil Krause are inside the top 10, with Adam State, the first driver, 1 lap down, with Norbert Tamas and also Ricardo Chivillon. Then it's Skivon, I should say. Johan Ruhr and Daniel Alves-Lorenzo are multiple laps down. Unfortunately, it looks like Solpec have decided to pull the plug and retire.
Really is a real shame, really, to see them pull out, seemingly, well, pull the car from the race at this stage. But 50 laps to go, they may have felt like there was too much damage on the car. They were too far behind to really garner anything from the race anyway, and that's why they may have pulled out. But Disappointing to see nonetheless. Good to still see that we've got a decent chunk of cars left in this one, and a lot of cars still in contention, not least in this LMP2 field, even though we've got a few cars a couple of laps down. We've got a few cars on the lead lap, and the battle for the podium is absolutely on, led by Mitchell Johnson. He's a long way behind the top two, but he's not got a long gap behind the likes of Frank Schmitz and Morten Augerson, so definitely chances for some moves in this field.
The only class with all of its starters still in the race. So 50 forward leading there, ahead of 188 Dacia Automotive, then Moradness, who are in third. As you say, though, only 25 seconds ahead of sixth place, and that is Composite Performance and Carter Kundinger at the moment, who is driving that one. Be very interesting to see, but only 6 cars would be on the lead lap as things stand. In GT3, we've still got Visceral leading. Matteo Kunze has gotten out ahead of Dino Lombardi in the grid and go car, but the gap's only a second between the two of them. Then it's Ascari Marine in the BS competition car. WSR Esports Bookkeeper are in 4th place, ahead of Ricardo Rico in the Drago racing car. Ethan Critchley is in 6th place for WSR, with Hoytingveld next and Jan Sinkowski. 266 is 8th. That is Absolute Motorsport Aslev, although they are well out of sequence. If it flips around for them in this way, they'll be up inside the top 10. If not, they could be outside the top 20. PGZ and Simify round out the top 10. That's the championship leading Simify car coming into today, losing points. Dory Sports are just outside of them with in 11th place. Then you've got Instinct Mechanic Racing, the 224. SimRC 13th, ahead of German Sim Racing. Scuderia Volpe by Spion Sim and Impulse Racing in 16th place. Visceral Esports Endurance, that's 297, or behind them. And I think they are the last car on the lead lap. If not, then it's BS Turner, who are, yes, they're just about on the lead lap. My goodness, it's close though for them. Just about staying on the lead lap. That would be a wild restart, wouldn't it? 18 cars still on the lead lap there, my God.
It's a lot. It's a lot of cars. It's a very competitive field in the GT3s. One we're going to have to. I think we're going to have to keep the closest eye on, realistically, throughout the rest of the race. So many cars, but yet so many of them on that lead lap, and fantastic to see it. Leading battle again, back to a second between Kunze, who of course started in P17, and Dino Lombardi in that 247, which started on the pole. Fantastic field of cars, and great to see how well they're racing. Yao Vass has got into the Orion car. We'll see what he can do from about P10 in the GTPs.
Yeah. This is pit stop time. Tom Hooper makes his way back out as well. 41.6 seconds in the box for him. Can he go 226 laps to the end? I think some of these GTPs are quite tight on fuel. Willing to be proved wrong by someone who knows better. Probably many, but it does feel quite tight. It's one of the advantages of being in the top class, especially when it's a distance race. You know exactly how many laps they're going to be. You know exactly how many laps you need to save now, if you need to save at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're really at that stage of the race, aren't we? With only 50 laps left on the clock, 3/4 distance just about to be crossed, and teams and drivers kind of know where they sit with their fuel numbers. They know where they sit with not just their fuel numbers, but also pit stop strategy, timings of the pit stops, generally where the others are going to be likely to make pit stops as well. It's going to be interesting. I'd like to see Marchand get in the number 1 car that's dropping down to P3 in the pit lane in the GTPs. So change of drivers up near the front. No such happenings down here in the battle for the lead of the GT3 Pros, with the Grid and Go and the Azatec Sport Visceral car going at it again. Just the opposite order to what we saw about 15-20 minutes ago.
Yeah, isn't it weird that they're the opposite way around as well here? Because Visceral, with that earlier stop, were able to do a better couple of outlaps and use that speed to get the lead. Now Grid and Go have got Dino Lombardi at the wheel, and suddenly they're quicker. Now they're in second place. So no, I find that so bizarre. I can't believe that Dino Lombardi is miles quicker than Sven Haase at this race, this circuit at this time. But maybe that is what's happening on at the moment. But Lombardi certainly making a difference. And if this battle is anything like the one we saw in the previous stint between these two teams, we're in for a treat in the next 20 laps.
That's for sure. And Dino Lombardi, I'm sure, is going to be going for this hell for leather for the Grid and Go car. Of course, Grid and Go having a great start to 2025, aren't they? In general, after that win in the Daytona 24 just a couple of weeks ago, they are riding a bit of a high in Bruno Lombardi. Wouldn't mind partaking in some of that success and getting himself past Gunter, past the Aztec Visceral car, and into the lead of this race. 50 laps to go, though. These guys will have, more like 46, 47 laps to go. More than enough time to make a move. So many overtaking spots on this track. They've probably got about 200 more to go.
Through the first sector, and on the exit of the first sector, they go, look at how they've got this circuit absolutely nailed through that part. It's such a tightrope through there. You're walking between off tracks and anti-cut curbs and all sorts. That's deep on the brakes from Lombardi. Could have broken a bit earlier and got a bit of a cutback, but he has done a bit of that actually. He probably would have preferred the LMP2 wait. Obviously the LMP2 was not going to do that. They're in their own race. And now, as you say, we are starting to really look through the fog here, because it's all of a sudden descending very quickly, and I can't really describe why. It's obviously developing weather, but it was very clear an hour and a bit ago when we started, and now it's very not clear.
Yeah, weather, eh? What can you do about it? It's a little bit confusing, but
well,
I mean, the drivers, well...
in not real life, you can control it. That's what you can do about it.
Well, that's true. That is true. But it's also, well, it's confusing anyway. I mean, to go from a bit foggy to nice and clear, to back a bit foggy again, we wouldn't necessarily expect these conditions in Texas anyway, especially on the plains of Texas. Well, we're not quite on the plains, but we're quite in the mountainous region, well, hillier regions of Texas. But it's getting significantly foggier with every single passing lap, which is intriguing. The drivers are going to have to, cope with it, but I can't imagine it's going to make too much of a difference in the grand scheme of things.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. It's not so bad that you won't be able to see where you're going anymore, which is when it becomes a real problem. This is Dylan Scrivens getting into the fiercely forward car at the front. And so just a 24 and 25 lap stint needed to the end here for them, for number 11. And look at the pace they put on as well. P1docs.com last time on their alternative strategy were able to get out ahead of fiercely forward ever so briefly and led a couple of laps, but they are well over 10 seconds away from doing that now because of the pace they put on. And speaking of which, Williams have put on some pace as well, because they've managed to undercut the Apex Racing team here in what will become a battle for second place.
Yeah, it's great to see that the Apex Racing team are having to fight it out with Williams. Again, these two great teams are having to battle it, not even for the win here, because that's currently being held by Fiercely Forward. P1 Docs should shuffle back in the order. So Williams, by rights, should be up into P2 right now. There are the weather conditions. It's a nice warm day, that's for sure. I wouldn't mind it being 20 degrees right now. But at 2 p.m, at the end of January, in Texas, I wouldn't have expected fog, to be fair.
Well, it's... Oh, contact! And the Williams car now going to go on the defensive through turn 11. And the Apex Racing team will be boxed in, although given the space by Williams there on the inside line. Look at the dive down the inside. Some of those GTs are not going to be very pleased about those dives, but Pablo Espez there was just trying to hold on to a place. Now we'll be under supreme amounts of pressure from Marcio Hubert, who will be looking maybe to the outside, inside, outside. Oh, he doesn't know where to go. Outside line in towards turn 12. He's not far alongside, and so he will back out of things. Again, outside line through 13. It's a good run round here. If he can stay there, he'll have the inside at 16. No, he's gone. He's spun. He's just about saved himself, but Marcio Hubert there gave it everything to try and get third place on the road. It's not quite worked out, and he's lost quite a few seconds now.
Yeah, that's just given the opportunity away somewhat, and let's see it again, Hubert. Oh, there's the contact with the Williams car. We'll see it again into turn 10 and 11, ducking and diving, trying to find the right line. It didn't really work out. It didn't work out at turn 12 particularly. That's where they lost so much of the time. In comparison to Williams, and they're going to have to find a way to try and claw back some of that despite losing the position. There is now so much fog. It's rolled in so quickly here at Austin. 10 minutes ago, it was absolutely fine, and now you're struggling to see the final corner from turn number 1. But this is it again. Down at turn 13 and 14, the rear end starts to go, and then it's just a case of holding the car and lucky enough not to go around there.
Someone mentioning in the YouTube chat that this fog is being coupled with 30km/h winds and then putting loads of question marks afterwards. Can you tell me why that's weird?
You don't often get very foggy conditions by winds, because the winds would then blow the fog away.
Is that how it works?
You always get still, nice, crisp, still mornings in the UK is where you get fog. I haven't even done a course in this. I just know this because I'm a nerd, basically.
Didn't do geography at school.
No, I did geography, but you don't learn about fog in geography. To be fair.
No, I suppose not.
No, I learned about rivers instead. It was very useful.
Yeah, I remember those days. Battle for 8th place between Movano and Maniti. Again, so weird to see these two teams battling for such low positions. At least they're inside the top 10 this time. Earlier on, there was a battle between the two for just 10th place. Meanwhile, Benjamin Frugero through the turn 11 has got it slightly wrong. And, well, we saw, I think it was one of the first... Oh, it's contact for Geodesic. Now, has that done suspension damage to this car or not? Yes, I think it has. That car is crabbing. Yes, it is. So he will... Oh, is it? Oh, he's going at quite a speed. It's hard to tell because he's not going to be going straight for a while, but that car didn't look like it was sat quite right. Meanwhile, this is the other Visceral car being spun round by a Geodesic McLaren.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all. Johan Roya, that's the 95, going around all under his own steam at turn 12, or turn 13, I should say, and able to style it out somewhat and get away with it. But there's a fair few incidents on the circuit now. It's not the cleanest of racing in the last 5-10 laps. Maybe it's the fog.
It's just sending everyone a little bit mad in these last few moments, clearly. Still 46 laps to go in this race. We've got well under an F1 race distance in terms of time now to go. Closing in on the final moments of this race and the final pit stops as well, which are coming up for GTP and GT3. I think the LMP2 still have 2 more stops to make as the 6th battle in GT3 comes back up again. So WSR have been caught by Hosingveld, who are being caught by PGZ. Absolute Motorsport not that far away either, and neither are Simifight. This is a very congested group in the second half of the top 10.
Yeah, this is a bit of a cluster, isn't it? With Ethan Critchley and Jan Santkowski in the battle. WSR and Hosingveld as well. 2 more teams that necessarily say, particularly Hosingveld, and the way they've been able to go about IVRA of late. You wouldn't necessarily expect them to be in P7. You may expect them to be a little bit further forward. They may expect themselves to be a bit further forward. But given how their race has gone, I don't think they'd mind being in P7 for the time being. But with P6 right in front of them, they'll surely be looking to get through. The gaps again in the GT3 Pro is not great, considering that these battles for P6 and 7 are 40 seconds off the lead compared to the basically lap off the lead that we have in the GTP. So chances galore. Still a lot of time to keep this one going. I say we've probably got about another hour and 20 minutes or so, give or take, of this race.
Yeah, it's looking like about that amount of time now. Christian Hildgaard, meanwhile, is in, so this battle we were watching between Williams and Apex will become for 2nd place, although Pablo Espes is looking a lot more comfortable in that fight now, with Hubert having gone for a spin. 2.5 is the gap between the two, and number 1, Movano, like Marchal, moves up as well. João Vaz inside the top 5, and Hildgaard gets out in 6th place. So, good strategies from those two, because they only need 23 lap stints to the end from here. 2 23 lap stints. That means they might be able to short fuel their final stop a little bit.
Yeah, they might just about be able to. I think, yeah, again, some teams may be thinking about if they're thinking about having to make an extra pit stop or pit in a position or a lap that's not necessarily as useful. When can they do it? that will benefit them the greatest? You know, is that going a little bit earlier? Is that going a little bit later? What will be the most efficient strategy? You'd think that running it a little bit, running until the fuel tank is as low as you can would be the quickest, with the lower fuel levels. Of course, depends how the tyres are feeling again on the car, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a consideration in comparison to the fuel. But all these decisions have to be made in the next 10-15 laps or so, otherwise it's going to be too late to make the call. And I'm sure most of the teams at least have a plan in mind anyway.
Yep. You would hope so. There has been a change here. Huizinga are up to 6th place, and all of a sudden, it's WSR who look like they're going the wrong way. Ethan Critchley is at the wheel of that one now. And Jan Sentowski, I think Kowski has managed to get himself through into 6th place. It's happened on this lap. So the Mustang battle resumes, and it resumes with Huizinga back in front like they were before, but it's Critchley who'll be concerned about the rate with which he's falling backwards.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few teams that are going in the wrong direction. They won't be enjoying it at all. Running out of options as well as to how to try and change the fortunes around. I'll have to see if it does change and pan out differently as they work their way through the final corner. Huizinga in the lead of this little train of cars, but wouldn't mind getting a little bit further away and out of pressure. Ryan Barneveld getting in the BS competition car in the number 98. We'll see how he can do in a couple of minutes when they come out of the pit lane, but they are so far down in the order that it's all a bit futile for them. It's going to take a lot to gain many more points at all.
Door Esports have gone off on this lap, I'm afraid. Luca Vunks has dropped down further behind Simify. He wasn't that far behind before, but on that last lap, he did a two. Oh no, excuse me. I don't think I was entirely. I don't think that sentence was entirely truthful. He looks to be running okay, actually. I've just reread everything, and that last lap time looks okay. So he probably hasn't gone off in that case. He's probably fine. Meanwhile, a couple of GTPs, prototypes, fed themselves down the inside of Sentowski, and so on the back straight they go. And Critchley is going to be looking over his shoulder again here. He's got Mathieu Vettorino just in behind now for PGZ. And again, these are drivers who are likely going to the end, especially Critchley and Vettorino, who I believe have just gotten into their respective cars. Surely this is the kind of distance where they'll be going to the end now.
Yeah, it's this kind of part of the racetrack where we've got a congestion of cars, all three classes on the road, inside line for the LMP2s. Here comes a GTP as well, trying to work their way through the BS competition car. Inside line of 1, inside line of 2, just about, as they work their way through the triple right-hander there, because the geodesic racing car as well. Everybody clambering over everybody else, flashing with the lights. It's all going off down here, and if you thought we'd be getting towards the latter stage of the race, it might calm down a bit. You'd be wrong, because there's still the same amount of cars on the racetrack. It's just where do they congregate together at times?
Now then, penultimate stops for LMP2 cars currently going on, and that cycle will continue on for the next few laps, you would think. Here's a look at the first corner from the air. Bit wide there from Sentowski, but he'll get away with it. And the very oddly shaped grandstand, since it's on such an incline. And you're right, already we can't see the final corner from the first. How bizarre.
Closer to officially being called fog, I think, Ewan. I think that's the excitement that's brewing with everybody at home watching. No, it's foggy. It's not quite as foggy as it gets in the forest near me. That was a scary night driving, but that's not the point. It's nice and safe for these guys. It's bright enough. They've got more than enough room. They've got headlights as well. I mean, if they tried to use it as an excuse for why they got caught up in an incident, it may be a bit of a weak one. But I can envisage that happening. It's happened before in some sim racing communities when fog has occurred and someone got caught up in a crash and they blamed the fog, even though it was quite easy to see. But to see if that happens in the final 40-odd laps.
What on earth were you driving through a forest for? Get stuck on the tree roots and all sorts.
I wasn't driving like through the trees. There's a road in the middle.
Oh, I see. That's not really through a forest, then, is it? You're just driving on a road.
Through a forest. It's
That
different
happens
because
around trees on the
there's
side.
trees on both sides and they hang over the road.
Yeah, but that happens in cities. That doesn't mean you're in a forest.
Right, okay.
Anyway, meanwhile, the battle continues on. Lap 158, still 42 to go at the end of this one for Fiercely Forward. I would much rather like it to be 4.2 laps probably, because they are comfortable at the front of two classes at the moment. Thoroughly enjoying their afternoon here at Circuit of the Americas. As these three Mustangs make their way into the final corner. Absolute Motorsport in the background coming to pit lane. Unfortunately for them, they're kind of coming in at the worst possible time. There's no way they're going to make it through 42 more laps of GTP running. They'll have to splash later.
Have to splash. We'll have to see by how much they have to splash, but that's just going to be all part of the fun and games of the final 10-15 laps or so. I think in terms of the fuel, some teams may have just accepted their fate and are pushing on with the fact that they know that they're not going to necessarily make the end on the stints that they're hoping to. Some may be just trying to eke their way to the end and will still have to have a splash and dash. It's always running that risk of, going ever slower to try and save the fuel, but then still having to do the splash and dash, meaning that your entire pace after making the decision to go slower was in fact slower than just committing to the splash and dash and going a little bit faster, pushing the car a little bit more. So there's always that trade-off, and teams and drivers have to decide how they're going to go for that. Inside line, in towards turn 11, gets a little bit dicey, but they just about make their way through. It'd be interesting to watch that side-by-side action that we saw through turns 2 to 5 again in these slightly foggy conditions.
Yeah, I love watching those shots of the cars on a stationary camera, not following anyone, but just watching the grip of the cars, just taking centre stage. It looked like Vitorino was going to try and go for a move there, down towards turn 12, and he has. That was pretty easy in the end. You could tell that Critchley was slowed up by that prototype going through on the way towards turn 11, and Vitorino didn't need a second invitation. Through he goes into 7th place, and Critchley is slipping and sliding here.
And he's just trying to keep his car on the road and keep it, in some sort of competitive nature at the moment. Through they come to the triple right hand. I've got to be careful though, because you've got the cars just in behind. This is what happened, making the move to the inside at turn 12, getting to the inside line, getting it stopped, getting it to the apex, and not allowing any kind of switchback. Perfectly done. It's textbook stuff. And he's up another position.
It certainly is. Nice pass made, well executed that time around. Look at it. It's a good job he did it as well, because look at the traffic behind here. In towards turn 1, there's a WSR prototype, there's an LMP2, there's the Williams prototype, an Apex Racing team, by the way, have caught right up here. Not necessarily because of this battling, but generally over time, they've made it, and now they're all going to be stuck here through the S's. This is the general flow of things through the latter stages of the race, where the field are entirely spread apart, and these prototypes just got to figure their way through, especially through those S's sections. Apex not able to get anywhere near the Williams car now as a result of all of this, and again they'll be stuck just in behind the Huizenfeld Mustang. A difficult run through traffic for the first sector for them this time.
Yeah, as we fly through turn 11, you can see how difficult it is to really pin your way through the corner, with all three classes getting themselves involved, and very exciting to see, really, how they are able to work their way through a difficult portion of the racetrack. Down in towards turn 12 we go. There's no move to be made there, apart from between the classes, and they will stay pretty much as they are on 160 of 200. Couple of keen cars coming through. The Moradner's car having a good time. Barneveld's getting hit around though, and that's not going to be fun. With the geodesic car getting a little bit too excited.
That's an underscore on a pretty difficult day for BS competition. Olaf Sovchuk in towards turn 1, goes for a spin as well. Don't want to be ending up on the wrong side of that slope there. That was very steep. He'll get back onto the circuit though, just about. He will rejoin as PGZ are overtaken by another LMP2. It's a geodesic LMP2. They should bang some heads together and choose who gets to keep that livery. They look very similar indeed. through the final corner. I was thinking that actually earlier when I was watching Dory Sports, Impulse Racing and somebody else in a very similar livery all battling away. There was the Impulse Mustang I was seeing at the time. Yeah, those some of those teams need to have an argument between themselves as well. This is a battle for 10th place, or 9th, excuse me. Maniti closing in at the moment on the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car. Sam Sutton now at the wheel of this one. And this has been a good season for Orbit, in my opinion. Getting into the IVRA Endurance Series, 8th place in the standings at the moment. It's another solid top 10 for now for them as well.
Yeah, it's definitely good results in the offing for a lot of these teams, and I think there'll be a few happy faces by the end of the day if they're able to say where they are. A couple of top 10 finishes for teams that maybe didn't expect to be where they are, and a couple of top 3 finishes for teams that maybe weren't banking on a win early on in the race. I mean, the 296 started 17th. I don't think they were looking for the win right at the start of the race, but they are in position at the moment. Can they pull away from the grid and go car? We'll wait and see. Got about 40 laps to do so, about what's that, like, 75 minutes, 70 minutes worth of racing to do so. And looking forward to seeing how this race is going to wind its way to a conclusion, with the final pit stops probably happening in the next few minutes or next half an hour or so.
With 38 laps to go at the line, we're closing well in on an hour to go now in the race. As I mentioned earlier, the cut-off time for the race itself, which is 7 hours, by the way, we've got a maximum of 7 hours this afternoon. That will be coming at around 20 past 11 Central European time. That is an hour and 45 nearly away. So there is plenty of time for these final laps to take place. And as I was talking about earlier on, we could have some really quite lengthy yellow flags and still make it home from here. It has been a good long green flag run though, and the reason I say it's has the 297 been around again? No, not quite, not yet. Oh, now there's contact. Now, yes, they have. So that's the genetic McLaren we're on board with there. That's the onboard shot of the incident we saw there earlier, and that looked like something they're going to receive a penalty for. In fact, they have 10 seconds penalty for causing the 297 to spin, and that is more than deserved, I would say.
Oh yes, and awful place to be stuck as well, because you're facing the wrong way. You might have to spin around more than 180 degrees onto the racing line, into a high speed, into a medium speed part of the circuit. It's just not a nice place to be stuck, especially when it's not your fault and you've been hit around from a battle. So all of the conditions make it worse, I think. You add more things in and you just get more frustrated.
It's never your fault. You remember that as a racing driver. Never your fault.
It's obviously.
So it's always frustrating. Oh, here we go. Oh, speaking of frustrating, this is going to be Orbit losing a lot of time now to Maniti as they get past, or stuck behind, I should say, the CRZ Simsport. Pretty battered LMP2 down the field there. So they're 10th for the moment, 3 laps down, but they were right in the way of this battle. Now it's going to be absolutely on. It's on back here as well, as Impulse Racing look to try and get through on a position on the Scuderia Volpicar. This is for 15th place. And Norbert Leitner makes his way through.
Yeah, and Leitner doing a good job in his Mustang ahead of the Fagnam Police other Mustang between the two of them. And Norbert, let's see how far up the road he can get before maybe Gauthier gathers himself back and tries to come back to the 258 with 37 laps left to go. Diving their way through turn 11, spot them through the fog, get your goggles out. That's for sure, because it's difficult to see now. Some of these longer shots where the cameras are looking at a little bit of a further distance, it is starting to get a little bit more difficult to spot the cars as they emerge through the haze. But for drivers, they can see their immediate vicinity more than well enough, and are able to get the lap times in, still find the apexes and keep on going.
Through the final couple of corners for these two, and this is bad timing again for Sam Sutton. Norbert Thomas is going to be closing in here as a result, and he's going to have no such interruption from that McLaren. He'll be straight through. The gap at the line will be 0.7 of a second. These two, by the way, are 2 laps apart on pit strategy, and will be going at least another 10 laps. So Sutton is not out of concern for some time here. If he wants to finish ahead of the Maniti car. He's going to have to hold them off for some time. He is in better strategy shape. He pitted more recently, so he'll have less fuel to take on at the final stop. However, he still needs to keep them behind.
Yeah, difficulties at the moment for a few teams in defending, especially if you've got the fuel numbers to look at. Teams are going to be thinking about them, and if you're having to defend the position whilst also, you know, having to lift off a little bit before the corners, I mean, what chance are you leaving yourself? So difficulties there. But if you're attacking and you've got a little bit more fuel, you're happier to use a little bit more fuel up. And you've always got that ability to move forward and try and gain a position or two on the run in towards the checkered flag. But for the time being, we feel like we're in a bit of a lull. We're settling down before the final pit stops, I think, or the final flurry of pit stops. And I think we're going to get ramping it back up again for the final 10-15 laps. Hopefully so.
Yep, let's hope so. This is going to be a long run around the outside for these two, or inside for these two if they're going to get through. Long right-hander, but look at the grip that these prototypes have. Absolutely extraordinary machines. Now down the inside on the penultimate corner. Did you see, by the way, the big news of this week, Darrow, as far as the hypercar class is concerned?
Didn't.
Wow.
I don't think I did.
You may have done. You've just forgotten, to be fair.
I don't know that's what you're talking about.
Now I'm just checking to make sure I didn't dream it up, but no, I didn't. Obviously, Ford are going to be joining Hypercar in 2027. There you are.
Oh yes, I did see that.
He says.
I did see that. It's almost like it's as well as in the UK and well in Western Europe, the Six Nations started this weekend. I found out about that. I found out about that last week, and I forgot about it till today. So. Yeah, exactly the same thing. I do that a lot, you'll realise.
Yeah, announced on Thursday, I think, that effort. So that's going to be
that's too long ago.
Yeah. Do you wonder how many manufacturers we're going to have by 2027? I mean, I can't see all of the current ones making it all the way there, but what would that put into Le Mans? Maybe 11, 12? Not sure. But there's a lot of them. And now we've got 5 in iRacing as well, which is a great thing. No Ferraris in this series because it was released after the start date. However, 5 hypercars now in iRacing. We'll get back to that in a moment as PGZ and Huizinga go side by side in towards turn 12. Oh, close. Sitkatsky tries to send Vitorino off the road, but he's not having any of it. Down the inside into turn 13. It's allowing Critchley back into the fight again for 6th place and allowing the top 5 to secure their position. Sitkatsky on the inside again. It's a long way round here for Vitorino. He slides, very nearly lets the car get away from him. But he can't quite get through. Good defence from the Huizinga driver.
Yeah, Huizinga just about staying in front. PGZ and WSR right in the mix. And I think really if PGZ go for the move and it comes off badly, WSR are right there. So thank you very much, gentlemen. And will work their way up in towards P6. It's a tightly compacted field in the GT3 Pros. It's been a good race all the way through to see how the teams have ebbed and flowed. It's been one of those categories really where you've not necessarily been confident in calling it early on, but for the time being, and WSR looking for the top 6 and looking to try and get past Huizinga. It's a big gap up to the top 5 though, 18 seconds or so. That'll be difficult to bridge in only 34 laps. You'd need basically half a second a lap, which is doable around a circuit like this. There is more than enough corners to make up that kind of time. You only really need about 200 or 300s per corner, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it'll feel like that, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, through the outside line goes the BS Competition BMWs, the only BS Competition BMW, of course, in the GTP class. Vitorino leaves him some space, and Critchley is going to be right on the back of him as a result of this now for 7th place, but I can't see him making a move quite. It'd be a little bit silly. That is the 15th place running car, by the way, Ryan Bardeveld. He's actually got a lap up to the next car, so fair play for them for carrying on, because it'd be very easy for them to just retire at this point, but they're carrying on, and they've picked up a position as well as a result of Solpec have retired, so they're now 15th and picking up those points.
Yeah, and lots of points to be won. Important stage of the season, round 3 of the calendar. 3, 4, 5. I always feel like at the critical moments, critical stages of the championship, generally in a shorter season, that kind of mid-phase, maybe just after the mid-phase as well, like that 40 to 70% of the season completed, it is really where you earn the points and you put yourself into title contention. The opening couple of rounds, you find your feet, and then you're trying to, assault the top of the championship, put yourself into a great position, and then by the final 2 rounds, you can try and manage it, get the points that you need, and work out who you're racing for a title. So I think this is a really good time for teams to be picking up big points and for Fiercely Forward, particularly. Albeit the 115 hasn't raced so far, picking up some good points will do wonders for the team in general, and will be really interesting to see how they can use this to their advantage. In the GT3 Pros, with Acetec beating Grid and Go, there's going to be a psychological battle there in terms of a championship battle. Even if the gap's 10 points, it's not going to be huge, but psychologically, the fact that they've got the edge at this stage of the season means that they're the ones being chased, rather than it feeling like it's an equal playing field, which it very well may do, even on terms of pure pace. So yeah, this stage of the championship is always intriguing, and big points we won today are going to be critical.
134 on the line today, and 134 times 5 available for the remainder of the season, but it's over 650, so plenty of points still on the table and available, and everybody still with a chance of winning the title at the end of play tonight, which should be a very positive thing for everyone. 33 laps to go when we get to the line here, as Fast Repair Motorsport make their pit stop, be a penultimate one, because there's still quite a long way to go. This is number 8 on the outside of the PS competition, BMW, going right by the outside. Oh, and didn't quite have the grip to do that. You don't very commonly see BMW break grip quite as quickly as that, as Guillaume Levesque, not for the first time this afternoon, has been hit, and that is a big crash into the wall. Now, where is that car, and has it recovered itself?
Let's see. Levesque, well, he disappeared behind a barrier. Yes, Levesque, who actually won a race recently that I was commentating on by 0.000. Great race. I don't think he's going to do that today, though. I think that would be quite a tall order, not least because he's a long way off the pack, but also because you're never going to get a dead heat here at Kota with the nature of the final corner. We can always hope, though, we might get it. Sorry?
You say never. Now it's going to happen.
See? You know, if you say it won't happen, it will. That's the key. There's not going to be another battle for the lead, Ewan. That's what's going to happen the rest of the race.
Reverse jinx. Well, the irony is there actually is one right now for first in GT3, so that doesn't really work. It's between Matteo Kunze and Dino Lombardi again. This is what happened. Have a listen. Oh, that is terrible, terrible news for the Apex Racing team. The Academy car, I think that is. It's certainly coloured like one. And Guillaume Levesque, I'm afraid, has now dropped to the very back. It looks like that car will finish 22nd here because there's only an hour left.
Yeah, it's difficult to really recover from that kind of incident this late on in the day. I mean, how long have we been going realistically? A while, isn't it, in this race? We have been going in race conditions for about... what's that, 5.5 hours now, 1 to go. We've gone through most of this race. Making mistakes now is going to feel critically damaging. Austin Young got close there. That was a very dangerous moment. Did he take out the car with him, or? Yeah,
that was the contact, yeah. That was how Levesque got out.
Sorry, yes. Took me a minute to, sorry. I lost myself for a minute there.
That's how Levesque ended up in the wall. It's ever so slight misjudgment there from Austin Young, I'm afraid, and so he'll be bearing the brunt of that impact, perhaps, in terms of the penalties. 10-second time penalty for... Oh, no, that's for a different one, excuse me. So they've already got top one 10-second time penalty for causing a collision with the 89, dreamed in by Ryan Barneveld. Nando Corona's got a stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision with the Visceral car, 297. Not this Visceral car. Their teammates. Look at this, Dino Lombardi. Last few laps, he has gained half a second in just 3 laps, and the battle for the lead's on again as we close in on the final pit stops of the day.
Yeah, not much longer to go in this race. Drivers, teams, they've pinned down what they're doing to the end of the race, and I think they've kind of got everything planned. Yeah, I mean, 30 laps to go at this circuit. You wouldn't necessarily think it's a long time. In some slightly slower machinery than we see, you know, in the likes of a Formula 1 race, it was a little bit longer than it otherwise would, but still a great amount of overtaking opportunities. These moves to be completed, for example, for the 247 Grid and Go car, looking for the lead of the race ahead of Matteo Kunze in the Visceral, well, at the Azatec Sports Visceral car at the moment. They've got to be careful though, because BS Competition are arriving on the scene. The gap was about 10 seconds. It's now down to about 7.8. So don't rule out a three-way battle for the win towards the end.
The 62 geodesic prototype, by the way, not given a penalty for that incident we just saw because netcode was judged to be a big player in it. So they've been let off the hook rather there. Back for 6th in GTP. We'll continue on the bottom of your screen. I think the reason why Lombardi is hanging back just for the moment is because he knows he's got a few laps less fuel to put in his car, because he'll go on for a few more as Matteo Kunze comes in to make a very important final pit stop of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's, as he emerge, well, will he emerge? No, he'll just stay behind the sign. He loves the drama of us not being able to tell where he is or what he's doing, but he is behind the sign, he is in the pit box, and he will be getting that car serviced for the final time in this race. Movano being sent on, that got close in their battle, but Bill and just about defending ahead of P1 Dogs.
That was Christian Hildgaard looking down the inside and unsuccessful in getting through on the inside line. He works his way now around the long right-hander. He's looking to regain this place, of course. He lost it when he spun for the early part of that turn. Now he's on the back of the reigning series leaders. Not really reigning series leaders, but you get what I mean. The series leaders, championship leaders, to try and take this position away. Up in towards turn 1. It's going to be very difficult up here. Too far away. There's the Visceral car. Back out onto the circuit again, and that's not an ideal place to find yourself. My goodness, the prototypes worked their way around the outside all right in the end, but that was close. But David Sobrero back out for the first time in a while. That's quite an introduction to the racetrack.
Yeah, a baptism of fire. Well, yeah, the fire would probably be wiped out with the conditions that we currently have, but really is not the way you want to get your stint going. But, you know, if you're going to get dealt a bad hand, it's about how you play it rather than whether you're going to win with it or not. That's not how the saying goes, but it's how I remembered it in the moment. And we have 30 laps to go in this race. Movano will get through on the LMP2 into turn 11 and will continue on. Getting ever foggier. I think I could just about see the tower there. I think I need new glasses anyway, to be fair.
Sounds like it. You certainly can't see the other side of the circuit from here. You can see the horizon over there, but not much more than that. Look at this. It's very murky all of a sudden here at the end of January. And we're not quite going to be getting into the proper dark conditions, but it will be feeling quite dark because of the overcast and foggy nature of this surrounding at the moment. As again, Tango Billen holds on to 6th place for now. It's been pretty good recovery since halfway for 33. They were 10th place when the points were handed out. They lost some of their lead. They are still behind their closest championship rivals, Orion Race Team. However, to be 6th place and having gained 4 in the last 70 laps or so, that's pretty good going with no cautions.
Well, we've been going so long now, caution-free. It's almost like we're fated to get one in the final 5 laps or so. Which hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, everything, that we won't get that. We'll be able to get to the end in green flag conditions, because we really have set ourselves up for a fantastic run to the checkered flag here. So many drivers, so many teams involved in some leading battles, and teams that you wouldn't necessarily expect. The VC Forwards and the GTP and the LMP2s aren't in, you know, title contention realistically. VC Forward 11 are to an extent, but they're 100 points off Movano, who are leading the championship. They're gaining some points, but not enough to really get themselves right in the mix. The 115, of course, no points at all in the LMP2, so that'll be exciting. And big championship ramifications going on for the leading battles in the GT3. So really well set up this race after such a long time. Well, that's not set up well though. That's a good move though in the end, because Movano were stuck on the outside line.
What was Tanguy Billen doing there? He was on the outside line of the Mercedes for some reason, trying to go around the outside through turn 11. Christian Hülgaard said the inside's open, you know, and he just took it. He's taken 6th place with it as well. A good bit of opportunistic driving from him, but I'm very puzzled as to why Billen would think the outside line at turn 11 was a good place to be.
No, it's never been a good place to be. I know he's not been in the car terribly long on the new stint, but maybe just, you know, I don't really know why. Movano making little mistakes that are costing them today, and that is one of them. Championship leaders, of course, but they're not necessarily putting in a championship leader drive today. I'm sure they'll be back for the next round, of course, Silverstone, and in contention, but today just hasn't been it for them. And they're going to have a lot of struggles, I think, to try and get anywhere further up the order.
Absolutely. Well, out onto the front straight comes the LMP2 leader, Alex Nug, in the lead for Fiercely Forward by just 15 seconds or so ahead of Dutch Automotive and Augustin Bernier. So they close in on their final pit stops as well. These guys will be making their final pit stop last, by the way, of those cars still out onto the circuit. Maniti Racing are in, meanwhile. Norbert Tamas, that is too early with still 29 laps to go. He will have to make a splash. I think, as I said earlier, I think a lot of these teams could be in a bit of trouble as far as fuel is concerned here. Other than maybe the Fiercely Forward leader, who's looking pretty good. But other than that, everybody else is going to be biting some fingernails here.
Yeah, it's, well, I think we'd say squeaky bum time, really, at this stage of the race. 27 laps to go. Mistakes are not what you need. Manuel, I should say, in the 17 car, in the box, should be his final stop. There's not going to be everybody that's confident enough to make their final stop at this stage. Well, not everybody who will have made their final stop by this stage, I should say. And Emmanuel gets out of the box, still in P11. He should stay there, I believe. And, well, maybe substantive P12, but he's not going to be a million miles away behind the next car. In fact, it's just there. It just came through screen. Daniel Ferguson in the 16. So the 16 and the 17 in 11th and 12th. We'll see which order they end up in.
Yeah, we certainly will. Oh, nice move around the outside there. Fierce competition. Almost like they're just practicing their multi-class skills, because after all, the only way you can get better at navigating the traffic is by doing it. Not saying that Ryan Barneveld needs the help, because he is an exceptionally experienced sim racer, sports car driver. However, you can never have enough practice. So he'll now get onto the back of the Maniti Racing car, using on cold tyres, bouncing over the curve. I don't think that McLaren was expecting Ryan Barneveld to quite do that, and there you go. That's exactly what I mean. You can never have too much experience and practice of these situations.
No, you can always prepare for your pace. You can never really prepare for racing conditions and for racing circumstances that you could find yourself in. They will always appear in ways that you never did expect, and it's all about how you adapt to them. That's really what separates the best time trial drivers from the best sim racing drivers, and motorsport drivers in general, for that matter. Maniti right behind the number 16 WS. Oh, that's actually the it's completed car, of course, but trying to get through on the GT3 car first. And then we'll try and work on some fellow GTPs. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! They won't be working on some GTPs making mistakes like that. Rear end goes. Manuel is off into the gravel at a place you don't often see a car.
Especially getting all the way out to the gravel. That's a long way off for Manuel down there. And the number 17 for Maniti Racing Porsche is not having a great outlet to what they would hope would be the final stint of this race, but it won't be, because they are too far from the ends. Let's have another look at it on the outside of the Absolute Motorsport Corvette. It's exactly, almost exactly, what Christian Hülgaard did earlier on. It's just a warning to everybody that these GTPs are not glued to the ground. If you take that right-hander at too much speed, too far on the outside line, in the marbles, you will spin round.
They are more delicate than they let on, really, aren't they? You've got to be so careful with how you coax them around some of these corners. And not careful enough there for the Maniti team. Emmanuel Soudal going around, and that's not what they needed at this stage. The Movano in P6, currently holding off the Williams Esports Academy car, but maybe we've been looking at that thinking that they've got to be careful not to make the same mistake. Is that going to get in their head? We'll have to wait and see. But the battle for P5, 6 and 7 is one of real intrigue at the moment. I think it's going to get us through towards the end of the race. It's 54 to make that final stop.
I think these GTPs are so well glued to the ground at times that drivers almost have too much confidence with them, as you were saying, and just let them make mistakes like that. As the race leaders in, fiercely forward into the pit lane, and this is earlier than they needed to. So you would think they're definitely going to make it home from here. We're seeing drivers getting out to even 27 laps on this stint now for the Apex Racing team. This is lap 27, so anyone who's pitting from this point onwards will make it home in any class.
Always good to know, isn't it? Generally for the teams, for the drivers around, if they see anybody coming out of the pit lane now, they know that they're going to the end of the race, and they know that they'll be then fighting them for position if they are also going to the end of the race. Only 1/8 of the race left to run, 25 laps or so. What's that in change? 45 minutes or so. In this race, it's going to be a near 7-hour event. Really great event as well. I mean, so many great overtakes, some great battles as well. And we've still got a little bit left to enjoy. Dylan Scrivens has been absolutely impermeable the last hour or so, at least last few hours actually, for the 50 forward team. And even though they're second, they're net P1 on the road, you'd expect with Apex probably due a pit stop.
They certainly are. Dylan Scrivens only needed 29 seconds in the box as well. So this is what I was talking about earlier on with different pit stop times here at the end. There will be some drivers and teams needing the whole tank, but others will only need 3/4. That's exactly what Scrivens needed there. As Absolute Motorsport Athlith are making their pit stop. Antonino Seguro into 13th place and should be staying there. They're over a minute ahead of Fast Repair Motorsport. Sergio Fernandez, at the moment, just the 10 on the lead lap. Geodesic nearly about to be lapped by the Apex Racing team. We'll of course get back on the lead lap once Apex come in, like now. As meanwhile, 46 comes in towards the end of the straight with Fast Repair Motorsports right in behind them. The Apex Racing team are in, so will they come out ahead of Williams Esports Academy or not? I'm going to suggest yes. That was 27 laps in the box, or out on the circuit, I should say, for them last time round. They've got only 25 to go. That means they could be able to knock off a couple of seconds. Can they get ahead of Williams, though, on this rejoin?
Yeah, I mean, difficult stage of the race to really make too many mistakes. Yeah, I think for some teams rejoining the circuit, it can be difficult. Teams have to be careful as well, don't they? It's always a bit of a risk. Drivers pick up a lot of penalties generally for unsafe rejoins. It's quite a big issue generally. And at a track where there are quite a lot of blind corners, it can be difficult, but it was a decent one there. We've seen a couple of dodgy rejoins over the course of the race, but nothing extreme. Yeah, we should be able to get towards the end.
Apex Racing team are out in front of Williams Esports. Now, can they stay ahead? Because the cold tyres are going to be, well, freezing, actually. Here it is. That's Movano just in the background. The number 33 car, Tango Billen, hasn't made his final pit stop yet. And they're just fourth in the queue. Not the red Moradness LMP2, but the Williams Esports Academy car in the background. They'll be closing in. I'm not sure they're close enough, though. It looks like Apex have made the jump here. Their pit stop was only 37 seconds versus 40.3 for Williams, and that has given Apex second place.
Apex doing a fantastic job. Absolutely stellar job of getting their way through the field, fighting its way past Movano now, and trying to get themselves into a position to score some big points tonight in what will be a successful evening's worth, I think, of racing for the number 99 car. Movano being dispatched now. Who's it going to be next? We'll have to wait and find out. But Movano not really with the answers today. Interesting, really, to see that they haven't necessarily had the answers. Yeah, but not almost difficult to explain why, really, but I'm sure that they will have some queries themselves, and we'll try and get those things fixed up for the next race.
And towards the final couple of corners here, That guy Billen wasn't even able to get through, so the Apex Racing team looking good now. As Billen, maybe that's why he didn't come in. So Williams certainly did catch up. Look at that, through into the final corner. Pablo Espes is going to be right on the back here of the 99, maybe right to the end. We'll see on that, as number 1 is put up on the jacks. There's Luc Marchand dropping down the field, now dropping off the jacks. Tanguy Billen will do the same. Also into the pit lane there was some of the GTs. We'll wait for them to make their final pit stops. Aztec Simsports Visceral 296 are third now, so that leaves just Grid and Go and BS Competition to make their final stops in GT3. This race is coming to a head now. We know where everybody is, what everybody needs to do, and the battles that we're going to be able to enjoy. This is one of them.
Yeah, P3 and GTPs. I don't think Hildgaard is a million miles away as well. Although, obviously, the number 8 may have some different circumstances. Apex and Williams going at it for P3. They've been this close together for the last hour or so. It's been great to see that they haven't split up too much, with time ticking away over the course of this race. And it's going to be good to see if they can really have a good tussle for that final spot on the podium. McDonald isn't going to be on the podium in his 262 geodesic car. He spins around at turn 1, and Manuel, I think it's the same incident we saw before. It is indeed going around at turn 16. So, a couple of moments, maybe a little lack of concentration slipping from the drivers, but it's all part of the game.
So, number 17, after that spin, well, down in 10th place now. Manuel Sudau's off the lead lap after that, so even a caution wouldn't help him at this stage. Through the penultimate corner comes Marcel Hubert on the defensive this time. It was so exciting on the attack. Threw it all the way out of turn 13 and 14, unfortunately. Spun round, but now he's on it again. Down the inside, Espes on that Visceral car. That is the race lead chasing GT3 as well. This is a very exciting finish to the race here. 23 laps to go, including the one that we're on at the moment. Final 3/4 of an hour, final half an hour coming up here for these drivers. And podium positions up for grabs in at least 2 categories. Not sure we can offer you much in LMP2 at the moment, but in GTP and GT3 we certainly can. That's a good run for Espes, as he got stuck behind the BS Competition BMW there, did Hubert. Now in towards turn 11. Again, he'll be slightly slowed by the pit Mercedes, and look at the traffic up ahead. They'll be hoping they can get them all now down in towards turn 12. They're not going to get the LMP2, and that could be a problem in the final sector, in this stadium section where the cars are very similar speeds.
Yeah, it's pretty close between a lot of them at the moment as they run their way through. As they run their way in towards turn 13, that gets close. I was looking down at the bottom of the screen at the battle for P10 in the GT3 Pros, but there was equally worrying moments in the GTPs up towards the top of frame. They work their way through all of the corners. No move to be made at the moment, but you can see how many battles there are around the circuit. Difficult to keep tabs of how much action that there is. Again down the inside goes the Apex Racing car of one of the, I think that's the BS Competition car in the GT3s as they work their way through. But now there may be a move on. P10 and GT3s snaking their way down the back straight. It's going to be an inside line move.
Perhaps in towards turn 12. Oh, late defence, very late defence from the McLaren. The Impulse Racing team have a right to be not very pleased about that. Round the outside through turn 12, might not matter anyway. Here he goes into 13. And it's going to be 10th place for Impulse. That was a very late defence though. As I say, Norbert Leitner is through. Now then, Sven Hasse back at the wheel of the Grid and Go car, and look at the pit stop time. It's 12 seconds shorter than Visceral. Even BS Competition have got out ahead of Visceral. The rejoin at the front of the race in GT3 Pro has resulted in Grid and Go getting a huge lead. It was always likely to happen. Their pit stops were 8 laps apart. Visceral were always pitting early. They were always going to have a longer stop. I didn't quite realise it was going to be that much longer.
No, and Grid and Go in a fantastic position now. to try and go on and win the race in the final 21 laps here at COTA. Fantastic position to find themselves in that GT3 field. PS competition as well in P2. Are they able to stay there? That'll be an interesting one to watch as well, or even just compete towards the front of the field. Of course, they were gaining towards the back of grid and go, and it would feel like that is a legitimate position for them to be in. Aztec maybe having to try and catch and get P2, let alone P1. Not exactly where they'd want to be, I'm sure.
We might have to leave the GT3s for a while, certainly at the front of the race. WSR versus Drago Racing's going on though for third place. So Drago have been jumped, I think. Well, maybe not actually. There are your pit stop times. Look at the variation in that. I think 32 seconds might be, you know, towards the lower end of what you can do while changing tyres as well. So some of these teams will have been bringing their fuel load down, if you like, a little bit, so that they could fuel up while they're changing tyres and just get out all in one go. So you can change fuel and tyres at the same time these days in iRacing, in GT3, and then P2 and GTP. So 20 laps to go for these two to battle it out. As far as the podium goes, though, it's looking set in GT3 Pro now.
Absolutely is. Yeah, the GT3 Pro at the top of the field, it looks like we know who's going to be there. We don't necessarily know in what order, as Hilgard gets very close to the 224 coming out of the pit lane, and I've suddenly done this to John Burko down into turn number 1. The P1 Doc's car looks like it's all right in P5, but Movano, I think, are going to be their target.
I think there's too big of a gap in front and behind for them to change, particularly. For some reason, their lane and pit stop time has been broken for the last 2 hours. It's only them, though. It's not our fault, clearly. Something's going wrong there with that car and the way that it's being timed. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We know where they are, 5th place. And that's where they are likely to stay. This is not likely a battle that's going to stay, though. This is going to be on to the very end between the Apex Racing Team and the Williams Esports Academy. Williams Esports Academy, by the way, 4th place in the championship so far. They're going to be moving ahead of Geodesic with this performance here. It could be their first podium of the season if they can just hang on for 20 more laps.
Yeah, I mean, 20 laps in the ovals, it's pretty easy. 20 laps here at COTA, where each lap's going to take you, you know, take quite a lot out of you. It's going to be tricky, but going to back themselves, I'm sure, as we get ourselves back around the circuit. For what will be the 181st time for Apex and for Williams in their battle for P2. I mean, the fiercely forward ship has very much sailed. It's probably halfway across the Gulf of Mexico by now. But the battle for P2 is still very much raging on. I think both teams will back themselves to get past here, and I think the entire teams are going to be giving support to each driver in the car to make sure they can give that extra little bit of a boost to get them past, or at least hold the position.
Well, there's a lot of laps ahead of them to do that. Oh, dive down the inside of Simon. Goodness me, Marco Hubert there knew how important that was. He got stuck behind, then he could have been forced to stay behind through that corner and get a poor run onto the straight, but he's gotten away with it, and he's just about held on to 2nd place again. We'll be following this battle very closely for the remainder of the race. It is the only prototype battle on the field right now. A couple more outside of the podium places down in GT. This is the highest position of them, though, for 4th place between WSR and Drago. Now GTP's round the outside of the long right-hander. We've seen this go wrong a couple of times in the last few moments, but it's gone all right for Apex and Williams this time round. Now the Door Esports McLaren is going to be in the way of them, but Hubert's going to get him into the final corner. Espes is not. The two will be split apart at the top of your screen.
Yeah, it's not going to be as close of a battle as we have become somewhat used to between the two of them. For the time being, but I can't imagine it's going to be long before they find themselves less than a few tenths apart from each other. The Williams Esports car, it's a good run through turn 1. Will stay quite close to the Apex Racing Team through the opening sector of the lap as they emerge through the mist and through the S's as well. They are slightly closing on Fiercely Forward, but I mean, they need to be closing about 1.5 seconds a lap, and it's just not going to happen between now and the end, unless Fiercely Forward go, well, fiercely into a wall, quite frankly, because I think any other way is almost impossible for them to gain that kind of time.
There's not very much time left in this race at all. Traffic indeed at the bottom of your screen there for the GT3 Pro leading, well, it's the highest battle for the highest position there is in the GT3 field. Just overhead of them, the geodesic McLaren, 21st and last of those still running in the race. We've had another couple of penalties, by the way. 25 seconds for the off tracks to car 297. Same for that geodesic McLaren that you can see on your screen there. Top of your screen is on board with Drago. Bottom of your screen is the battle from the off-board shot itself. Stop and go penalty, by the way, for breaking the 5-second rule. The 279. That will be Maniti Racing Red. Maniti Racing in GT3 are having a bit of a miserable race, I've got to say. And now a little bit at the front of prototype categories as well, for a team that were so good in IVRA competition, and still are, of course, but in recent times it's been a little bit more of a struggle for them. Final pit stops in LMP2 are going to be going on, but no battles and rejoins really to watch down there, so we'll continue to focus on the battle for second place. Augustin Bernier pits in. He'll be gaining a few points and perhaps the championship lead if things stay as they are in LMP2. Now through the S's, did Pablo Espez stay with Hubert there through the GT traffic, or was he stuck behind somebody, I wonder? They were separated just a little bit because he was stuck behind. Oh wow, that got close. Hubert didn't want to go around the outside there because it could have gone wrong and he wouldn't have had a very good run, but he's not going to have a very good run anyway here. It's going to be on down towards turn 11. Here comes Espez. He's going to go to the very inside. My word, a late defence from the Apex Racing team. It still wasn't enough to hold back Pablo Espez, who's now alongside down the back straight.
What an attempt that was. Fantastic to see him get to the inside line. Nothing that you can really do there. Oh no, blinking down the back straight. That's not going to help out at all, as Pablo Espez will have the inside line. Is he going to be able to control it though? Nearly door-to-door banging as they head into turn 12, blinking again and again. Oh, this is not going to be helping out the Apex Racing team, but Williams with enough traction. Pablo Espez with enough commitment. He's got the move, but back up the inside come Apex.
Unbelievable through turn 13. He really wanted to get that back again. Did Marcel Hubert, but he's not been able to do it. And Pablo Espez is up to second place, despite some slight internet problems down the straight. That was very nervy indeed. But he's gotten up to second position. Now on board with a Porsche. Can he respond? This has the look to me of a battle that could well go on for another 17 laps.
D-Lap, sign me up. I'm right here and attentive because not Hubert and Espez. That battle there really showed how well they can fight each other, but also give the room and the respect. It was so close between them down into turn 11 and down into turn 13, but the room was given to them. Ayton, the 142 didn't quite give enough room to the anti-cut Cubs, but styles it out beautifully to end up right on the racing line and in probably the most dangerous position that he could. Gets off that line. Particularly nice. We find that we pick up this battle at the same point on the racetrack.
That's Aiden Matos, who just went off and spun there. Good run for Hubert through that section of corners. He'll be right with the Williams Esports Academy down here. Not quite as close as they were to him, but look at him, aggressive in the mirrors. It's exactly the way to do it, applying the pressure immediately. Now out of turn 11. These two are going to be slipstreaming each other right the way down here as they sort of leapfrog all of these GT3s. 3 of them in a row. And one of them's a battle, by the way. Pablo Espez might have to go on the defensive down here. As Hubert has a look up the inside and he's going to go for it, is he? No, not late enough on the brakes this time round. And now they're stuck behind an LMP2. That's the CRZ car that is just going to be staying to the outside line now for turn 13. But look at how fast it is compared to these two. Hubert slips through on the inside line. Pretty easily done. And he'll take a little different line in towards 16 here. He's just so much more aggressive in the mirrors than Espez ever was.
fantastic. This really is, to see this battle between the two of them. Espes with the slight edge for the time being, but there's no guarantee that that's going to last very long. They're going to have 16 laps now to settle it out between them. 16 turn ones. I mean, you're looking at about 80 overtaking opportunities at least for these guys to be battling it out, and with the way they're going about it, could be even more than that. They make their way towards turn one once again, and Espes has the advantage, and he won't be under pressure up the hill. Cracking battle at the moment. Long may this continue, and even still they're gaining on Dylan Scrivens, by the way.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, 22 seconds the gap now to the front. Although the gap would have to come down near to a second a lap. They were seriously going to challenge for the win, but nevertheless, it's going to be making a few people at Fiercely Forward a bit nervous. Is there double on here tonight? It's going to be some celebration for them, I would suggest, later on, if they manage it. This lap has gone a little bit better for Pablo Espes. He's just putting a bit of margin between himself and Hubert now. In towards turn 11. There's now a car between them as well, and Hubert seemed to brake a little bit late there. The gap goes over a second. Now this is going to be a real test to the Apex Racing team driver. Does he respond, or does this gap balloon now? It's either going to do either of those two things. He's either going to bring it right back again, and he's going to respond to this setback, or he's going to resign to third place, and we'll find out which it's going to be in the next few laps.
Hopefully he's going to battle this one out to the end. I think that's what we all want to be seeing realistically. But I mean, it's somewhat understandable given some of the close battles that we've seen. If he has to almost settle for the position that he's currently sat in. Yeah, incredible battling at the moment. It's fantastic to watch, and we're so lucky towards the end of the race to get this occurring. Also something to note, is it getting sunnier again? Is the fog clearing for a second time?
Is it missed?
No, I wasn't even going to say that. I was just commenting on the fact that the weather's just not made up its mind today.
No.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be a forecast.
No, you wouldn't want to be a weather reporter this afternoon. And now there could be a big difference between Espes and Hubert. Look at that, through the S's. He's ahead of the more ordinance LMP2. Hubert will be stuck behind him. He's going to have to respond to this setback a little bit later, around the outside through the double right, and he'll get there to the inside of the first left there, or the next left. So some real distance put between Espes and Hubert. We'll leave them to it for the moment. We'll see if they get any closer. But yeah, under 23 seconds now to Dylan Scrivens. I don't think Scrivens is quite as quick as Patrick Wolff was for Fiercely Forward earlier on, but he's still more than quick enough, I would say, to see out this race.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. In a way, the last 40 laps have been setting us up for this kind of stage of the race, and it was never really sure. It's never really clear whether it would go the way of these close battles, or whether it would start to eke out a bit. Drivers would almost fall into or settle into the positions that they were in. It is fantastic, though, that we've got this kind of high drama towards the end of the race. Williams against Apex. How many times have we seen this kind of battle throughout the recent years particularly? Fantastic to see this occur again. Williams look like they're coming out on top, but things can change around. The slightest of moments, a little bit of a wide moment, it could come undone, and Apex are on hand to pick up the pieces.
That Cadillac, by the way, that's just up ahead of them belongs to Geodesic, who are still running out there in 11th place, one lap down at the moment. Their teammates, though, in GT3, number 2, 4, 6, are having an absolute nightmare. They have tried to serve their penalty for off-tracks, which is 25 seconds. They've underserved it by 4 seconds. I presume they thought it was 20 seconds. And so they've now got an 8-second penalty, which is what they didn't serve doubled, because they did their penalty wrong. So they are having an absolute nightmare. They are the reason why the phrase "when it rains it pours" was invented, I think.
There's so many great rain lines, aren't there, generally? Not any that I can think of off the top of my head, but it's great. I think Rana Fadak, I think English is one of the languages with the most amount of words for rain. in it. Anyway, you know, there you go. It's a good job we're not doing this broadcast in French or German. You wouldn't get that kind of variation.
Certainly not, because we don't know enough French words to continue on for this long.
We do. Well, no, okay, we're not getting commentating in French, but we definitely know enough words. We just couldn't put them together. That's the issue.
I think I have the opposite problem. My memory's not very good. I can use a few words, but...
Il y a beaucoup de voitures dans the track. See, that would work, wouldn't it? I think it'd be fine.
Hopefully there's nobody who speaks French properly listening. Otherwise there'll be trouble. Ricardo Rico, meanwhile, is closing in on Ross McFarlane for 4th place. This is quite a few seconds behind the podium places and a long way ahead of the rest as well. Mathieu Vettorino leading the charge outside the top 5, but he's a long way behind these two. They're free to fight it out amongst themselves. The WSR Ford Mustang is way down, I'm afraid, in the championship at the moment. Both their cars, 24th and 25th. Been a bit of a nightmare for them so far, although the best place for Mustang's only in 10th in the standings. This is by far the best result for them as a manufacturer, as we got another one in GTP. Zhao Paz under pressure from Marcus Hamilton. The two championship leaders, 1 and 2 in the championship here in GTP, going door-to-door and side-to-side contact through turn 16. Marcus Hamilton sees Zhao Paz off the road, and that is Movano getting ahead of Orion, and an important pass for the championship this early stage.
Yeah, really important, and I think Orion may feel slightly aggrieved that they weren't given room on the outside. Mavana will say it was their corner; they could do whatever the hell they wanted to, and they did really, and they got the move done accordingly. It's really not too much to say in that, but Orion will be looking to come back into the fray. P7, P6, not really where these two teams would want to be fighting. Again, back to what I was saying earlier about somewhat of a little bit of a psychological battle, even though the points aren't necessarily going to be big that these guys win tonight. The psyche that they can put onto one another could be important as we get in towards the final stages of the season, and particularly when you make a move like this in the final stages of a race.
I think they've got a bit of a right to be aggrieved about being pushed off the road there. I don't like that. I understand that. Well, I understand that some people have the argument, it's my corner, I'll do what I want with it, but I think you should always leave some space, and I don't think he always did there, Marcus Hamilton. See what the stewards have to say, if anything, about that. There's been a change down at race control, by the way. The 246 car did indeed serve its penalty correctly, and so they've not got a penalty anymore for under-serving it. The 5-second rule violation, though, for Ryan Bardeveld has been crossed, unfortunately for him. So that's a stop-and-go penalty for number 89. Not that it really matters. He'll be 15th place at the finish regardless. But it does look like, unless there's a penalty, Zhao Paz has lost that place to Marcus Hamilton for good, and it's another day in which the 33 gains points. On the 46, they're currently running 6th and 7th, so Movano would gain 6 points on them in the day. That would halve the losses they made at the halfway stage of 12 points. On the day, they would lose out slightly in that case, but it would be a lot better than it could have been for them. They'll be pleased about that.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of happy faces, a lot of sad faces, and some we did all right from what we had kind of faces. And I think that's going to be one of those cases, that's for sure. 11 laps still to go though; it still could change around. You see moves being made. It's just the hypercar coming through. McFarlane is ahead of Ricardo Rico though, and in the battle for P4, big points on offer here. I think this could get a little bit feisty between these guys. 10 seconds to the cars behind, 20 seconds to the cars in front. It's really between these two now. And time is going to be running out for Rico to make this move in the Ferrari.
Neither of these teams have managed the top 5 so far this season. Best either of them have managed was Drago Racing in 6th place back at Sebring. WSR Esports Bookgiga have had a pretty terrible time of things. Their entire team have not finished higher than 14th. So far, that goes across both Ford Mustangs. It's been a bit of a disaster. Now, this is back on again. Hamilton versus Vaz is not quite over then, with just 10 laps to go in this race. There's nothing being investigated, so clearly it's not going to be protested by Orion. They're going to settle it on the racetrack, by the looks of things. Down towards turn 12. He's not going to be close enough this lap, Zhao Paz, but impressive that he's been able to come back from that setback and get back into the picture.
Absolutely so. And good to see that this battle is going to resume in the final 10 laps or so. Hamilton, Vaz, they've got 5 seconds back to Tom Hooper as well. It's not a mile there either, so they've got to be wary of not getting themselves in too much trouble between in the fighting with each other, because otherwise they could put themselves at risk from losing another position. Marshall Hubert in the battle for P2 in the GTPs. Well, he's up into P2 now, ahead of Paolo Espes. We've missed that move, and the 99 is ahead of the Williams car, and Apex are back into P2, it seems.
They're changing places again. So Espes got past. They're changing places loads. They've been running. Oh, here they are, into the final corners of the circuit, into the stadium section again, and they're at it again. Espes versus Hubert, round whatever it is, in towards 16. The CRZ car either side of him. Oh, it's gone wrong. Down the inside, Pablo Espes got into the side of the LMP2. It didn't know where to go. He went straight into the side of the Apex Racing team. And that could be that in the battle for second place.
I have to say, I think we'd have to see that again. I don't necessarily know if Espes did much wrong, or whether the LMP2 turned in, not expecting the car to be on the inside there. It was a very weird little moment. But the turning in and then the bump, then bumping into the Apex Racing car means that the gap is now going to be much, much bigger. And gutting for the Apex car, because they really didn't have anything to do with that battle, or that moment between the two of them. Espes now has benefited because of it, but going to have to see that again.
Down the inside, in towards turn 13. There must have been some previous to this, but anyway, Espes makes the great move down the inside. The LMP2 I'm sorry. The LMP2 was nowhere near as aware of its surroundings as it should have been there. I understand it was a difficult 3-wide moment, and you're asking a lot of a slower class to really expect that, but, you know, Espes made a legitimate dive down the inside, and instead of looking around and considering the situation, the LMP2 just turned right, straight into the side of the Apex car, and if they were paying attention, that wouldn't have happened. Down the inside of Hubert into turn 11 then. That's how it all started, and then it was a run from Espes off of the corner that set all this off.
Yeah, it's going to be a long run down to turn, down into the braking zone. They're just side by side. This is why they kept flicking positions between them, because they were running dead heat as they came in towards braking zone at turn 12. Inside line for the Williams car. Looks like it's got it done and leaves enough room on the exit. Nicely done. Back down the inside comes the Apex Racing car, and this is where we saw the incident from before. I think it is clear. We saw it for the first time. It's clear on replays as well. The LMP2 just turns in to the Williams car. He's ahead at this point. Just turns into the door. And I think a combination of the contact and realising and turning out of it was almost why it was such an aggressive move to the right-hand side and what hit into the side of the Apex car. So really disappointing for them, but yeah, it's not like I can blame Williams for that.
Yeah, that was... I know I'm asking a lot, and it's easy for me to say Saup here, just chatting away, but that was pretty poor back markering, I'm afraid. And a good battle comes to an end. And a damage as well for the Apex Racing team. That's bitterly difficult to take. The Apex Racing team are into the pit lane. That might have even cost them a podium here. Movano Rosso, the reigning champions, could have their first podium of their title defence season. Let's see how long this stop's going to be for Marshall Hubert. Let's hope it's not too long. But you'd have to expect that this is a meatball. You wouldn't be pitting in this late unless the damage was terrible. And I think they may have a meatball. That is absolutely heartbreaking for the Apex Racing team. They've not done anything wrong there. And a great run has come to a very abrupt end.
Really disappointing. At such a late stage in the race as well. Really, really disappointing for them. After what was looking like such a great result, such a great position for them to be in. It's all come undone, and with what minutes to go left in this race, we're looking at 15 minutes to go. They're going to be absolutely devastated with how it's gone. And Hubert, yeah, it's because it's really poor luck for the 99 car. And I think there's I don't think the LMP2 is going to be on the Christmas card list. I know we're only in February, but they're not going to be happy, that's for sure.
And just to give you an idea of how costly it is, they were in second place not so long ago. Even if they finish on the end of the lead lap, even not even a lap down. That incident there will cost them 48 points. That is that's half a race win. That is how fine the margins are in this series. That is how disappointing that incident will be. If they drop right to the very end of the train, that incident there will have cost them 71 points. That is absolutely extraordinary. And to go along with the fact they scored a big donut at Sebring, retiring in the first half of the race, no points at all. Their second place at Motegi is very much looking like an outlier, and the season has gone from a good start to a pretty miserable mid-stage now.
Yeah, the moods aren't necessarily going to be... the vibes aren't going to be good, I don't think, down at Apex Racing tonight. It's just not been a good way to end the race, and with 7 laps to go, it's just so close to the end. I mean, you've been going for so many hours, especially after coming off the back of a donut in Sebring. Yeah, it's gutting to have that kind of to have this kind of result, and to drop all the way out of the points. I mean, BS Competition are even going to gain a position, and they've been 5 laps down for time now. So, yeah, really disappointing, and I'm sure they're going to be licking their wounds before we get to the next race at Silverstone. Still in the battle, though, is the Orion race team, along with Movano. These guys nearly a full lap down, not quite, but they are still fighting on the lead lap and fighting for some big points, some bigger points now that the Apex team are out of it.
They were told by Race Control to give back the position, by the way, so that's why this is on again, and I think that's absolutely the right decision from Race Control on this incident. I know that some people would say he was ahead at the Apex and can do what he wants, but I absolutely agree with that ruling. You should have to give space to anyone who's alongside you at all times, and I'm afraid Marcus Hamilton didn't there. So Yao Vaz through, back into 5th place all of a sudden, and this is really high-stakes stuff now between these two. What a great result it would be for Orion to finish ahead of them here at the end of the race, as well as at the halfway mark. Another 7 points gained this would be if they can hang on.
Definitely great position that they find themselves in, and opportunities in a championship sense maybe coming their way because of it. What's happened here? Oh, it was Hugen Schmidt that caused the incident in the 178 in the LMP2. And yeah, it's not fantastic. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's not the first time, unfortunately, Hugen Schmidt has been involved in an incident. He rejoined in front of the Williams Esports Mercedes earlier on, down at turn 11, caused them to retire from the race. That got him a minute's worth of a penalty. So that car is a long way off the front anyway, CRZ Simsport. But I'm afraid they've really ruined the race of the Apex Racing team in these final moments as Bartholomew Aldworth makes his way around in the lead of LMP2. A great day for Fiercely Forward if they can hang on here. 15 seconds of an advantage in LMP2 as well. The only problem being they are going to lose their championship lead in LMP2 because this is not the car involved in the championship fight. This is at 115's first race of the season, but what a great start.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one, to say the least. But I mean, for Bartholomew Aldworth as well in front of the LMP2, he's been there for so long now. I don't think he's felt like he's under pressure at all. There are some great names in that LMP2 class, isn't there? At the moment, Sven Haase leading the way in the GT3 Pros. Has been doing a good job ever since they got the lead for the Grid and Go team, and it's just kind of pulled that gap to the BS competition car currently with Ascari Arena in for the time being. So, looking quite calm. Final 5 laps now. Teams, drivers, I think they're going to be settling in. There's a couple of battles left on track, but generally, I think rule of thumb is that mostly everybody's going to be somewhat pleased with where they sit and going to have to take the points that they currently have.
Yeah. Great drive from Grid and Go, who are having a fantastic start to 2025. As the GTP leader, Dylan Scrivens, has now restored the margin over Pablo Espes. I guess the fighting for second will have helped, but even so, it's been a great drive from Scrivens here. So just bring it home, and 5 laps to go at the end of this one for him to do just that. This is Pablo Espes. Meanwhile, what's happened here to Ricardo Rico? The 8 car was down his inside, and as he was trying to get the exit, he was trying to close in that battle for 4th place, but it's over. He drops back, and now he'll be looking over his shoulder because Matteo Vittorino is not too far behind him.
Yeah, got to be careful now. Cannot afford any kind of mistake from this moment onwards, because that the moment, it's not going to help you out at all. And from all of a sudden attacking to defending in the final 5 laps as well, not really what you want to be doing throughout the rest of this race. Only about 8 minutes left to go as well, so mistakes now, you're basically impossible to gain any time on the rest of the field. This is always nice to see in the closing laps, these guys work their way through the S's section. Such a lovely piece of racetrack.
Didn't think there were going to be any battles in the podium places of the LMP2 class, but there certainly are. And at the moment, fiercely forward in 1:13. Championship leaders are going to be losing that lead because Teletras are a minute up the road in second. Can they at least reduce the damage by keeping Madness behind them? Doesn't quite look like it for the moment. It's a good run out the corner here for 170. And there might well be a chance to have a go here. One of the GTPs coming past, that's Orion, who put some real distance between themselves and Movado. And if these two fight right in front of Marcus Hamilton, then that could seal 5th place for Jalvaz. Down the outside there, not quite, not going to make the move there is Dion Fialo. He's trying to get past Marcus Nielsen in the 113. Real traffic jam here. That's Ricardo Rico in the Drago car just up ahead here. And he goes on the defensive here. Madness round the outside through turn 16. He'll come back to the inside though, Nielsen on the exit. And now Fialo's on the inside, having got off the circuit. Oh my word, Rico has to just slow down. That's Marcus Hamilton who's getting slowed down by it all. And all of a sudden Rico's under pressure himself in GT3.
Yeah, Rico now, this is, oh my word, this is getting tasty. Down into the final corner, drivers, well, they're ducking and diving, trying to find a line. You don't find a move down at the final corner. Oh, it's so difficult to make a move through. Drivers just trying to pick a way through. The hypercar going a little bit faster naturally down the main straight, but this battle far from over. And for P3 as well, a podium position in the final 5 laps, it's on between these two.
It is. Absolutely on. 4 laps to go now as the leaders just crossed it. So will these two be lapped again, or do they have 5 laps? That's another facet of this that they just don't know at this stage. There's the Maniti car. You were talking about Tom Hooper not being that far behind Marcus Hamilton, and there he is, 1.9 behind right now. Maybe that's not over just yet either. This is absolutely fascinating stuff right towards the end of this race. Down the hill. Fiercely forward, looking a bit more comfortable now as Tom Hooper gets down the inside here, gets through, and he continues to chase Hamilton. I'm not sure he's going to quite have time though.
No, only a few laps now. A handful of laps left to run from the 200 that we started with. It's been a long one for a lot of these teams, a lot of these drivers, but there's going to be a big reward for 3 teams by the end of this race. And we're looking we're getting ever more of a clear answer who that's going to be. Gautier Fanyan Pali has gone around the hairpin after contact with one of the faster cars. Again, yeah, he's going to be pleased about that. Antonino in the 18 car going around at turn 1, losing the rear end. We've seen that a fair few times. Mistakes just creeping in a touch as drivers maybe start to think about the fact that they can see the checker flag in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah. This is not far away now. The checkered flag. Madness not quite as close as they were a few moments ago. Fialo versus Nielsen in LMP2. Lots of the GTPs still coming right past here. The Apex Racing team are back out onto the circuit, by the way. They are going to finish 14th, just ahead of BS Competition, who, by the way, have been waiting all day for somebody to go off the road like that and gain a place. But even after that, Apex was still able to get their car repaired in time, and they're still out in front of BS.
They'll pick up a couple of points, or a few points for P14. It just will not be anywhere near as many as were on the table in the battle for P2 and P3 by the end of the race. Williams Esports Academy now have a pretty free run to the end. They just have to avoid getting caught up in any incidents, just make sure that the moves that they make are nice and solid, and in the final 3 laps of this race get themselves to the checker flag and pick up all the points they can, because Fiercely Forward have been unbeatable, particularly across the second half of this race. No one's come close to them. We haven't really talked about them being under pressure at all since myself and also I've got on you in about 2 and 3/4 hours ago. It's just been a very impressive drive.
We're really homing in on the finish here, and the steward's decision, by the way, is in on that for the Apex Racing team. It is adjudged a racing incident the margins for the Apex Racing team and the Williams Esports Academy car splitting the prototype, the LMP2 prototype, were small and very minor contact occurred. That is their ruling. I think that's a fair enough ruling. It's hard to apportion the blame anyway. You certainly wouldn't blame it on Apex. They were on the outside and the ones who suffered the most from it as well. Can you really criticise the LMP2 for not looking around quite quickly enough in that situation and whatever? I still think it was poor driving, but was it good enough for a penalty? I'm not sure. And the Williams Esports car, I think, had a right to go down the inside there. They didn't do anything particularly rash or wrong. It was just one of those things that was always going to happen in a close fight.
Yeah, obviously it's a bit of a hazard of what we were seeing realistically in the final couple of minutes. Clearly the LMP2 wasn't deemed to be at fault. They were put in a very difficult situation. That's completely understandable. Very difficult to pick your way through. In the LMP2s, though, towards the front of the field, hopefully we still get this battle for the podium. Maybe a move or two in the closing couple of laps. Time really now ticking away. It's evaporated in the last 20 laps or so. Really has gone far quicker than the middle stages of the race did. And all of a sudden, drivers have very little time to make any of these moves work for them. Or otherwise, they're going to have to settle for where they are.
They may well just do that here on the penultimate lap. There's the fiercely forward GTP, so it is the penultimate lap for these two. Well, this is really up against it now for time, Fialo. He's got to make something happen pretty quickly here, because Dylan Scrivens is right in behind them. There is your full rundown of the order. It's been a good drive so far from Magnus. You can see he started only just inside the top 10. Now to be fighting for a podium is remarkable, but it just looks like they're running out of time now.
Yeah, not long to go as we are on the penultimate lap, nearly on the final lap as well. You want to be closer than that with so few opportunities left on the table. You've got to be trying to make a move somewhere, but when you're that far back, there's just no real opportunity to make a send anywhere. Maybe into turn 13, 14, you can close up a bit, but again, just the extra couple of tenths means that you just have no ability to make a send and get involved and maybe just off-put the driver in front. But still, a couple of opportunities left to go. We're looking at Scrivens, who is leading the race at the moment. He's got one more lap to go. He's going to meet the white flag now. And there is Barney waving furiously. 2 minutes of this race left to run.
White flag waves. Dylan Scrivens just one lap away from victory. Just 5.5 kilometres or 3.5 miles from victory. Fiercely Forward have had a performance quite like this this season just yet, unless you're counting Motegi. They were in the conversation, but here they've been dominant. It's their second podium of the season. It's going to be their first win, though. A bit more traffic to negotiate on this final lap, but that's exactly what they've had to do for the previous 199 laps anyway. It's just about bringing it home now for Scrivens, and I'm sure the celebrations will begin very shortly.
Yes, what a drive it's been for the number 11 car and the crew. They've not really looked touchable throughout the second part of this race, particularly. Williams Esports Academy have got as close as they can, and that's just short of half a minute away. So fantastic work for Fiercely Forward, a team that weren't necessarily in the running for the championship. Coming into this race, definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in the second half of the season. Yes, they will still be down on the likes of Mevano, Orion, and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, but they're going to be right in the midst, and picking up a very hefty amount of points tonight means that they are going to have to be, the likes of Mevano have to be looking over their shoulder, because Fiercely Forward are coming in the championship.
They absolutely are. Well, 2 years ago, when we did the 1,000 miles of Circuit of the Americas, we had two pretty early cautions and a very long run to the checkered flag. It looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here today as well. We'll keep an eye on the battle for third place in GTP in a few moments' time, because that is going to come to a head very shortly. But indeed, they're going to come into contact down there. But Fiercely Forward are going to come out the final corner to win the Texas 200 Round 3 of the IVRA Endurance Series in 2024-25. Dylan Scrivens sets the celebrations off. Fiercely Forward as they take GTP and LMP2 victories here tonight as well. Grid and Go just came over the line in the background there to win in GT3 as the podium battle finishes here in GTP. It's going to be Movano who hang on just about by the looks of things.
Yeah, as they come around the final few corners now. Close. As they make their way through, that's getting close. You don't really want... Oh, no! Oh, no! Crash on the last lap. I think they'll just about save it. They won't really lose anything out in the grand scheme of things. But that's not what you really want to be seeing. As we're seeing the winner is in the LMP2 come to the line.
Double win celebrations can begin for Fiercely Forward. GTP and LMP2 success for the first time this season for those respective cars. Not for the team as a whole, of course, but for the respective cars, it's a delightful day. And for Grid and Go, it's a fantastic day here as well. Coming into today, third place in the championship, only a few points behind their rivals. Now they'll move well in front to take the lead into round number 4, which heads to Silverstone. Celebration donuts for Sven Haase, and fully deserved as well. Their pit strategy was the one that gave them success here today.
Yeah, great work from Grid and Go. They've worked their way through the field with ease, and then towards the end were able to pull away when it mattered, and deserving winners. What a week, what a few weeks it's been for Grid and Go, and this is just another feather to add to the bow.
There's the 3 class winners celebrating with donuts. I'm sure they might have a few real ones later on tonight as well in celebration. That's a fantastic job from all of them. In a long, long green flag run to the end there, much like at Sebring. It's Dylan Scrivens who takes the win ahead of the Williams Esports Academy car driven by Pablo Espes. Mivano, number 1, held off P1Docs.com right at the very end there with the Ryan race team, holding off Mivano 33 towards the end there as well to gain some more ground in the championship. Mivano Racing and Orbit Drop Bear round out those on the lead lap, with Maniti Racing and Geodesic Racing inside the top 10 off the lead lap instead. 11th place went to WSR Esports Bookkicker with Absolute Motorsport Ashliff in 2 laps down with Fast Repair Motorsport. 3 laps down for the Apex Racing team. Very unfortunate late crash for them. BS Competition finished 5 laps down. Solpet Precision Racing didn't finish. Into the LMP2s, and Fiercely Forward take the victory by 11 seconds at Deltas Automotive. It was 1 lap down in the end for the other Fiercely Forward car, who retain the or lose the championship later, I should say, but do retain a podium ahead of Moradness, who they were battling with at the end. Geodesic and Composite Performance were also on at 1 lap down. Nix Esports, Hyperion Racing and Nürburgring Esports fell to 2 down. CLZ Simsport, when involved in some late contact there, finished 5 laps down, but in the top 10 at least. 11th place went to SRN TFR Alliance, and FX Simulations dropped to 9 laps down, although they did finish the race. 6 laps ahead of the GT3 Pro winner, Sven Haase for GridandGo.com. 9 seconds in the end ahead of Visceral. BS Competition, then Visceral, who were challenging for the lead throughout much of that race. WSR Esports Bookkicker finished at the first of the Mustangs with the first of the Ferraris in 5th place. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. Matteo Vittorino couldn't quite pass Drago there for that top 5 in the PGZ Mustang. The team WSR Esports Bookkicker getting 2 cars inside the top 10, both on their first occasion this season. It is Simify Esports who finished 8th and lose their championship lead, with Team Hoisingveld and Dory Sports rounding out the top 10. SimRC were 11th, then Absolute Motorsport Ashliff with Impulse Racing finishing just about on the lead lap. BS Turner, German Sim Racing, Scuderia Volpe and Aztec Simsport Visceral 97 were at 1 lap down. Maniti were 79, running out of words. 79 finished just ahead of 78, 2 and 4 laps down. Instinct Mechanic Racing rounded out the top 20. Hydrace Geodesic Racing were also 4 laps down. Then you get to the retirements of the Apex Racing Team Academy car, the Williams Esports Academy car, XPD Racing, Delta Sport, Volta Sim Racing, and Scherer Esports rounding out the field. Just in time, we've got Dylan Scrivens waiting for us to have a chat, the overall race winner here tonight in the Texas 200. Welcome, Dylan. Good to have you with us, and congratulations on the win. How did it feel being handed the car there with a roughly 30-second, 25-second lead and just able to bring it home for those final 45 minutes or however long it was?
I think it was about an hour and a half. Stressful, a little bit. Just like making sure not to do any stupid mistakes. You know, it looks easy, but sometimes stuff goes wrong, and yeah, like even stuff out of your control can go wrong, and you just like gotta hope that nothing happens, and do on your end as much as you can so that nothing else does happen.
certainly not easy in those last moments. But just how difficult was it to sort of, in the general run of things, stay out of contact with other cars in sort of traffic around this circuit? It did look a little bit tricky here to negotiate so much lap traffic as you have to in the GTP.
I think the trickiest part were the race restarts at the start. Yeah, that was very, very tricky.
Well, thankfully it got green towards the end, and you could certainly benefit from that. Congratulations on the win here tonight, and thanks for chatting to us as well.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's Dylan Scrivens, the winner of the race for Fiercely Forward here tonight in the Texas 200. Fiercely Forward have taken 2 categories here tonight, and the LMP2 drivers join us now as well. First of all, Bartholomew Ardworth, welcome to the booth. Good to have you with us, and congratulations on taking the car over the line there as well. The gap was down to about 11 seconds at the end in the LMP2 class. Were you getting nervous at any stage that you were going to be caught late on?
No, not at any point, to be honest. It was quite well under control, both me and Alex.
Yeah, we were just bringing it home and just making sure to do not do any off tracks.
How does it feel for both of you to be part of such a great operation as a team here today? You've taken the overall win and the LMP2 win as well, and a podium with your other car in LMP2. It must be a great day for the team.
Yeah, I think it's a good day for the team. We won in 2 classes. I think all that we could hope for, to be honest.
Yeah, and sorry, Alex. One more question for you. 4 rounds still to go. How does this win make you feel about the rest of the season?
It makes me feel good. I think we will not battle for the win of the championship, but seeing this win also brings me a lot of. It makes me happy. But overall, we will try to do the best performance here, and yeah, that's it.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing you again in March for the next round of the championship. But for now, congratulations on the win, and thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bartholomew Ardworth and Alex Nogue. They're the winners in LMP2, the 2 drivers for Fiercely Forward. Now to a different team in gridandgo.com esports, who had a great start to 2025, and first endurance race for IVRA in 2025 has gone to them, the Texas 200. Sven Haase joins us now. Congratulations, Sven, on the win. You were an important part of that victory there. You were battling for a long time with Visceral, but in the end, your pit stop was a lot shorter than theirs, and you came out quite a long way ahead. Just how much was that in your mind when you were battling with them actually on the circuit? Did you always have that in the back of your mind, that you were going to be out so far in front at the end anyway?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. We know that we would have a shorter pit stop in the end. I was talking to Dino at that point, don't fight it too hard, we will have like a big advantage after the pit. So we are well aware about. I didn't know it was that much, but like I know that there will be a gap afterwards, and from the pace we had over the day, I think it was clearly that we didn't have to risk it before the pit. Just wait our time and then bite it when we get there. And massive shout out to Dino. He did the massive part of this year. Like for me, it's a double header. I did DNLS with a lot of prep, and here I'm just the second driver basically. Dino did all the effort of this event.
Got to a big day of sim racing today, that's for sure, in sports car iRacing fields. In terms of 2025, as for Grid and Go, talking more widely about the team, it must be feeling fantastic to be a part of Grid and Go so far in 2025. Great success at Daytona, great success early on in the IVRA Endurance Championship here in 2025 as well. Championship leaders now too. Must be a great time to be a part of that team.
Yeah, I'm very proud, very proud. Like, we are now 1 year and 9 months on the service as a team. And like in that time, we have grown that much, and it's insane like how far we have grown in that short time period. And I'm really proud of every member of the team and what we achieved already, and hopefully what we achieve in the future as well.
Well, congratulations to you on you and the team here this afternoon for your efforts. Congratulations on the win in GT3, and thanks for chatting to us.
Have a good one. Hopefully see you next time, and have a pleased weekend.
Thanks very much. Sven Haase there, the winner of the Texas 200, part of the winning team anyway, in GT3 Pro. It's Grid and Go who take the victory down there, but Fiercely Forward who take the double. GTP and LMP2 victory for them tonight in the Texas 200. We'll leave you with aerial shots of this great racetrack as we now leave North America for the final time this season. We'll be off to Europe and the 1,000 miles of Silverstone coming up next on the 1st of March. That is going to be another long and hard race, but an enjoyable one to watch, and we'll bring it to you all live here on RaceSpotTV. Exactly 4 weeks today, same place as you found this broadcast. Hope to see you then. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Darragh Thacker. Big thanks to David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonner, Jake Sparrow, who've been behind the commentary earlier on in the race. Ramiro Augustin Cisneros and Hugo Luis, who've been behind the cameras throughout this broadcast as well. We'll leave you with donuts here for Fiercely Forward as they take double victory in the Texas 200. We'll bid you farewell and see you for the next time in the IVRA Endurance Series at Silverstone. Goodbye for now.